Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. I am, of course, your intrepid host, Brandon, and we are on a path today. We are on a prophetic path. Go into your closet, go get your crystal ball, go ring up your local psychic, because, we're going to play a little bit of that game, that projection game, that prediction game, a game they say you aren't supposed to play, but we're going to do it anyway, because I want to have some fun. Unless you've been living in the dark and aren't aware at this point, the Seahawks have learned what their 2021 schedule is going to be. And I've got to say, on first blush from my end of things, it's looking pretty tasty. When you look at the opponents from last year as far as just basic win-loss record, let's take the overview, look at this first, and it's going to take a while for me to get to the chat because I got a couple things planned here. But when you look at this 30,000 view from above up at the schedule look of things, you go, okay, it's a 511 win percentage, so almost a 500 win-to-loss schedule based off of last year's schedule. That's with, of course, even the NFC West incorporated into this. So you go, okay, that's pretty good at first blush, considering we're running with a first-place schedule, which traditionally is a little bit harder, and especially this year having that extra third game as part of that different game from what you'll play versus the other teams in your division. But when you look at those three teams, Saints, for instance, they're going to have to come all the way out of there from New Orleans. They're going to have to come out deep down out there in the bayou. We got to go down to Seattle down now. I don't know about them living down Seattle down. That's going to be too much. I don't want to do that to Seattle. So they're going to bring Taysom Hill up from the bottom of the bayou to the top of the Pacific Northwest, and I don't think I'm going to feel that scared about it. And we're going to get into some details on this with these teams. But the other team you've got is, of course, the Steelers, who they themselves are running a bruising schedule, an absolutely just daunting schedule next year, including us on it. And again, not necessarily as super scared of that team as I think I would be if we're talking 2015, 16, 17, etc. So when you look at that, when you look at the home schedule especially, which it's not exactly murderer's row at home, and again, we're going to go through all of this. In fact, right now I'll pop this up here. I do want to start just before we dive into this, is that one of our own here in the community, D-Boy, one of our resident moderators here and whatnot, guy's been here since the start of things here at the Hawks Nest a couple years ago, lost his dad prematurely. Really sad, super unfortunate. He's got a GoFundMe page that I put in the description section. So please, if you do have a chance for any extra money jangling around, please do donate onto that page. I feel real bad for him. That's a tough thing to go through. I can't imagine. And so just wanted to kind of get that out the way. That's over in the description section, the link to that GoFundMe page. But let's get into the schedule here. Let's take a look at this. We've got, of course, because we're the Seattle Seahawks, we're going to get our 5 primetime games. There's really no doubt about that at this point. You can just pretty much write it down. They're going to put us on 5 times. If they could put us on 10 times, they would, because we have the most entertaining games. We've got the most awesome players. It's just the way of life. It's the way of life. So we've got our first game out the chute is the Colts, of course, at home. The Colts on the road, Titans at home, Vikings on the road, 49ers on the road, LA Rams on Thursday Night Football. That's our first primetime game. We follow that up with another primetime game against those Steelers I was just talking about. You got the Saints at home, Jaguars at home, then you get a bye at a nice little perfect little time, right in that week 9, right where you want it. You don't want it at the back end, because that's when sometimes you're getting that momentum going, and then the momentum just comes to a complete standstill. Nobody wants any of that. So get it halfway in when your guys have gotten through training camp and they've gone through half the schedule and they're definitely beat up and they could absolutely use it. And then what you notice with this schedule after this now is you get in the Green Bay game, and okay, that's tough. And certainly there's a Rams game lingering there, and we can dispute as far as the cards go, but the schedule does start to kind of lighten up a little bit as you get through the back end of this. Washington football team's good too. I missed on that one. So Packers and Washington, that's going to be the tough test of our schedule there, with the Cardinals sandwiched in between. But then you've got the 49ers, the Texans on the road, the Rams then on the road, then you're home with the Chicago Bears, home with the Detroit Lions, and then you're on the road with the Cardinals. So to me, I look at that, and it was a primetime game against the 49ers there, and the Washington football team and the Saints. Those were our other 3 primetime games. But I look at that schedule and I go, bye week's in a good spot. fairly weak at home as far as our schedules. We should be able to run through these guys that are at home. When you're playing Jaguars at home with a rookie quarterback, when you got Taysom Hill coming from the Bayou, when you got rookie Justin Fields at that point, who's hit the rookie wall and he's just confused as hell and he's seen everything through every week and he's just head spinning, and you got him coming in at the end of the year. The Detroit Lions busy biting kneecaps, and instead we're busy beating them. This is what I see with this schedule. I knew with the way the opponent structured out anyway, it wasn't going to be a difficult schedule, but the way that they structured it out, there's no point where we go through 3 or 4 weeks where it's like, oh man, this is awful. This is horrible. There's not that many 10 a.m. games on our deal. As I look right now, we've got 2 10 a.m. start times. Again, okay, I can use that. I can work with this. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing on the schedule. I'm sure you guys are as well. I want to dive into this really quickly. I'm going to just acknowledge real fast the chat because I want to go back over, because we're going to go blow by blow here through each of these games. And what I'm going to do is show you guys what these teams have essentially added, subtracted, and then what they did in the draft and why it draws me to go in a general direction of, if I'm making this prediction, to say, I think this is a win or I think this is a loss. This is not the final word on this. Yes, there's a long time between now and the start of the season, and there's still more that could be done, injuries that can happen, crazy stuff will go on. But for entertainment purposes, today we're not going to act like that stuff isn't going to happen and that this is my lock solid word, and I'm making a solid prediction right now. Nay, I'm making a psychic prediction today as far as where our Seahawks are going to go this year. Micah Clark, how you doing, Micah? What's up? Good to see you in the chat. Maxwell Stern, hey there. I'm going to the San Francisco for the Week 4 matchup. That's awesome, Maxwell. I hope that they open it up fully. We got our word today from the Washington State governor. It sounds like they're going to start to open things back up a bit. Get this thing back rolling, and that sounds good because you heard the Eagles. I heard this week that Philadelphia's going to get the full allotment of their fans. So nice to hear that we could maybe get some of ours back in, because what an effect that has on football games. It was absolutely missing last year, and especially for that Rams playoff game. Micah Clark, Stone Forsythe breakdown, about 20-minute mark, and throughout probably the rest of the video you were breaking down a different tackle. He flipped to right tackle in that game, and you probably already knows this. I do, Micah. It's part of why I wanted to separate that video from this channel, because this channel takes up a lot of my time as it is. It just does. And so what I'm doing right now with that channel is it's going to be rough and rugged at times. I'm not super clean and doing a whole bunch of graphics and all that other stuff. It's just going to be sometimes just me just pulling through. But yeah, it's really hard with some of this video and tape I'm finding from last year. It is such a crapshoot with all these prospects. You look through and everybody's getting taken off the field halfway through. If anybody's down by 2 touchdowns, they're going off the field. People are constantly rotating in sub-package stuff and everything like that. But I still think, based off what you see off the early part of the film and the Ojulari breakdown of the tape, that you can still get enough to get excited about it. And again, it's not going to be my only breakdown with Stone. I'm going to do a couple of his other games as I can find, of course, footage. Tommy Eaton, finally I got notified. That's good to hear, Tommy. There was an update on Streamlabs, so maybe they finally found a way today to push through to YouTube and get those notes out. Maxwell says, I got first like. Oh, thank you, Maxwell. If you are in here watching this, do please slam on that like button. You'd be helping me out a ton by doing so. Michael Park, thanks for being here. New players, new schedule. You have great insights. Oh, thank you, Michael. I got some thoughts today. Man. And by the way, I did Jose Rodriguez, another one of our mods. I went over yesterday and we did a great little video. If you guys are looking for another, we're going to break down a little bit of the information we're doing today, but we did our own little bit of back and forth on the schedule. Had a nice little points of debate and fun, just kicking with him. So over on his channel, I think, you got a couple hour video over there too, if you guys are looking for some additional content as well. That was awesome over there. Jose had a great time. Blue, and green, perfect timing. I was just looking for some quality Seahawks coverage. Love the Hawks Nest. Great new channel for breakdowns, by the way. Thank you, Blue, and green. I'm going to try to get up as many of those as I can. Tamarian Terry is going to be my next one if I can find game film enough of him playing for a full game, but get excited by that one. He is perhaps the guy I'm most excited coming away from this draft / undrafted free agent class. Certainly the biggest bust factor to him / could give you absolutely nothing. But at the other end of that spectrum sits a guy, in my estimation, who almost has shades of Brandon Marshall to him, a young Bronco Brandon Marshall, and not the linebacker. I'm talking about the receiver. Fish says, I kind of like our schedule. I do too, man. I'm feeling it. Not too many 10 a.m. games. Bye week at the right spot. Not a stacked deck point like last year. We had, I think, right around mid-year, you got kind of to a stacked deck point of the schedule where it was like, oh, this is a little rugged through here. I don't see the same ruggedness here. It doesn't look as ruggedy. It's less rugged. Jason McEward says, first game against Indy. Let's go. Let's go, man. It's 10 a.m., but that ain't going to matter. It's the first game of the year. You don't think our players are going to be hyped? Do you think they're going to need that extra cup of coffee on that 10 a.m. game for that point of the year? No. They're going to be up at 6 in the morning, hitting pads, ready for it. So let's go. Wentz's first game, he's still figuring out, we're going to get into the blow by blow on this schedule, game by game, but I like it as the first game out the chute with them. I do. Mike, you were responding to him. Elliot Clark coming in with the first hot dono. Elliot, thank you, sir, for the donation. Throwing down a fat $2 stack. He says the first half of our draw is tougher. No doubt about it on that, Elliot. There is a more difficult part to the front end of the schedule. Though, again, I will say, I might almost be hesitant on this to say if we're really looking to where I don't think that there's a daunting part of the schedule. The Green Bay to Arizona to Washington football game, that's a little tough in there. And certainly the Titans and the Vikings and the Colts out the gate's a little bit of a tough game. But I'm going to go through a couple of points on this why I don't think these games are necessarily. The Vikings, I think, are a little stronger potentially than they've been over the last couple of years where things are coming together with them as far as their drafts and the way they played free agency. But I think when you look at the Titans and I think when you look at the Colts, you could make a little bit of an argument with them that they've actually, albeit just slightly, albeit just maybe at a minuscule type level, gotten a little bit weaker as opposed to what they've been recently. Tommy says, I'm going 12 wins. We'll get into mine. I oscillate between, I still stand at the 13-win mark for me as the floor, and there's even a potential of going higher, but I still sit at about 13 wins for me. Ryan Austison says, what's going on? Hype for 2021 schedule season, baby. You should be, Ryan. You should be. This is a good draw for us. We've had bad draws in the past. We've had bad draws recently, 5, 10 a.m. start times, those type of things. And no, not this year. This year, it's not going to be all over the place. There's not a ton of the East Coast, on the road. You get to go to Houston for a road game. Green Bay's Midwest road game. Minnesota's Midwest road game. Indianapolis, kind of Midwesty road game. It's not as bad. Certainly got to go Pittsburgh and Washington, but there's been other years like last year when you're playing the NFC East. We had all those trips back and forth, which is just kind of hard on the body and team, I think. L.A. Clark says the betting agencies are always sleeping on Seattle. I looked at the odds this morning and we were ranked like 9th. What a joke. Elliot, you're right. We should be ranked higher. I'm going to take some odds on that in Vegas if they're going to put us that low. Mark Harborcorn says, 15-2. I don't feel like Green Bay or Saints, but I like the rest. I feel like if we get KJ back, but go Hawks. KJ is going to hinge a little bit on some of the success of this year because it's going to be based on actually having a guy who can play Sam and Will versus having a hole kind of at both of those two spots right now to a certain extent. You can do the coverage stuff with the Will with somebody else and have early rundown stuff with Jordan Brooks, but when it comes to the Sam linebacker right now, we still don't have anybody. But I'm not as worried on those yet. We're going to go, and I got a couple of spots on the schedule that concern me. The Green Bay game is one that is an L for me right now. That's one that I do put. Now, here's the thing with that, though, of course. Here's where the worm turns. Aaron Rodgers might not be with the Green Bay Packers next year. Do we all sit with confidence right now believing he's returning? It's going to be just goes without saying that he's coming back to the Pack. Not for me. Not for me. And they just got another, I know it's whatever quarterback there, another journeyman they just brought in now, but just saying, this is another quarterback added to the team. Steady veteran presence for Jordan Love. Maxwell, what are the chances Russ can actually get an MVP vote or win it? I would say probably pretty low. He has to be so absurdly good. He'd have to have record-breaking season, I think, in order to get it done. Because even if had a really good season or what would be a quintessential MVP season if he's playing on the East Coast and those guys are seeing every one of his games, he probably would get the MVP if he's over there. I think there's an argument to be made that it's just hard to do it here unless you're doing something record-breaking, a la Sean Alexander setting a touchdown record, something along those same lines. Dan P says Hawks might have completely revamped their wide receiver room in this draft. Yeah, Dan. It's in my breakdown of Tamarian, I'm going to talk about this, but Jim Nagy, who is a longtime former scout, he runs the Senior Bowl game every year down there. I think he's won Super Bowls as a scout. He pointed to how Seattle had sort of a de facto 2 drafts coming out of this. 2 drafts. You had your first draft of 3 picks and then your secondary draft of undrafted free agents. And sitting on the crown jewel front of that undrafted rookie free agent class sits Tamarian Terry and Cade Johnson, and that's both of those two guys. Two with two different skill sets, and a guy in Cade who it would be like if Doug Baldwin and Tyler Lockett had a baby. To me, that's what Cade Johnson is. And yeah, he's not going to have maybe the long speed or size or some of those elements to him, but he's got some exciting stuff to him and what he does. Route running, just his intelligence out there and how he goes about his business. Feisty. And then with Terry, you get the freakishness. You get that Brandon Marshall, but plus he's actually looks faster than what Marshall was in the open field. Like that's sort of the upside to these two receivers that you got in this draft if they can tap into it. And with Terry, it's not as much of a projection as it is with DK Metcalf, who had just about no production coming out of Ole Miss. You've got the 2019 tape on Terry to go off of. You've got a 1,000-yard plus season where he absolutely dominated the competition. So it's not you having to squint, and yeah, he could be that if we just think of it super positive. And the production was there only about a year ago, and we know why the production dropped off last year, being that he had this knee injury he was fighting through, and he was trying to be a trooper and get through it. That was what it was. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez. Hey, how's it going, Jose? Good to see you in the chat. Had a lot of fun with you yesterday. And again, that's if you guys are looking for where that video was, I was just talking about. Me and Jose chopped it up yesterday over the schedule as it was kind of coming out on the fly. We were looking at the live wire in it, Elliot, sorry. Make sure we got here. Young One AZ, what's up, Hawksnest? What's up, Young One? Good to see you in here. Hope you're doing good. Hope you all are doing good tonight. Randall says, big night, big game for the M's tonight. Excited to see these kids get going. I've been watching some highlights on them, Randall. I haven't had enough time to just kind of sit and just take in a game lately, but definitely fun watching them play, man. They play with a lot of excitement, that what you'd expect to see with youth, just that excitement and, jump to their step and just, I love it. I love where this team's going to be going for their future. It's going to be nice to have another legitimate team in town again, another legitimate competing team in town again. James Black says, is Kellenick in the night lineup tonight? Well, I don't think they'd bring him up just to have him sit down there, would they? You think if they're bringing him up, it's to let him swing that bat. And he was tearing the cover off the ball in Tacoma. The second, I'm scared we might go 9-8, like Cynthia Friendland said. I don't know if I see 8 losses on this schedule, outside of there's some kind of collapse within our own team. I don't see teams that are a wrecking force that we're going up against. The wrecking force, quote unquote, teams that you're gonna put that label on: Green Bay, Washington. But I mean, who else are we really putting that on? We're gonna go through this blow by blow, but I don't. Maybe the Rams, But I don't see wrecking force that I'm going to give to the Colts. We don't know if the Wentz experiment's going to work, and we're going to see what is their offseason. Same thing that you can go down the line with the offseason of them and the Titans is that, they got some guys they gained, and then they had a lot of guys they lost. So it's sort of that old, you're basically maintaining the same level of where you were, where it's like, okay, we lost this, so we're down here. Oh, we're right back up to the same spot we were. Meanwhile, Henry's another year older, more of that tread off that tire. We'll get in here in a second. Wheeler, I got W against the Colts, L against the Tennessee, L against the Vikings, W 49ers, W Rams, W Pitt, W. You got us going on a run here, Wheeler. W against New Orleans, W against the Jacksonville Jaguars, then an L against the Packers, L against Arizona, a W against Washington, W against 49ers, W against the Texans, W against the Rams again. You got to sweep the Rams. I love it, man. I love it. W against Chicago, W against Detroit, and then an L at AZ. So you got AZ sweeping us, but us sweeping Arizona. Or you got Arizona sweeping us, and the Rams getting swept by us, which would be very interesting. Are you high on the Cardinals, Wheeler? Do you think they're going to push this year on the division? I could see it playing out like that. So I like it. And there's a lot of W's in there, Wheeler. There's a lot of W's in there, my man. I love it. Micah says, my take on the Green Bay versus Seattle is different. I honestly think having that ideal bye week to prepare for Green Bay can give us an advantage. But I'm not saying we will win. I have a good feeling about it now. Yeah, I only on that game, I lean more back to, if it's Aaron Rodgers there, I'll just lean back on recent history, and Seattle teams going into Green Bay. Granted, it's early November, so we're not going to see, 4 inches of snow on the ground and it down to negative 113 degrees. But it's still going to be probably uncomfortable, and we just don't do well in that stadium overall, it seems like. I don't expect them to blow us out of the water necessarily, but I just think right around that time of year, coming off that bye like that is, where you're just kind of, you take a little bit of a breath, you're trying to snap back into the gear of things. But hey, if there's no air in there too, I'm going to say that's a dub all day to me. Young one says, I'm going to pet the kitty, not scare the kitty, for good luck to beat the Seahawks twice this year. That's the way to do it, my guy. That's the way to do it. You got to approach slowly, keep your hands down, say sweet nothings to them, Gets it done. Gets it done, man. Adrian D., one of my patrons. How you doing, Adrian? Adrian asks, if we had a bad season and don't make the playoffs, do you think that Russ will move on from the Seahawks? Yes, I do. And I don't say that with any excitement, want, or hope. I just think that it is what it is. And I think that they have repaired things probably to a degree. I'm not going to buy into Carroll's press conference from a couple weeks ago where it's like nothing ever was and it was all immediate creation. I think that there was a little bit of damage potentially done from both sides this offseason in the relationship. Some of that was probably purposeful. But yes, I would expect if you miss the playoffs this year, running on the heels of what we run on recently, that would be another year that Russell didn't have an MVP or an MVP vote. While playing under a defensive-minded coach, I would then expect him to probably at that point move on, and I would probably put the New York Giants out as the front-running team to get him at that point. Micah Clark says, an L versus the Vikings, Wheeler? Jets being rough on you, Wheeler. Thomas says, I could see Seattle starting slow and then end great. 12-4 is my record. I could see that. They've got a lot of depth this year, Thomas, which is one of the things that helps you into building up yourself as you go along through the year. And certainly Coach Carroll's teams, historically speaking, tend to get stronger as they go along. And then the last added element is that when you remove really the Rams, there's not a lot of tough teams there through that back 5-6 games of the schedule. Ellie Clark says, Vikings is a W for us, not even a debate. I've got it as that too. It made me worried though. Me and Jose were busting this down yesterday and I was like, man, I'm not sure though. They've done some things I've really liked this year and in the draft. So what do I think is the hardest game? It's going to be the Green Bay Packers game. If I'm following beyond the Green Bay Packers game, I think it's probably that Washington football team because I think that defense is going to be tough once again. Then beyond that, of course, the Rams. Rams would probably be actually ahead of Washington football team as far as difficulty speaking. But Saints don't hit me in the same way. They've lost too many guys, I think, this offseason, plus Breeze. Breeze is the quarterback who can really break down a Seattle defense, the dink and dunk, and owning the dink and dunk for an entire game. Or Teddy Bridgewater's the type of quarterback who can bust down a Seahawks defense because he'll dink and dunk all game and never get impatient. Well, now you got Taysom Hill, and I don't think Hill's accurate or in that mold enough to be able to pull that off against us. So I'm not worried about the Steelers. I think they're less than two. They've lost too many, including their offensive line. Wheeler says Vikings are going to be good this year. They had a killer draft and a really solid offense last year. If their defense is even decent, I think that's a loss. I can understand why Wheeler would point to it. I don't think he's crazy for necessarily pointing to the Vikings being a potential loss for the reasons that he pointed to. They've been doing things solidly. Both of them and the Colts are a little bit in this respect. I put them in sort of the same category where they're ran pretty well most of the time. Their decision-making is solid up at the general manager level of things and in personnel decision-making. It's just sometimes the results don't always bear out because football can be random as hell at times. And, they've gotten pretty good results, but they've not gotten those top-end results. And I think that it could come together for them very easily. The thing I love about what they did specifically in the draft was building back down to that offensive line and taking a strength and then building even more upon that strength. That to me is, that's what good teams do in my opinion, because that's what can make you dominating in an element of the football game. Randall says, you think Watson plays it down in 2021? I don't think he does. No, Watson won't play it down in the NFL in 2021. There'll be a settlement that comes down off of this. He'll settle with 27, 32, 41 women. And at that point in time, the NFL will come down because he's done that settlement, and they'll slap it, I would guess, at the very least a year suspension, but probably not beyond that. Probably not. Maybe, though. Maybe the NFL goes hard, but I would think the star quarterback, I don't know. I don't think so. 312, why do you think most people think you guys are the clear-cut third best team in the division? I don't know. Because people slurp on McVay and slurp on Shanahan because they're young and Carroll's the old hotness. They're a new hotness. And so they're like, the media's like, look, we've had the old bull, right? Now let's go get the young calf. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what they're doing now with these guys, I think. So I don't care. Let them underrate us. It doesn't matter. We're going to look at what those teams did this offseason, and then we're going to try to have to understand why it is that they are the clear cut. So we'll get into that. But 312 says, I like that you guys are believing in your team, but you all aren't going 13-4. There's no chance you sweep the Rams. Sorry. I don't in my schedule have us sweeping the Rams 3-1-2, so I do have us splitting those games between them, but I have us winning one. Me too, Jose. That was awesome yesterday. Adrian D, did you hear Watson's going to settle with his accusers, and what are the chances that the Texans still won't keep him, and what will happen next for Watson? I think two things will happen. He'll get suspended for the year. The Texans will then trade him whenever they can get the draft capital that they're looking to want. They know they're not going to get the sun, the moon, the stars, and all that, but they'll take probably the stars and half a moon, call it a day, and then move on from him. So I don't think they're going to hold on to him, nor do I think he still wants to be there. I don't think none of this has changed that. So he's going to need to go to a new situation at this point. They'll move on. They'll probably get what's his value been depressed to? 2 first-round picks, maybe? Maybe less. I don't know. We've never had a guy like this on the open market with this kind of baggage. Nathaniel Bark says, "What's up? What's up, Nathaniel?" Wheeler says, "I think the Cards had a really solid offseason. I'm not believing the Rams hype. I think their defense is going to be awful. I'm also not sold on the 49ers, but I think their defense is better than 2020. Solid points, Wheeler. Solid points, my guy. I think I agree pretty much most of that. I'm maybe not as sold, I think, on the Cardinals offseason. They've gone a little bit down the geriatric lane. You know what I mean? They're doing a little bit of that. They're stocking up in insure drinks, and I don't know. Is that relying on those old guys to get through? That's not always the best proposal. Thomas Cox says, I want to see a preseason, then I will get an idea on how good Seattle will be, but Seattle won't lose more than 6 games. I can't see us losing more than 6 games either. And if you look at it historically in 10 years, 7 has been the floor. I mean, that's been the floor in 10 years. With the type of offseason the Seahawks have had and the additions that they've made and really the lack of true subtractions that they've suffered, how could you see this year being that outlier year that's going to break past that point? I can't. So I think it is what it is. I think we're in that 4 realm. Ethan Tech World, yo, what's up? And Nathaniel, what's up? I think I said what's up. I was got on a thought there. L.A. Clark says Watson to Green Bay. Nah, they got those Midwest. They're not the belt buckle of the Bible Belt, but they are definitely on the right around the the loop. And I don't know if they're going to go for that. He's going to have to go to probably a little bit more of a Miami, you know what I mean, type place. I'm not trying to say, or like a, Las Vegas, where maybe some of this stuff will be a little more forgiven by the fan base. Micah Clark says, I could easily see us actually going second in Seattle, first and third LA, because 49ers got an easy schedule, which is stupid. 49ers did one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. The Niners are benefiting from, at least right now. Nathaniel says, I saw multiple playoff predictions that didn't even have us making the playoffs. Maybe not a Super Bowl team, but indefinitely a playoff team. 10-7 is probably our floor. Yeah, I don't think the year you went 9-7, you had a much less talented roster than what we had right now. I don't have that schedule in my mind off the top of my head and what you had to play that year, but I would be probably hard pressed not to make the declaration that it was a more harder schedule. It was difficult. It was much tougher. So I can't see it with this schedule. I mean, you know the Lions, the Bears, the Texans game alone, that's 3 wins right there. You just write that down. The Jaguars are going to come into Seattle with a rookie quarterback and beat us. That's 4 wins right there. So we can cobble guess through the rest of the schedule, but I don't see it going down there. James Black says Rams. Rams fan, James? Seahawks could be 3-3 after the first 6. I hope not, but very possible, especially if we get off to a very slow start. It's maybe possible. That's possible. We'll get into it here, and I'm going to get in. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here before I jump into my little presentation I want to do for you guys. Mike Skinner, if we at least make a Super Bowl, do you think Russ will stay? Yes, Mike. I made the proclamation that I believe that if you get to the conference championship, that's at least an improvement, and especially if you've done it in a way that's allowed him to be very efficient while still effective, right? Fit to Carroll's being safety, but still being explosive. If he's able to keep that balance game on point at that point, Mike, then absolutely I think so. So I don't even think it takes getting the Super Bowl, but you got to get a couple games passed out of that first round of the playoffs and get at least into the realm of the conference championship, in my opinion. Though, here's the other thing with that. If he's playing Tom Brady in that conference championship and then loses to Tom again a year after having to watch him in the Super Bowl after he won the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, that might also be I might be on the fly here, Mike. I might be talking myself into saying he has to be the Super Bowl or bust. Because if it's Brady's specter sitting there beating him to get back to the Super Bowl, that's just going to get stuck. And we've seen what it's done with Rodgers and him both from a mentality standpoint. It's put them both, I think, a little bit on tilt this offseason. So we'll see on that one. But I would think definitely if you get to the Super Bowl, 100% he would be back. Volver97 says, yeah, I was leaning to Rams. James Black, I love when people sleep on us. Remember a couple years ago we were supposed to be rebuilding? Laughing out loud. Yeah, they did. It's something people are going to fall into easily with the Seattle teams because people just forget about us. And I say it jokingly, but it's people literally do consider us Southern Alaska in a lot of respects. Like they think we're that far away because we don't have a lot of geography majors in America. And so, hey, let them think on this. Let them sleep on us, James. And we're going to come up and sneak up on them and bite them on the ass when they're not looking. So keep having it, Ethan says, overall, I'm really liking what I'm seeing. There are definitely difficult stretches of games, but one thing I think gives us an advantage is those difficult weeks many of them are prime time. Solid point, Ethan. Solid point, and this is a part of it. You're not getting that Washington football game on Monday Night Football would normally be a 10 a.m. game on the road. No. That Steeler game on the road in week, 6, 5, whatever, that would be a 10 a.m. game. Nope, you're getting it prime time. It's going to make that an easier game on our squad. No doubt about it with that. So those things do help. Big time help. Even the Green Bay game is at 125 despite being on the road. Like, we benefited on that one where that could have easily have been a 10 a.m. game. 312, wait, what happened to Winston? Jameis Winston with the Saints, he's on the Saints, but Taysom Hill just got paid over $100 million. He's going to be the starter. UE2K, I don't think Russ moves on after a poor season. The QB landscape has changed tremendously since February. Raiders only team on his list that could still be looking for a quarterback. But I don't know about that necessarily. And again, if we think his list last year was based on what was needed last year, or what teams could maybe be needing a quarterback last year, you're right. The Raiders could be needing a quarterback next year. The Washington football team could be looking for a quarterback next year with an absolute amazing defense, and they've added some nice wide receivers on that team. Who else is on that I'm looking through? The Saints could be looking at a quarterback potentially. As I understand it, that Taysom Hill deal is a year-to-year deal that they can get out of at any time. That could be a team that he opens up to. Dolphins are a team that could open up on that. So there's teams. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to change that drastically next year. I hope he doesn't go anywhere, but there will definitely be another 4 or 5 teams next year ready to hop in the fray. The thing that could help us a little bit is if Watson and Rodgers are then also on the market at that time. Hopefully, making it, presenting less teams looking to grab his services, I guess. Thomas says, unless I see breaking news, Rodgers is traded. I'm assuming Rodgers is a Packer. I put it 50-50 right now myself, Thomas. I think it's a 50-50 situation, and I we'll see if it can kind of be brought back from where it was. But that's kind of where I stand on demand. I got it in that realm. Tommy Eden says, by the way, Paul Gallant is still salty about you. He brought up some YouTuber he's been going back and forth with in an interview yesterday. Laughing out loud. Come at me, Paul. I'm right here. I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, because he knows I'm right. That's why. He knows the points I was presenting to him were like, oh, yeah, Solid points. He shouldn't have given me the Dave Wyman, the appeal to authority, and then he points to Dave Wyman, because I had Bucky Brooks, a former Seahawks scout who worked under John Schneider, in my back pocket. So, I like Wyman. Solid dude. Salt of the earth guy. Played linebacker in the late 80s. Bucky Brooks, recent Seahawks scout. Yeah. I was like my old Bull reference. Old Bull and the young buck. Ethan Sackworld says there was a guy on the NFL YouTube channel who predicted the schedule and gave us 9 wins. I don't think they're looking at the schedule, Ethan. I think that they're just saying that off the top of their head, thinking, well, they'll have a first place schedule, and I don't like them because they're the Seahawks. So, they got 9 wins. They're good. They get 9 wins a year. Let's do that. I think it's just a lazy take where just people don't want to do any research on it. L.A. Clark says the Rams floor is 0-17. You speak truth, my brother. You speaketh the truth. UE2K says Watson will draw a 6-game suspension tops. First game and no criminal charges. First offense and no criminal charges. Also, settlements will include in NDA, so no more ugly details plastered everywhere. NFL will be glad to sweep it under the rug. Could happen. Could happen, 2K. I would, if this was just a single girl coming or a couple girls, but the fact that the settlement will include so many names presented here, and the NFL gets to run like that de facto dictatorship, as we've seen with Josh Gordon, where if you get in the wrong side of Goodell and you're into his doghouse, he's going to shut that trap door shut, and he's going to nail it shut, and you ain't getting back out. So maybe we've never run into a player who's kind of gone down this lane of things. Say nothing for the fact he is a quarterback and all that, but we've never really quite been in this territory of what is going to be the punishment here. I mean, we have a guy who's kind of the NFL's version of Bill Cosby a bit. If these accusers and this stuff's going to happen with him paying them off, and how does the NFL look at that? It's not as bad as Cosby, I guess. Kind of. I don't know. I honestly don't pay too much attention to that story because it's just it's gross all the way around on that one. James Block says, whoa, I'm not a Rams fan. Sorry, James. I did not mean to besmirch you in such a fashion. Elliot Clark says, we don't even know how quickly Stafford will adapt to the Rams. True. U2K says, Watson can go anywhere. Football fans only hate other teams' creeps, not their own. Once he puts on that jersey, he can do no wrong. Probably. People will probably, even if there'll be some blowback, whoever goes and gets him, but there's certain organizations that are more willing to, I think, take that hit than others. Micah says, everybody, let's not forget about when we went 9-7 that year, and this is true. Blair Walsh, the worst kicker of all time, missed 3 pretty easy winning field goals if we'd actually be good 12-4. Yeah, it took us to be there at 9-7. That's the last 10 years of football. That was your bottom out. That was as far down as you've gone. To think next year is going to go below that or replicate that. Somebody's going to have to explain to me, and I've yet to hear any of these pundits or experts, and I've listened to a few talk about it that have really been able to point out what it is that's going to cause them to make that precarious drop down from last year and to be that, as someone in the chat said earlier, the third place team. Ethan says, one thing I'm noticing about the other NFC West teams is while we have only 2 10 a.m. games, which we're good at, the other NFC West teams have 4 to 5 10 a.m. games, which is interesting. That is a great little point, Ethan, and very interesting. It is, because while we have done better in those 10 a.m. games over the last couple of years, I think we might have 1 to 2 losses at the most, and we have played a lot of them. A lot. But the other teams have not solved it in that fashion, and it is a tough little riddle to solve. It is not just get the guys up earlier and put another pot of coffee down their gullet, and you'll get them out there and they'll be cooking by game time if we do it early enough. It's the body clock's not up. We've talked about it on this channel before. It's the science behind this shows that, when you have your normal circadian clock going and your time of when you get up, your body and when it performs at its physical best is not going to be when you're first getting out of the morning. If your body's thinking, man, this is 7 in the morning right now, I can't play football, versus the other team who, hey, it feels midday to me, they're going to perform a little bit better. And it's somehow or another, Carroll's found a way. I don't know if he's giving them Red Bulls or what he's doing before the game, but they found a way to conquer it. But the other teams that have played, historically speaking, on the West Coast, going out east on 10 a.m. games, have still continued to struggle at a mighty level. Mighty level. The second says our ceiling is 15-2. Our floor is 10-7. I can't go past 6 losses on our floor. I really can't. I can't see a 7 losses on this schedule myself. But I'm near you on that one. The second, I'm right near you. Nathaniel says, do you think we can get a center still? I'm also not confident in about our D tackles. It'd be a lot easier to get D tackles right now than it's going to be to get another center at this point, Nathaniel. I think everybody's kind of been moved and along. There's Leiter out there. Austin Leiter played for the Chiefs last year. It doesn't get many people that excited, nor me. I don't see anything really out there. People mentioned Billy Price, or me and Jose was bringing up Billy Price yesterday, who is a guy potentially, but he's been horrible as far as what Pro Football Focus looks at him on, though he does have a pedigree of being drafted relatively high recently. But I haven't seen a lot of great options. Not a lot of great options. All right, so I'm going to go over. I'm almost up to the chat. I'm going to get behind on the chat a little bit. And I want to do this just because I prepared this for you guys. I wanted to kind of show this so that I could talk through this with you guys. And we can break this down a little bit. And so on my left, probably your guys' is right here, what you're going to see is a breakdown of what each of these teams, as we go through the schedule, have added, lost this offseason. And then on the other side of my shoulder here, what you're going to see is what they did on draft day. And so this is part of where I'm trying to get a little bit, as we can, analytical into this and going, okay, this is why I think we're going to win this particular game or not win this game, or we'll be better here. So let's dive into a little bit of this. I'm going to go through this relatively quickly as I can, but again, bear with me today. I want to kind of to do this because this gives us more than just, I think we're going to win because we're really good, and we're awesome. Thing that jumps out to me with the Colts first and foremost, and kind of looking at some of the research on this, is this team's had a ton of cap space to spend this offseason, and they've not spent it all. And they've not gone out in the free agent period, be it the first, the second, the third wave of free agency, and really done a whole lot. You can see Jacoby Brissett's moved on. Of course, they added Carson Wentz while losing Phillip Rivers. Justin Houston remains on the market. A guy in Malik Hooker, who's actually a very interesting player, by the way, still remains on the market as well. Tavon Wilson went to the Niners, their safety. They lost a couple of other just also-ran guys, Anthony Walker to the Browns and whatnot. And then you look at, who they signed. Sam Tevy, not a good tackle. That's, of course, to fill in for Anthony Costanzo. That's not a guy that's looked upon really with a lot through the league. You just went from one to the other on that one. And again, look, go down, Andrew Brown, Sean Davis, Isaac Rochelle. None of these are moves that are, to me, going to move the needle for me with the Colts. In a Colts team that, while they were good last year, needed to add on top of that this offseason. They needed to do more. They get the wave bigger here. But you look down the list, that's it. That's it for them. Danico Autry goes on to the Titans, one of their better pass rushers last year. So in Danico Autry and Justin Houston, right now, they've currently lost both their 2 pass rushers. And you know how they're going to fix it? I'll tell you how they're going to fix it. They went to the draft and hope they're going to fix it there. Because with their 2 selections, they first went for Kwity Paye, probably the best run-stuffing defensive end up in those high-rated defensive ends in this draft, who has some pass rushing ability. He's not a guy who's going to beat you off the line quick. He's not twitchy. He's more of a, I call them the disengager, where he'll be good getting his sacks, chasing down. He might be tough for Russell because he'll go after the mobile quarterbacks, and he's really quick like that. But he's going to take a while to develop. And then behind that, they got a guy who tore his Achilles last year, and Deo Adaheheno at Vanderbilt, and even his tape before he tore his Achilles was not very good. Rest of their draft is just a bunch of dudes. Just a bunch of dudes. Nobody on that draft is going to get me at any point in time scared. So why do I think we go in at 10 a.m., hyped up, ready to roll? Because I look at their offseason, and if I match these 2 offseasons up, I say we beat the snot out of their offseason. And our team was already better and more talented to begin with. So I'm not scared of them. Let's go on. That's 1-0. All right, next we got the Titans up here. Jadeveon Clowney lost. Malcolm Butler lost. Adoree Jackson lost. Adam Humphries lost. Corey Davis lost. Jonnu Smith lost. Oh, but they managed to add Danico Autry and old Kevin Johnson at cornerback and old Janoris Jenkins at cornerback. And Bud Dupree, who tore his ACL last year and is a guy who's not going to be their answer as far as pass rush goes, which is the thing they desperately needed on that team. Morgan Cox, long snapper. That was it right there. And then we look and go, well, okay, maybe their draft, they got things solved over. They did okay in the draft. You did okay. Caleb Farley, if his back doesn't snap in half, might be okay, but is he ready week 2? Is he ready to come in there and go? Certainly the most talented cornerback, I think, in this last draft, but will he be ready? And I think Dylan Radins will help them, but let's also understand in Dylan, he's going to have to come in and play immediately. They not only lost Isaiah Wilson a year ago, who was their talented right tackle they selected in the first round, who went off the deep end, but then they also lost their backup this offseason as well to free agent. They basically had to release him with cap stuff going on there. So he's going to have to jump in day one. Maybe he can hold up over there. He is a right tackle pure. But to me now, we got our guys feasted on at very least a rookie right tackle in that game. Yeah, it's on the road. Yeah, it's Henry. But Henry's had a lot of carries. And those carries begin to mount at some point or another. They do. Those running backs do not last forever. I don't care how big he is. Stay a little bit here with the chat. And the Colts got Eric Fisher, says go Hawks, and that's true. But look, Eric Fisher tore his, I think, Achilles in the playoff game at the end of the year last year. This is one of the reasons I was out on getting him. He's not going to be ready by the game we play. He can be ready all the other games, but he's not going to be ready week 1. So you don't have to even consider Eric Fisher a factor right now in this upcoming game. Not a problem for us at all. Not an issue in the least. Who's covering DK? Who's covering from the Titans, DK? They're going to try to put Janoris Jenkins out there. Little mini-me. Or maybe Kevin Johnson, who's slow and can't run with them. They don't got a corner who can run with him. Farley can run with him, but then that will be a fun matchup. Farley's big, but is Farley ready to go coming off back surgery? Is he ready to go by that first week? Are they going to try to, ease him into it? Ease him into it. Jose says, analytics, you lost me. I know. So I got 2-0 here. Let's get on to the next. This is the one that's a little scary for me. This is the one that gets me a little frightened here. Now, Anthony Harris moves on for the Vikings. That's good. He's a great player. Glad to see him go. Same thing with Riley Reif. He was a pretty good left tackle for them. Gone. So that was pretty good for us in that respect. Shamar Stiffen, we all know he's whatever. That's not a big loss to them. Eric Wilson was a pretty good linebacker for them. Gone. So they lost a couple of guys here, mostly role guys, backup guys. To me, there's not a lot in here that I would be from their standpoint of, we took a huge amount of beatings and losses here. Of course, Mike Boone, nothing there with that. But they did add some interesting parts to me. Patrick Peterson on that defense could be interesting. Mackenzie Alexander, I think, was an underrated free agent out there in the market who I think is going to fit in really well on that team. It's going to help them out. We saw they re-signed, you can see on this list, they re-signed quite a few guys of their own guys they liked to keep in on the roles that they got them allotted for, though. So I like where they're at, and the thing that you look at them, they're a solid team. It tends to be with the Vikings, they don't tend to have some given gaping weakness that you can go out there and attack. You've just got to play a solid game from start to finish in order to beat them. And this is why this is a game, to me, that could potentially come down to being a game that maybe we do lose early on. I'm not going to yet mark it as a loss. I'm holding this as a win. But I think it's going to be a tough loss because when you look at what they did in the draft as well, they got starters. They got guys that are going to come out on the football field and play for them immediately. Christian Darrisaw will be ready day one to step right in for Riley Reif, and they're not going to miss a beat with him. Kellen Mond's a good pick for them in the future. Obviously, that's a for future pick, so we don't worry about there. But even still, they went beyond that with Chaz Surratt, an outside linebacker who's going to play next to Anthony Barr. He'll be really good for them. Wyatt Davis was a solid guard, not spectacular, just solid coming out of this draft. He's going to continue to help that offensive line. So they took this offensive line that was a strength and then built upon it, got it even better, in my opinion, especially Darrisaw in the long term and the player he could be versus Riley Reif, and the player he kind of just was. So it was just a solid player, but not extraordinary. Kyle Mulkey, this is Alexander's second stint with the Vikings. He's nothing special. Maybe not, but I think Mike Zimmer knows how to use him. I don't think he's a guy that, again, I don't think he's a superstar guy, but when you start giving Zimmer a lot of different cornerbacks to work with, and then you add this in addition to what they did last year's draft with Jeff Gladney and Dantzler, who are two interesting cornerbacks in their own right, they've got a lot of guys that can cover up you now. You go to spread, they got the guys that can cover it. They get a couple injuries, they can still hold up out there. I think it's interesting what they did. Like I said, I still got this as a win. But I think that early on through the first three games, this is the one that gives us the toughest test out the gate, in my opinion. All right, this brings us up to our nemesis, our rival, the horrible, wretched Niners. And this is the one where, again, I look at their offseason and I go, okay. They lose Tevin Coleman, not huge. Solomon Thomas, not huge. It's a loss. Kendrick Bourne, important red zone receiver for them, gone. Kerry Hyder, we took that one, didn't we? Akeelia Witherspoon, we took that one, didn't we? CJ Beathard, backup quarterback, whatever. McKinnon, hardly got on the field for them, always injured. That's a whatever. And so if we look at what they added, then Alex Mack. Okay, Alex Mack's going to help them in the run game. And we're going to get to my point here in a second on the 49ers, which I've got the 49ers Achilles heel. I've got it right now for you. It's going to be tasty for you guys. Bear with me. We can see here just down the list, not a lot of other free agent additions here. Arden Key, okay, that's all right. It's all right. Samson Ekubon, he's useful. He's not gonna set the world on fire. He's okay. And Wayne Gallman, I mean, I go ask Randall McDaniel about Wayne Gallman. Go ask Randall about Wayne Gallman, what he provides. He's big on the Randall Gallman train. So I don't see a lot there in that offseason. With the offseason, what we've done, the voidable contracts, keeping Carson back in the mix, the re-signings of Lockett, the over here, over there, doing this, pulling this guy and grabbing this value. This is what they're doing. And I'm supposed to believe that they're, because they get healthier alone, despite the fact that there's some losses there. Richard Sherman, I didn't mention, is a loss. Yeah, you're able to hold on to Trent Williams. That does help. Yeah, you're able to hold on to Jaquise Tart and Kyle Juszczyk, and those are helpful. But what are you doing to add on to this team? This wasn't a team that was lighting the world on fire. It's had some sparks of life in recent years, but it's not like they've been just like us for years. That's just consistent winner. They go up, they go down. They go up, they go down. Jason Verrett, a guy that's had 1 year in his whole entire career that he's managed to stay healthy for, is going to be one of the main cornerbacks that they rely upon. I don't know. To me, that's a little more loss than that is gain just on that level. And then we look in the draft, and we go, if Trey Lance is not playing next year, that's a first-round pick and all the draft capital he gave up for him that we don't have to deal with next year. We can talk about the year beyond and what he is going to be on going forward. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about next year. And I don't think Lance comes on day 1, week 3, week 4, and is playing us by that point. And I think they probably hold on to Garoppolo at that point because they realize we got to give this guy a year. We got to give this guy a year to develop. And if we get him week 4 as a rookie quarterback, well, that's a dub for me. That's a dub for me. And you look again at the rest of the draft. Here's where their Achilles heel comes in. We are going to be able to attack the 49ers offensive line on the inside on passing downs. And the inside to the right. I think Trent Williams will be solid, but when you look at the guy they drafted, which was Aaron Brooks out of Notre Dame. I watched a lot of tape on Notre Dame and those offensive linemen. You had Eichenberg, Brooks, and Hansey out there at right tackle. All 3 guys that were going to be drafted in this recent draft. All 3 guys that could have been potential targets for our Seahawks. Brooks cannot move in short areas. He cannot move. He is going to struggle in pass protection. His main attribute in pass protection is he's huge, so it takes you a while to get around him. That is it. Then when you look at Alex Mack recently with where his scores have been, he's scored out and done very well recently with those Pro Football Focus grades in his ability to run block. He can still drive guys off the ball at his age. Can't pass protect worth a damn. And then you've got Mr. McGlinchey, who runs about 285 over there at right tackle. But right up the middle there, right up the middle of that offense, I think we're going to be able to do some things. Maybe we're going to run a little more blitz-heavy packages with Bobby Wagner stacked up over the A-gap a little more often. But that's where they're going to struggle, I think, at times, is you're going to be able to attack them right up the middle and to the right there in the blitz game and in getting mismatches as far as your pass rush goes. I'm really excited by them making those particular couple of moves. One of the reasons that I was out on bringing Alex Mack in is because he's been so bad recently in pass protection. The Niners do good with Trey Sermon. That's a good pick. He'll fit in well with that offense. They'll get production out of him. We know that that's something that Shanahan can do. Aubrey Thomas is an okay corner. Nothing special in a class that had a lot of really good cornerbacks who had some special traits to them. And the rest of their draft is just kind of okay to me. I know some people like the missile out of USC, the Tuma Hungafanga, but he's a guy with a lot of injury concerns and whatnot. And is he ready next year? Is it somebody that, again, I look at this through the lens of next year, not on, but next year. All right, we're going to move through here as I go. Thank you for holding up on the chat here. We'll bounce back over to it. I just want to go through these because this gives us more of a view to me of really understanding what did a team add, what did a team lose, what were they last year. And here comes our toughest test now coming up this year right now, and that's the Rams. So we're up to week we're up to week 5 at this point with Rams, October 7th. We're playing this game at home. You look at the Rams, the big addition, the big subtraction they made, of course, was the Goffs for Stafford. They are hitching their horses. They're putting every boat to this tug, and they're saying that Stafford is going to be our new Messiah. He is going to take us to the promised land. He's going to ride on that donkey and bring us home. Just him, that's all we need. So we don't have to worry about Austin Blythe going. We don't have to worry about Troy Hill moving on, or Malcolm Brown, or Gerald Everett, or Jalen Johnson, or Samson Ekuban. No, we're good. Derek Rivers, go ahead. Go to the Texans. That's okay. We didn't need you. They're fine. They got Stafford. I ain't buying it. You're put together as a team by the assembled parts and pieces of everything that brings you to that team. And while the Rams have difference makers, trendsetters, and Ramsey and Donald, who are light years above sometimes some of the rest of their peers, that doesn't mean that the rest of that Rams defense specifically, but nay, the rest of that Rams team hasn't been solid through other positions as well, where they have drafted well, where they have developed well. And they've lost a nice chunk of that talent off that team. You know, it's like a shark's coming and taking a bite out of their side. And to believe that this one addition is going to raise them up just on that alone. And don't throw Deshaun Jackson at me, because we all know he's going to play 3 games and then he's going to go to the med tent, collect his $5 million and call it a day. So I'm in this game, I'm going to say that we're going to win it. I do say that the game later on in this season, we lose to the Rams. That is going to be one of the losses that I have on the schedule. But in this game at home, I've got it as a win. So that's right, folks. I know what you're saying. You're going, what a homer. What a homer. You got him at 5-0. Yeah, I do. Deal with it. I'm trying to look at this. I'm trying to look at this with an unbiased eye, but I'm not blown away by these off seasons these teams are having. The accumulation of what I'm seeing is just, it's okay. Was that the Rams going for it with that offseason approach? They couldn't go for it, could they? They didn't have any cap and they didn't have any draft picks. So let's get over here now to the Steelers here. So Steelers lose. Bud Dupree, of course, Pouncey, their very important center, retires. Villanueva moves on from them. Mike Hilton, one of their best cornerbacks, the great slot cornerback, probably one of the best slot cornerbacks in the NFL, moves on. Mike Feller's not a big hit to them. Sean Davis is a safety. I think he's more of a backup for them. Not a big deal. James Conner, their running back, was whatever. They certainly filled that back in with their first-round selection. And O'Donnell is not a huge loss for them either. Bud Dupree, of course, sits as the big one for them, the one that hurts the most. I would also conclude losing just the line like you do with Villanueva and Pouncey is also big. You've got DeCastro getting another year older there. He's starting to get a little bit up there now in his age as well. Have they restocked that enough? Well, let's look over to the draft. Pat Fairmouth and Najee Harris are your first 2 picks. Now, Najee takes over for James Conner. He is an upgrade, no doubt about it. Is it that he's going to be able to solve the fact that they don't have the talent on that offensive line like they had 3 years ago with Le'Veon Bell? I know me and 312 get into this a little bit as far as, it's the running back that'll drive this offensive line and allow it to then be so much more successful. I don't completely buy into that. But Najee Harris, Pat Fairmouth, people call him Baby Gronk. He's not Gronk. You have to you really got to try to stretch your definition of Gronk-like to apply it to Fairmouth. Again, not an offensive line with those first 2 picks. You do finally go for a good offensive lineman in Kendrick Green. Props to them there. That's great value in the draft where they got Kendrick Green. He's going to slide in for them, I think, at guard or center. But is he ready to go by the week 6 time frame we're talking about here? This is Sunday Night Football. The Brights are light, Rook. Are you ready? Beyond this, they didn't do a whole lot in this draft, I think, of guys that are really going to be worrisome to us come to this game in week 6. But again, when I look at the totality of what you add, what you lost, and this is being done at a very basic level, folks, I'll admit that. This isn't me looking at where they ranked as far as their statistical yards go and how many points do they put up and whether that's another time for another chat here. But if we look at what they added and what they subtracted, and we understood that they got weaker as the year went along, and it looks like more and more Roethlisberger is kind of shot. He's a shot fighter. He doesn't have the gun, and he doesn't have the bullets in the gun anymore. He can still try to sling it around there, but he can't move like he once did, which used to be a big part of his game. I don't see this, to me, as a loss either. If this was a 10 a.m. game, I might move over to being that, but that we're being a primetime game here, being that I think I looked yesterday and Pete Carroll's something like 27-5 in primetime games throughout his 10-year history. Well, I'm going to ride with Coach Carroll in those games. If I'm in Vegas and I'm playing those type of odds, where are you laying your bet? I'm laying it on Seattle at that point. Again, if it was a 10 a.m. game, I might move a little bit off of this, but it's not a 10 a.m. game, so I'm not going to do that. Paul III coming in with a $10 donation. Thank you, Paul. Sir, I do salute you and appreciate you. You're always very kind with the donos. He says, I like your straightforward takes, but I get frustrated when anyone brings up unlikely injuries to opponents in a prediction. Luck is not a tangible factor, and I want to beat teams at their excuses. I want to beat teams at their best, no excuses. I do too. I'm not trying to lean on hoping somebody gets injured by any measure. And thank you for the $10 Australian. Sorry. I don't want anybody injured. It'd be nice to hit these teams with the full measure of the players that they're playing against. But if a guy happens to be injured, if a guy happens to be recouping at that time, i.e. if it's likely that Fisher's not going to be playing, and when you tear your Achilles at the time that he tore it, historically speaking, it takes those players it takes that little extra time to develop. He's probably not coming along until around mid-season. This is one of the reasons why Fisher lasted out on the open market for so long, despite the fact that he's been such a good player in this league. His teams understood we're not getting our returns back onto this guy until well into the year. And do we want to wait on that? Then maybe what if he doesn't come back all the way? What if there's some other small, injuries that prop up, cramps and stuff like that come along, like we saw with Penny last year? I think that made teams hesitant. So I think we've got it covered if we know it's a guy that's going to be injured, and there is a chance in these early games he's going to be out, especially when we're trying to do a record prediction and get as close as we kind of can. But thank you for the $10 donation. All right, so we're up to the Saints. We're to week 7 here. We're rounded the bend here. Now, the Saints, similar to what happened with the Rams in a lot of respects to me, it's not that they lose one star. It's not that there's some name power that you lose as far as outside of Drew Brees. It's just the death by 1,000 cuts. It's Emmanuel Sanders, Janoris Jenkins, Jared Cook, Malcolm Brown, Sheldon Rankins. I'm not going to put Justin Hardy in there. He's in whatever, nor Michael Burden. But Trey Hendrickson was a good player for them. Those are tough little losses to take. And then you look at what they were able to add. Nick Vannett was their quintessential add this offseason. You know what? We're good. Breeze is retired. We're good. You know why? Why is that, Sean Payton? And this is Mickey Loomis telling Sean Payton. He says, you know why, Sean? Why? We got Nick Vannett. Nick Vannett. We got that monster. Forget any other signings. We're done. You got your next Jimmy Graham, man. You got your better than your next Jimmy Graham. That's it. That's all they're going to hope on their young development. They're going to hope Taysom Hill can transition from a gadget player to a quarterback. And if not, then we can take the licking my fingers Winston and see if he can take that crew anywhere. I don't buy it. And you look at their draft, it's an okay draft. It's okay. They didn't have a lot to work with. It looked like they were a little restricted as far as their picks go. But Peyton Turner, an edge rusher, he's okay. He'll be solid for them. Maybe decent out the gate, but he's not going to light the world on fire. They're picking at the end of the first round where they got him. Warner out of Ohio State will be a fine linebacker. A lot like D'Amico Davis there with him, D'Amico Davis that they've got there. I can't say his name right, but a lot like him. Very similar player. But again, are those two players enough versus what they've done this offseason, the losses that they've taken with Breeze retiring, knowing you're taking on Taysom Hill, is that enough for me to mark it as a loss? No, it is not. No, it is not. $5 Fish Quest donation. Thank you, Fish Quest, for the $5. I appreciate you, and I will get back to you guys in the chat, so bear with me on this. I just want to get through the schedule really quick, so we'll ply through this. But thank you for the $5 donation, Fish Quest. It says, Seahawks will smoke the Steelers so long as Big Ben is in the pocket. Their draft was good, but I think it really kicks in 2022. That's it where I stand, and I think Ben probably retires after this year, so they'll be stuck in a territory of looking for quarterbacks. Maybe they're in on that Watson boat at that time. But I just see where the Steelers are at and where that roster's gone in recent years, and that it's aged at certain positions. They still got young talent at other positions, so it's not like they're just this completely old, ancient roster. But I think enough of that age kicks in. Pouncey retirement at center. You're going to maybe put a rookie in there now. That's a down. Villanueva, and as good as a left tackle as he's been from that, that's just a complete loss. You don't have just a replacement readily available there. Hoping a running back will be the solution to your prayers as your first pick, and then a tight end as a follow-up to that. I can't see it. So I'm with you. I don't know if we'll smoke them on, but I just think it's a win. I think we go into Pittsburgh and we win that game early in the season as a primetime game. Primetime game. Seahawks Jose says, like Eichenberg, am I crazy for that? No. He'll be a good player in the league, Jose. The key with Eichenberg is a matter of where is he going to play, because he could be a center, a guard, right guard, left guard. He's a left tackle. I don't think he's a left tackle, and I'm not sure he's a right tackle. So that's the thing I'd say about it. But he could end up being a fairly useful guard in this league, or even a good center too. He's got some really good elements to his game. It's just the two things that he would do at either side of the tackle position. He's got two things he's missing you need on either side for him to kind of work right. But I like him. The second says, bro, Ravens are better than the Steelers and Browns have a complete... Oh, you're talking 3-1-2, sorry. Seahawks Gaming says, do you see how Seattle uses Eskridge will be how the Rams used Brandon Cooks in 2018? Same size, I think. And they both are and were the third wide receiver. It would be interesting. So that'd be a lot more, I believe, of 11 personnel, 3 wide receiver looks you'd be running, and then you'd be bringing him back across the zone. Cooks was, to my eyes, I thought, and maybe I'm forgetting the film, but I thought they used Cooks a lot more to the outside, and it was Kupp and Woods that were the inside guys in that offense. But I got to go back and watch the film, admittedly. It's been a little bit of time since I've checked out that Rams offense, so they might have used him that way, but I thought Cooks was their outside burner guy, their deep guy in that offense. Ethan Tech World, our pass rush can have a field day against the Steelers. Just injuries concern me because Heinz Field sucks. That is, the Heinz Field's affects like the Washington football team effect in that stadium. So it could happen. But again, I got us as a win there. So I've got us at, we're going now into week, I've got us through the Saints. We're going to the Jacksonville now into week 8. I've got us at 7-0, riding high. People are now starting to stop sleep on us. Now they're starting to go, wait, what's going on here? What's going on here in Seattle now? Did somebody wake up the beast? Somebody wake up the beast up there in the Pacific Northwest, and you're damn right you did. You shouldn't have, but you did it. And Jacksonville, we can dive into Jacksonville's moves. There's nothing here, though. I think y'all probably are in pretty much agreement with me here. They've not done anything wide-ranging this offseason to really turn the corner. Not at all. There's some losses they've had. The additions are okay. They had money to spend, but they didn't really spend a lot of that money. I think they wanted to wait to get Trevor in a year, get him acclimated, and then next year really go for it with the purse strings. So that just leads me to believe this year they're just going to kind of sit on it. Jihadi Ward, Philip Dorsett are their big kind of additions. Mike Glennon, Rashad Melvin. Just not a lot here, as far as Damian Wilson. None of these guys are going to change the game for them. Malcolm Brown, he's okay. But again, not going to do a whole lot. Trevor Lawrence helps him out a great deal, I think. I hated the fact they went with running back at the second pick. Tyson Campbell's a good cornerback. He will help that defense next year. And their corners are going to be tough next year. Henderson on one side and Campbell on the other is a 2 pairing out the gate. We're going to have to use Eskridge right out the jump in that game. We're going to have to really lean on him and attack their slot because I think they'll be pretty good out on the outside. Walker Little's a good tackle prospect for them. He's got a lot of chance to come in there and slot in well if he can get off of his injury situation, but the injury is the big key with him is if he can get back running next year, which I expect he can. That makes them tougher. So this is going to be a harder game than it first looks on the schedule. Especially when you look at their draft, because go down the line. Cisco, great safety. Tufalele out of USC will be a good 1 or 3 tech in this league. You can kind of do both. I think they've got a team that they're going to bring out there that'll be okay. But again, they had a lot more work to do. They needed to have both a great draft and a great free agency to be up at a point where they can compete with us, to get up with the best of the best, to be able to come up into our stadium and beat us in our home. You're going to have to go harder than that, my friends. You're going to go harder than that. Maybe if we're on the road, maybe if this is 10 a.m., maybe you can talk me into sleepwalking on one mid-year game. It's middle of the year, and they're thinking it's Lawrence, and they're just yawning. And no. This is at home, our victory, 8-0, believe. All right, we're on to week 10, and this is after a bye. We get a nice week to rest up for the Packers and then go on the road, but I'm sorry, folks, I got to do it. Unless I hear Aaron Rodgers has been traded, I ain't going to go a different way from that. Just we haven't played well in Lambeau. It's not been a place. It's been a house of horrors in a lot of respects for our Seattle franchise going back years, and especially in the 2000s. I don't necessarily love the Packers offseason. I don't think they've demolished it by any respect. Bringing back Aaron Jones into the fray of things was good for them. Definitely very good for them. I hate kind of what they've done a little bit with center Josh Myers. They could have had Creed Humphrey there, who would have been a much better fit, I think, with Rodgers. But Myers was the third best center in this draft. So you got the third best. You should slot in there relatively well behind Corey Linsley. They won't lose a huge amount of space on that. When it comes to a guy like Kirksey, wasn't a great linebacker. Packers linebackers have been weak for kind of years now. They haven't been able to get that linebacking core in a very good state. Lane Taylor's been a useful guard for them. That's going to hurt a little bit, I think, on that team, just a tiny bit. Jamal Williams, backup running back, but they drafted, of course, A.J. Dillon last year. They are well suited to be able to not miss a beat on that and keep it going. You look at the rest of their division, Detroit kind of turning the corner, Chicago with the rookie quarterback. Minnesota is going to be a tough test for them, but I think they're still back to riding high. Eric Stokes will be okay for them. I actually like Campbell better, his teammate at Georgia. But hey, he should be at least a somewhat useful player for them. They do pretty good with corners when they draft him there, outside of Kevin King. But they had an okay draft in that respect. Amari Rodgers will fit in there, and he'll be a number 2 wide receiver for them as a slot guy. He won't be a true number 2. He'll be kind of the slot number 2. But he should be relatively useful for them in that respect. He's not going to change the receiving core overnight. But again, they've done enough here to me to add on to a team that already got to the conference championship last year. You don't have a lot of glaring losses looking at you outside of potentially Aaron Rodgers, which leads me to believe that they're going to be able to keep their hold serve. And in this game, going on the road into Green Bay, I've got it as our first loss of the year. We are at this point 8-1. We go on the road then to the Cardinals next week after that. Now, Cardinals, we had somebody in here said we were going to lose the Cardinals twice because of this offseason additions. We'll see on that. I will see. So we look at the Cardinals. Did I lose? No, we're okay. I don't know why they got Goff and Stafford on here. A.J. Green, they brought in at wide receiver while losing, of course, Fitzgerald to, I think, kind of retirement. J.G. Watt is the big pinnacle of their offseason, bringing him on. He started the free agent period off, of course. Patrick Peterson's a loss, but they bring on Malcolm Brown, so they kind of flip out kind of an equivalent player in a lot of respects. Brown's a little bit worse, I think, from where Peterson is, but they're not going to have a huge drop-off, I think, in that respect. They also added a nice little trade with Rodney Hudson at the center position to pluck him out of Oakland. He's a very good center, a great pass-blocking center. He's going to be a good little wall for them in that respect. So good on them with that signing. I think that between that and Watt, that's going to help their team out on both sides of the football, especially when you look at it from the realm of with Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt on either side. You're going to have to single block one of those two guys, play in and play out. And that's going to prove to be, I think, a pretty tough test for any team that goes up against them this year. My problems with them, though, come to where they've got good players on defense, but are they a complete kind of defense? Or do they have holes kind of lingering throughout? And I think that they're a team that's kind of got holes lingering throughout. Outside of Watt, outside of Chandler Jones on that defensive line, there's not a lot there that gets me super scared necessarily. And again, just going down the line here of any of their losses or addition, there's not a lot else that they were able to really add onto the team. Brian Winters from the Bills, he's okay as a guard. He'll be okay. They lost Hassan Reddick. He's a guy that didn't do a lot for them, had a 5-sack year last year, which really pushed up his value, I think, falsely from where it should have probably been. They lost Kenyon Drake at running back. They added James Conner at running back. That's again another one of those whatever moves to me. I think the running back position is a little bit light. It's just they're strong at some positions and then weak at other positions as a team. Tight end, weak, right? But then you go receiver, kind of strong. And then we look over on the draft side of this. They go out and they get. Did I click past on that? Because that shouldn't be them. Yeah, I think I clicked past on that. Sorry, 1 second. I messed it all up. Sorry about that, folks. Zaven Collins. Great linebacker, but you drafted an inside linebacker with your first pick. You pair him with Simmons. They'll be outstanding. There's some things with this Cardinal team that's going to be good. Linebackers to the defensive ends, good there. Good, but is it a complete defense? I don't think so. I will say I think we're probably going to split the games, though, with the Cardinals. Though I say with this first game, you're playing it at home. I know Cardinals play us tough at home. I get it. I like what they done with the draft. Rondale Moore, how does a 5'7" guy throw to another 5'7" guy? I don't know. It'll be interesting to watch. It'll be fun to see if it can happen. Is Kyler going to be able to see him? I don't know. Rondale is an exciting talent, played 13 games or something like that over a 3-year period. His greatest production came in his freshman year out of Purdue. There's a lot of questions with this kid, not to mention legit 5'7". Not a lot of guys that have been able to get it done at that size at the receiver position in the NFL, and not recently, not kind of ever. We'll see. We'll see with him. The rest of the draft, kind of whatever. They didn't do anything else to kill it, but I've got to give people credit in this respect that brought Arizona up. They've done solid moves this offseason. I just don't see the offseason moves having truly killed it. It's been good. It's been not outstanding, not great. It's been a couple of guys, a couple of sort of splash moves that they're relying on being the thing to push them forward. And when you look at them as a team last year, to me, they needed a little bit more than just a couple of splash moves to push them over that edge. So we move now on to, I've got us as a win there. So now we move on to week 12 against the Washington football team. We've got, at this point, we are 11-1. So pretty solid start here. You're sitting in the catbird seat. You got the back end of the schedule a little bit weaker. Feel good about that. Washington, I think, has had a pretty good offseason overall. Eric Flowers, a left guard, is nothing special. He'll be okay for them. Adam Humphries is a very useful slot guy that helps their receiving core, which has gotten much stronger than it was last year. Make no mistake about that. That receiving core is the thing they've really, truly upgraded. Ryan Fitzpatrick gives them a better quarterback. Say what you will about Ryan. He's better than what they had last year and what they've had over the last couple of years at the position. He should be able to help that team top out better, just simply almost because of that fact alone, along with the development of that young defense. They do lose Kevin Pierre-Louis. We all remember him. That's no big loss. Ronald Darby, no big loss. They bring in William Jackson from the Bengals. Good little cornerback from the Bengals who I think will be useful and helpful for them. And he'll be really good in the defense when they get that much pressure, and he can just sit sticky in coverage, and he doesn't have to last long in coverage. They get Tyler Larson, okay center from the Panthers. The Curtis Samuels signing is great for them. They were able to hit the slot cornerback role for them at that point, which I think was huge. Let me get my, oh man, I messed that up. I messed it up. You get these graphics, folks, and they just don't go right. All right. So you look at the draft and what they paired with this, because Thaddeus Moss, Robert Forster, there's not a lot of losses for Washington football team here as I look down this list. Not a lot. Not huge gains outside of the Curtis Samuel signing, outside of bringing in Eric Flowers, but this was a team kind of developing already. They had the young talent already kind of there. Not superstar talent necessarily, but just a team up on the rise. Look over here in the draft. I think they did really solid in the draft. Jamin Davis right behind Zevon Collins as the kind of next linebacker there. If you take, of course, JOK out of the mix, who was really kind of a specialized linebacker in this draft. Samuel Cosme will be a great left tackle for them. He was the best run blocking left tackle in college football last year. He'll bring that to them, which will absolutely aid them in what they're going to try to do and run the ball there with Antonio Gibson. A lot of you out there in the chat loved you, Benjamin St. Juste. I wasn't as high on his film, but I know a lot of you guys did. You guys can tend to be just as much right as I can potentially be. And then getting De'Ami Brown after that was absolutely amazing value for them. They got an outside receiver now to pair with Terry McLaurin, and you got Curtis Samuel in that mix, and they've got a very good tight end. They've got a very, very good tight end as well. That offense is going to be potent, and we already know that defense is going to be very good. This is a game where, Jose, I think I said that was a win yesterday. I'm waffling back to a loss-centric on this, where I think this is a loss as well. I think Washington is legitimately going to be a tough football team to play next year, and they're going to build upon the back of what they did last year. Fitzpatrick's too wild at the stick for them to rely upon him to make them any kind of Super Bowl contender or any true threat in the playoffs. But as a team that you're playing week 12 around mid-year, who's got things kind of cooking along and running if they happen to be hot about that time, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put that as an L at this moment. Though maybe I might swap because that is a Monday Night Football game, and I was talking to you guys just a moment ago about Coach Carroll's history on those primetime games. Do I go home to Homer or not? To Homer or not? God, so many options. My analytical side says no, but my heart says yes. It says yes. I'm going with a win. I'm going with a win right now. I'm feeling myself. I'm going to go with a win at this point. It's Monday Night Football. We're 26-5 in primetime games. Like I was saying, those are the Vegas odds. You got to play the odds sometimes. When the odds are looking that right, when they're looking that money, you got to lean under those odds. You don't lean away from those odds. You lean into those odds. You move the stack of chips into the center of the table. You don't pull them back. And I'm not pulling them back here. So we get into week 13 now. We are officially, I think, 11-1 at this point. Week 13, something like that. We have one loss. I know that much at this point. So we get to the San Francisco 49ers, who, as we've talked about, we don't need to do another breakdown on them. This doesn't scare me in the least. Already talked about the fact that I don't think they've done anywhere near enough this offseason. I think the interior of that offensive line is going to be tough for them. I think they're defensively, they've lost a couple of parts and pieces that are going to hurt them a bit and not make them at the same level that people think they're going to necessarily be at. I don't think Kinlaw takes a step forward from his development as a top 10 first-round pick next year, and we're playing at home on Sunday Night Football, which I already talked about the primetime schedule and what we could accomplish with that. So what are we even talking about here? It's a dub. It's a big, fat W-I-N, winning like Russell Wilson's kid. That is a dub. Moving on to the Titans, to the Texans. And do we have to even talk about the Texans? I mean, do we even have to acknowledge that they exist here? or can I just move right on here to the Rams? Because I think that the Texans is going to be a smoke show from day one. This might be another one of those back end of the year 50-point type games that we got back in 2012. We might be getting a bit of that again. So let's keep our eye out for that. But I'm thinking that is a win. I don't think any of you would argue with me on that. Now here we go. Here we go with a somber, sad, another loss. Because now we're going to have to go on the road and play LA in LA. And the boys will be out partying in LA, hanging out with superstars. Russ will be with a bunch of celebrities and Sierra. And he's like, this is so cool. And he'll be out way too late the night before. And they'll go out drinking and they'll go out have fun. And then they're all going to be hungover the next day. And we're all going to be going, man, it's like they're not awake yet. And they won't be. And that's why that game will be a loss. So that is the second loss I have on the season. Then you go to Chicago. I've got posted right here on the board. Of course, Chicago this offseason has definitely had their share of losses. I can't keep in my mind which one's the hot button. Push the right key. Push the right key. Yeah, we're skipping over the Texans. That's a dub. I'm not worried about the Texans. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Kyle Fuller sits at the top of the Bears' losses. An important cornerback for them who moved on to the Broncos. Cut because of salary cap reasons, not necessarily because of performative reasons. But hey, I guess they got Desmond Trufant, so they'll be completely okay. A guy that was not living up to the contract with the Lions. Injury prone a little bit. He's got some injury issues. They bring in Marquise Goodwin. Didn't play last year. Opted out the whole last year. It's not going to scare me on the head of things. I think Akeem... they've got the defensive tackle Akeem that they lost. Well, I was looking for him here on the list, and he's not popping up. Brent Urban went to the Cowboys. He's a pretty useful player for them. That's who it was. It was John Jenkins was lost. But you can see here, not a lot added. Jeremy Atushu from the Broncos. I can't pronounce his name, but he's not any sort of game changer at the linebacker position. Damarian Byrd, nothing really there. They did franchise tag, of course, their really talented wide receiver who can't get a quarterback to throw to him there in Robinson. But there wasn't a lot of addition as far as the wide receiver core goes, unless you're going to count Marquise Goodwin as some real key factor in addition there at the wide receiver core. Again, just a kind of an underwhelming offseason by the Bears. I don't know if it's just that they got caught into a cap situation because they got the Foles deal and the Mack deal sitting there, and they've signed a few other guys around that. But kind of just underwhelming. I mean, Jermaine Ifedi back at right guard. Tashawn Gibson. I don't think any of these guys get the Bears fans that excited, and all of them, I think, would have liked to see an offseason where they go a little bit harder than this. And what you're looking at is additions. Draft-wise, you did great. You got Justin Fields with fantastic value at number 11, no doubt about it. Who knows if he can tap into it? Who knows if the rumors are true of him being the last guy in, the first guy out, all those kind of things. But at the end of the day, great talent. Is he going to be ready to be at his highest performative level next year against our Seahawks? I don't think so. No. Not a rookie. Not a rookie coming into Lumen Field, coming into Seattle. No way. And I love their second pick as well that they traded up and got Tevin Jenkins. He was one of my favored tackles in this draft. Not my favorite, but just one of the ones I would have loved to see in Seattle. He's an absolute mauler. He's a problem at the position. I think he's a guy that got sort of dinged for some weird stuff, I think including a little bit of injury stuff with maybe the hip thing is why he dropped down, but he's a really talented guy. Larry Brown, the rest of their draft, another ones. Once you get into, again, these 6th, 5th, 4th, 7th, it's kind of a crapshoot there with these picks. Nobody there gets me too crazy scared. Thomas Graham could be okay for them out of Oregon. He was an okay quarterback. Daz Newsome was an all right slot receiver for UNC. But as Daz Newsome and a Marquise Goodwin upgrade what they needed to upgrade, which is the other wide receiver positions, which I don't think they did. And again, you're coming into our home. This is a loss. Too bad, so sad, Chicago. You're going to have to wait another year to get yourself back to the playoffs. All right, this moves us down to the last two games here. We've got the Detroit Lions. Again, I don't know that I'm going to have to tell you guys a lot as to why I'm leaning this way. You lose Galladay, you lose Marvin Jones, your top two wide receivers this offseason. That's a problem out the gate. You swap out Stafford for Goff. That's a big-time problem again out the gate. So now they're really dealing from a diminished talent standpoint off of a team that was already diminished last year. Further beyond that, Desmond Trufant, Justin Coleman, a couple of your cornerbacks are gone. Yes, you bring in Michael Brockers, who's a pretty useful one-tech, but he is limited as a pass rusher. Brashad Perryman, former bust, who's become somewhat of a useful receiver, but nowhere near the star that I think people thought he could maybe be coming out. And beyond this, you, of course, lose more guys. Danny Shelton, Christian Jones, Matt Prater, who's actually a very good kicker, goes to the Cardinals. I should have given the Cardinals a little more credit for the Prater signing. You know, kickers aren't ever going to get me very excited. You can never predict them year to year. They got Quentin Dunbar as well from our Seahawks. If he can get back from that injury, they re-signed Romeo Okawara, which he was an okay pass rusher for them last year as well. They lose Jared Davis, their linebacker, to the Jets. They lose Darryl Roberts, Miles Kilbrew. None of these guys are big-time guys, so these aren't huge losses for them. When it comes to their big free agent losses, you really do, to me, point to mainly you're looking at Stafford in the trade, that's the loss. Desmond Trufant, Coleman is the losses, and the receiving core. You bring in Tyrell Williams, but he's been really injury-prone with the Raiders, and you flopped out Golladay and Marvin Jones, who were just really productive for them, underratedly productive for the Lions for the last couple of years for them. Draft-wise, love what they did with Penny Sewell. He's going to be troublesome. Levi Ozuworki, I can't pronounce his name either. These names are horrible anymore. They add more syllables every year you do this. He's out of defensive tackle out of Washington, who I was really high on. He was played out of position at one tech at Washington. They're going to play him at his proper three tech role. He's really going to flourish in there. Don't be surprised if he really bursts on the scene next year, used in the appropriate fashion for how you should use him. And Aleem McNeil right there with Levi as being an outstanding talent at the defensive tackle position. Pairing those two guys up and then Penny Sewell, they absolutely did fantastic in this draft. Say nothing of what they did further beyond that. The corner was the point where I'm not... No, I love the corner. It was Melifonwu. Sorry, I couldn't read there. So Melifonwu out of Syracuse, great cornerback, big, rangy. He's going to fit in really well in that scheme. Amon St. Brown, he's more talented, and he's going to be a better receiver than Equanimous St. Brown, who plays for the Green Bay Packers. So when I look at their draft, really good on the draft. But you lost too much for me as far as what you did in free agency or in trades and all that, to where you dialed it back a couple steps there for whatever step forward you took in the draft. You guys know what I'm going to say here. It's already a W. Let's get to the last game. I've got us with 2 losses at this point. I'm not confident right now in the Washington football game. That's the one I'm a little unsure on. But now we get to the Cardinal game at the end of the year on the road, and this is a game I'm finishing up with as a loss. And why is it a loss? Because we've locked up the bye. We locked up the bye at this point. In fact, I don't need to break this game down. We don't look at more roster with it. Why do we lose it? Because we're resting everybody. We're resting everybody for the bye week that we get to enjoy the very next week. So there's my schedule. I've got us going there. 3 losses on there. I guess that technically would be 14-3. 14-3 is what I have us at there, but I'm not confident. So I had 13-4 before was what I told you guys before I kind of did this exercise. So it's 14-3 now, but I'm not confident on that Washington football game. That could easily be a loss. I love what Washington has done this offseason. I see the split in our division coming with the Cardinals and the Rams. I see us sweeping the 49ers because we own Garoppolo, and I don't think Trey Lance is ready to go next year yet. And if Garoppolo goes down, I don't think they have the same backups they did before. So let's see what you guys think of how my breakdown went. Thank you for hanging in there with that long, exacerbated breakdown. But I just wanted to do it, man. I wanted to go stem to stern on this one a little bit. Ty Sloan, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, Ty. Very kind, very kind. I've been in here before. It says new face. He says, Titan fans think, I think A.J. Brown versus DK will be epic. It'd be epic. It would be awesome, Ty, if they just went back and forth, wouldn't it? You get just tit for tat, like, oh, he just took it for 60 yards, and oh, he's over the top for 70, and oh, he just took a bubble screen for 40, and oh, he just took a little slant route for 40. Like, just tit for, man, that'd be awesome. You know, those guys are great friends. And that program in Ole Miss, those guys are really close. There was a film I saw of A.J. Brown, like, crying when he was talking to Elijah Moore about getting drafted and as far as he'd come. Really showed about how much these guys really care for each other. And it's not just, you know, they played with each other or whatever. You sort of got that brotherhood vibe to them. And we've seen that with DK and AJ in the way that they seem to really revere each other and what they do on the football field. So it'll be a good matchup. The problem is, Ty, is that we're just going to double AJ and take him away because you guys don't have any other receivers that we got to worry about. So Jose says, I'm going to the Saints game. Decided on the Saints. It's a good pick, man. It's a good pick, and it looks like that as of today, it's sounding really good, like we might actually have this thing opened up, according to the governor. Micah Clark says Nick Vannett was actually solid for us when he was with Seattle, laughing my ass off, but he wasn't worth it. Well, I don't hate Nick Vannett as a player either, Micah, but I'll tell you, if you're telling me that's your crown jewel of your offseason free agent addition, you know, if that's what your bedrock is based upon, you didn't have a great offseason. You know, it's hard. You're gonna have a hard time convincing me on that one. Mason Dale says we could potentially play 4 teams with rookie quarterbacks. 49ers, Jags, Bears, and Texans. And I think we can absolutely say for certain at this point, Mason, that at least two of those, yes, positively. By that point, Justin Fields will be playing by Chicago at the end of the year. I guarantee it, unless he's injured. And the same thing would be true, I would argue, with the Jaguars, where Lawrence will be playing through the whole year as the starter there. So that just leaves those other two teams where there's the question mark and the unknown. And I think the Niners are probably leaning towards understanding they're not going to get value for Garoppolo in a trade. Nobody's giving you a second-round pick. You can maybe get like a fifth-round kicker type deal if you really want. And is that worth you offloading him if you're not sure that Trey Lance is ready? And I think that they'll wait on that type of move to you can make it down the line really if you want from their standpoint of things. So we'll see if they stick with Garoppolo. If they do move on, I think they're going to lean to keeping him because of that reasoning. Just not sure on Trey Lance and if he needs a little bit of time. Ethan Tech World says we better not treat Jacksonville Jaguars as we treated the Giants last year. We were aware of the trap games. I'd also put New Orleans in that since Breeze isn't there. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to trap games, those are hard to predict, right? And so I'm not going to predict it into my schedule, but we do certainly see a game or two a year where they come into it and they play down to the level of their competition. And you go, wow, this game was a lot closer. We shouldn't have lost this game. Why did we lose this? And that may well happen. Sometimes they can pull those games out at the end and get things right at the last minute to pull it through. With Jacksonville, and you look at where they're at, talent-wise, I think that they've just got a lot of work still to do. They were a team that had just gotten done basically clearing all that cap space out to kind of put this into play. They didn't go into free agency and go hog wild. They decided to be patient for another year. If this is next year we're playing Jacksonville, I'm going to be a little more freaked out by them. But rookie year, Trevor Lawrence, and looking at the draft that they had, which I'm kind of meh on, I feel okay with it. And then you add in the last key aspect to it is that we get to play the game at home. It's not going across the country at 10 a.m. You're playing this at 1 o'clock in your stadium. Mason Dale says, I expect our offense to put up 23 to 26 points week one. I can see that. It's going to be a tough defense with the Colts, but they've lost a lot of pass rush, and now they're relying on rookie pass rushers to give them instant production. And as if we have seen in our past history, be it Darrell Taylor, be it LJ Collier, when you rely on the young pass rushers just coming out of college to generate instant production for you, you can be left waiting and wanting in that situation quite easily. Wouldn't be surprised if that would be the same thing that happens kind of here. Michael Parker, what's your take on Tim Tebow? Seems like a long shot. Rex Ryan said they would not sign him unless he's definitely making the team. I don't think he makes the team. There's a weird love affair that Urban Meyer has with Tebow. I think he looks fondly in his eyes and thinks about sweet nothings. And I don't know why that is, but I heard recently that Urban Meyer bought a house 3 doors down from Tim Tebow in Florida, which is weird. It's getting weird now. It's getting restraining order weird. I think he's doing Tim Tebow a favor. I don't think Tim Tebow can play tight end. We saw this experiment when the Jets came into Seattle back in 2014, 15, something like that, where Tebow came in there, maybe even 13, and they had him playing tight end, and he couldn't do it then. He's not quick. He's not fast. He doesn't have hands, which is also kind of important, and not the greatest blocker. So I don't know what necessarily has changed in that as he's been playing more baseball over the last few years than football, and I think it's a complete kind of waste of time at the end of the day. But, Urban's got a big, fat, soft one for him. You know what I mean? A big, fat, soft one for Tebow. The second says, if the Packers drop 30 on the Colts, then we can drop 30 on them too. Love it, second. Love it. I'm with you on that. Micah Clark says, Shaquille Griffin revenge game, but won't beat Seattle. Laughing my ass off. Oh, we're going to attack Shaquille. We're going to attack him all game long with underneath routes. I just want Russell running comeback routes, in-cutting routes on him all day long because we know he'll give it up. Mark says, I found out about a super chat from my card company. Like the jersey side, I tried if they screw people over enough, they won't let it work on it. So might have to get a Walmart prepaid. Oh, no worries, Mark. No worries. I understand. Ethan says, Tim Tebow is kind of a meme to me. He is a meme. That is for sure. Tommy says, you're forgetting Tebow. Jags will play Steelers in the playoffs and beat him with a tight end pass. Oh, can you imagine him playing tight end? Trevor Lawrence goes down and Urban Meyer brings Tebow in to play quarterback. That's his whole plan the whole time. My master plan comes together. Yes. Yes. Oh, I think the NFL would explode. It would explode. And what do you expect from Jordan Brooks this year? I'm excited to see what he can do. Felt like KJ was starting to get slow in coverage. Yeah, KJ's had his best year last year, but a lot of him having that best year last year was that he was allowed to do a lot of his coverage out of the Sam and not as much coverage out of the Will. It was selectively out of the Will, more to the Sam, which I think helped him at times. And then when he was good in coverage, I felt like at the Will, a lot of that was that anticipation to overcome a little bit of the slower foot speed, part of the reason why KJ hasn't gotten a contract this offseason and no one's really offering anything. Where I land on Jordan Brooks is I think that he's going to struggle in this part of coverage, which kind of fits two together. These things kind of combo, and I don't think he can fix it. When Jordan Brooks is in man coverage and he's going to run with a guy and just be sticky in man coverage, he can be great with that. He can be an upper level coverage linebacker if he's asked to do that. When you ask him to play zone and spot drop in coverage and be aware of guys coming through and not getting bitten by flood routes or just in a general awareness in zone, frankly. He'll drop in zone, but then not be aware of a guy entering his zone. And you pair that then with the fact he's really 6 feet tall, so he doesn't have a lot of height to necessarily get all balls. So if he can't get proper depth and then the quarterback throws the ball over the top of him, there's just kind of not a lot he can do about those things, I think. With that said, there are attributes he brings to the football field. I mentioned the man coverage, but what he really shines at is a run stuffer. And I think as a guy that can stop the run, who can be rangy, sideline to sideline, give you speed at linebacker you haven't had since a young Bobby Wagner, since a 2013 Bobby Wagner. Well, then he's still going to provide a benefit to the team. And that is what he does. But you are going to see him continue, I think, to have his issues and problems specifically in zone coverage because Seattle asked their linebackers specifically to play more zone than they ask them to play man. You play some man, but predominantly 70, 80% of the snaps, your linebackers are doing that drop into zone coverage. Still like him as a player, M. Webb. I just like him long-term in the middle linebacker at the end of the day. That's going to be his best fit. That's where his greatest hope is to become a Pro Bowler in this league, is to slide into the middle. Mark, you're speaking. I'm sorry, Mark. 312, Rams didn't get any big losses. Yes, they did. Yep. I just read them off. 312. They did get a lot of losses. Did they get quintessential stars? No. Jalen Johnson, though, is one of the best safeties in the league because fans don't know him and he's not a household name. Doesn't make him not one of the better safeties in the league they were able to grab. Troy Hill, slot cornerback only. Not an outside guy, but you can apply the same kind of thing to him in a lot of respects. Those are two guys right out the gate. Those are losses. Michael Brockers has been one of the better one-techs for them over the last decade. Gone. Samson Ekubon, starting linebacker. Gone. Gerald Everett, useful tight end for them. Part of their package that gives them so many multiple weapons that they can throw at you on the football field. Gone. Austin Blythe, starting center with no real clear replacement on point. Gone. You know, how many losses does it take to see it on the football field? And I think that they're going to show you this year. And it was a situation you could kind of see coming with that dead money hit that they took with Goff and the Stafford trade. Spider Rico says, just tuned in. Any updates on the Aldon Smith situation? None as of yet. We're going to have to wait to see how this plays out, legally speaking. Charges being pressed, what he's charged with if it stays. I know he's got the battery charge or whatever, but does it hold? We'll see how it all kind of plays out because, in the background here, Alden's probably negotiating with the victim. And we'll see which way it goes. King Prodigy says John Johnson was huge. Yeah, the guy that the Rams safety that they lost this offseason. That's a big loss for them. He's a lot of what makes their back end work. He's been a lot of what helps to make that back end work. And there's a reason he got paid the money he did to leave. So Wheeler says, we are not going on an 8-game win streak. Get it out of your head. We've done that before, Wheeler. I without even looking, I'm not even going to look at the stats. I bet Coach Carroll has had multiple 8-game winning streaks in his time during Seattle. I bet he's had multiple 8-game winning streaks. So I'm feeling good today right now. I look at this schedule and it could have been so much worse. I think back to the 2019 schedule, which was the toughest schedule in the entire NFL. Not this year. It ain't going to be that hard. Just didn't. Mason Dale says, week 18 at Arizona feels like a loss. It does, but you know why, Mason? You want to know why? Because we got that first round bye. locked up, man. We're going to have our guys drinking pina coladas on the sidelines, getting foot massages. You know what I mean? Eating popcorn. We're going to have a bunch of people on the football field with names on their jerseys you've never heard of. It's going to be like that. We'll let Arizona have its little pithy end of the season ceremonial win. Take your little ceremonial victory. 312, you think the Steelers O-line got worse because we lost Andrew Villanueva? I already can't pronounce his name, 312. Then you put it like that. Oh, my goodness. Yes, I do. But not just Villanueva. You also lost Pouncey, which I noticed you didn't mention in your post as well. Pouncey is also gone, my friend. The second says, dude, stop thinking Steelers are good. 312 is on the Steeler train, second. He is pulling that woo-woo down 24/7. Micah says they don't have a very good free safety or a great cornerbacks Hawks Nest. We play at home against Arizona week 11, and we play Arizona week 18. Yeah, I've got the week 11 at home as a win, and then the week 18 because we're running to Bias City. We're heading to Bias City week 18, so we're too busy to play that game. 312, 5'7" is a solid height for wide receivers. Arizona doesn't even know how to use Isaiah Simmons. I'm not confident they will with Zaven this year at least. And they're moving Zaven to the inside. He did some inside stuff at college, but he did a lot of the good stuff he showed on tape on college if I'm remembering correctly, was him operating on the outside, Ethan. So he's making a little bit of a transition to that inside. And you're right. They took a lot of the year last year to kind of figure out how to use Isaiah in the role they need to. And he's a guy you need to know what you're doing with him. He's not a guy you just put in a position at outside linebacker and go, okay, you're a Will, go be a Will. You've got to move him around the field. It's part of what makes him great, but it's also part of the difficulty of it because it's easier said than done. And there's a way to mismanage and misuse those guys to not put them in positions to succeed. I think they were starting to figure it out as the year went along. Arizona was. They were starting to understand him. He got that pick against Russell in the game where he did a good job. Just run off the snap, disguise what he's doing, and then get deep and then use his long arms and size to get to that ball and make that pick. So he did come along a little bit, and I think Simmons is a legitimate freakish guy that it's almost hard to mess him up a little bit with just how good he is as far as what the skill set he brings on the football field. But Zaven is not necessarily the same way. And again, for what they probably needed for what you pointed to being, secondary, and I would point to a little bit of the interior defensive line. They're light in other areas on that defense. The second says that the Seahawks offense plays like the first 8 games and the defense plays like the last 8 games of 2020-2021 season, then we will sweep our division and probably just lose to the Packers. I can see it, man. If you compare both of those great wonders at once, those great things, the defense at the back end of the schedule last year, the offense at the front end, you got a hell of a team. Wheeler says Wes Welker was short and was a really good wide receiver. Yes. The thing that I would point to with Wes Welker is that he was actually bigger than 5'7". Wes Welker was 5'9", so he was a giant over 5'7". The other thing with Wes Welker is that he had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks throwing him the ball for pretty much the majority of his career. He's a good player. He's a good slot guy, and he made it work. But, there's not a lot of those guys that come along at that size that are able to do it at that size. And it's a little bit of that argument we get back to with the Dwayne Eskridge thing, where it's just about, there's no doubt these guys that are smaller are talented. They are good. The recent history of it just doesn't lend well to them having a lot of success. 312 says DK for Deontay Johnson in 2/3. Who says no? All of us. Jerry O'Malley, Alden Smith is not in jail. He was released on bail. There have been no new updates. That's correct. Washington Fish Quest, your point on calculating injuries was well taken, Paul, but I'd be surprised if J.J. Watt's healthy for both games. 3 out of the last 5 seasons, he's played less than half the games in a season. Yeah, and I think it's you definitely don't want to run down this exercise with going, and this guy's going to be out, and by that point, then all these guys will be out, and that guy. But if it's a guy, be it to your point, Washington Fish Quest, who's suffered a lot of recent injuries over recent years, you can start to make these predictions. I did this last year with Greg Olsen, and you're proven right. When we signed Greg Olsen, we signed him. I said, I don't like this because he's had lower broken foot injuries that happened on one of them, a non-contact, where his just foot snaps in half all of a sudden. That could certainly happen again, and you just paid him $7 million for the privilege of finding out if it will. And guess what? It did. So these injuries as these guys get older does pop up again, does duplicate. It's not just usually the one off on that. So there's a reason on some of them you can do it. And especially when it comes to Fisher, there is no way, absolutely no way Fisher is ready come week 1. And if he's ready week 1, he's not the same player he was before he went down with that injury. So that's one I don't even have to wonder too hard on. He's just not going to be there. Ethan Tex World says, I also think New Orleans is a fringe trap game because of no Breeze. Same with Teddy B, was there 2 years ago. The key difference on this for me, Ethan Tech Worlds, comes down to both with Breeze, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, and Bridgewater. They're the sort of the worst type of quarterback that Seattle could want to play. With a guy like Breeze, if we had to play him, you want to be able to play him like we did in the playoffs where the wind was blowing, the rain was wet, and he couldn't do the precision passing game that he wanted to operate off of. And the reason I point to both of those guys, despite the fact one of them is a Hall of Famer and one of them is basically a league average quarterback, is because both of them have within their skill set an understanding that they don't have a super strong arm. So they're not going to leave outside of the penchant, get impatient, operate outside of the context of the offense to try to hit a deep shot because they want to attack. They'll sit there and take the dink and the dunk and the dink and the dunk, and they'll do it for a whole game, and they'll beat you that way. But within Coach Carroll's defense, that's kind of what it allows. It allows for you to beat them dink and dunk. It is always built in within it that the quarterback for a given offense at some point in time in the game is going to grow impatient. He's going to take that deep shot down the field and will have the coverage in place to make that game-changing interception at that time. Well, what's the difference this year now? Why I don't think it's a trap game this year, Ethan? Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill. He's not the same quarterback in that same vein of a Breeze, of a Bridgewater. He's a mover. He's a mobile quarterback. They're going to do a lot of the read option stuff, and certainly he will attack with some of that short passing stuff, but he just doesn't have the same quick release, the same ability to process pre-snap. We can go down the laundry list of things that are going to hold him from being as good as those other guys were and attacking us in that same vein. Micah says, HawksNest, you forgot about Shaquille Griffin going to the Jacksonville, so that makes their cornerbacks better, and you forgot about how we are home week 11 versus Arizona and week 18, and at Arizona week 18. I might have misspoke. Yeah, we are home against Arizona week 11, and yes, on the road on week 18. I did forget about Shaquille Griffin, though I would offer that that's not really a huge addition, and really, if I get to go against Shaquille Griffin as your cornerback, and I'm going to attack him all day long, that receiver on that side of the field is getting 10 targets that game. And guess what? He'll probably come away with like 8 catches. And Shaquille will have like one ball knocked down, and all the Jacksonville Jaguars fans will go, but look at the knockdown he had. But look at that knockdown. Oh, that knockdown. Oh, look at that. Ethan says, remember, we play Washington on primetime Monday night, but still a tough game. That's why I waffled back on that one, Ethan. I was like, well, it's an L, but then I was like, wait, but it's primetime. Carroll's something like 26-5 or something on primetime games over the last 10 years. Micah says, I think the Washington football game will come down to the last drive with Russ with the ball in his hands, and we all know how deadly he is in those moments. I love it, Micah. You're getting a couple of those a year with Russ. Seattle doesn't play traditional games. It's got to be barn burners. It's got to be on the edge of the seat. It's got to be heart palpitations. That's just the way they roll. So you got to prepare yourself and your soul for it. It's coming this year. And yeah, that'd be, that's why we're on prime time. That's why we got 5 primetime games. We're good, yes, but we also are exciting good. We're an exciting team while also being a good team. That's the best of both worlds as far as the NFL television programming world is concerned. Ethan says, primetime against San Fran at home. That's going to be so fun. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Don't be surprised, though, if San Francisco is just in the toilet by that point and that game gets flexed out. It ends up being the Ram game primetime a couple weeks later or something. Raining Tacos says, we just skipped over the Giants last year. Don't sleep on Houston just because they suck at life. Well, the Giants were an up-and-coming team last year, though, too. That's had a lot more talent that they came in to bear with us at the home stadium than the Texans are. I'll tend to lean back on the fact that if we got fans coming back in the stadium, we got our home field advantage back at that point, that's going to make the difference. Now, I know the Houston game's on the road, but I just don't. What do they have as a football team to scare us? What have they done this offseason but add a bunch of third stringers in free agency? It's there's not a lot on that team. We're going to run roughshod over them. That's a team that legitimately might not have one win next year. They might have not one win next year. Would not surprise me in the least to see that go down like that. So I'm not counting on anything. That's a big dub in my back pocket for me. Jose says, be a Simpson, I'll be a Bart. Nice. Akeem Hicks is still on the Bears. Did they re-sign him? My bad, Micah. Okay. Well, they're a little more dangerous. Still not enough to put him over the top on us. He's been going backwards over recent years. Raining Tacos brings up a good point. They do suck, but the Hawks have a way of playing down to their opponents sometimes. Human nature. That's true. That is true. Seattle has done that at times. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, is Khalil Mack from the Bears even still good? He is. He's still an upper-level player. He's a good and as a run defender, and he's good as a pass rusher. Is he as special as he was for a year or two there as a pass rusher recently? Maybe not quite, but still one of the better ones in the league. Still up in the top 10 to probably pushing into that top 5-ish range. So, there's other guys that have probably surpassed him a little bit, your TJ Watt types, but he's still a good player. He's still effective. Elliot Clark says, I can't wait for Trey Lance to come in and get wiped out. I love it, Elliot. Well, if he plays this year, I think he's going to struggle. I think he needs a year to develop. I don't think he's going to be ready to roll, even with Shanahan's offense that provides a lot of easy openings for the quarterbacks. He's going to take a little bit of time to develop. And I think it's going to, but if he happens to get on that football field, I don't think he's beating us as a rookie. Mason says, I can see AJ and DK talk about teaming up in the future after the game week 2. Well, it'll have to be for AJ coming to Seattle then, because we're not letting DK go. He's ours forever. He's ours. He's mine. You can't have him. Let him go. Let him go. Sewell's going to score 3 touchdowns. I love it. In short yardage. They'll use Penny Sewell in short yardage. Just got lost. Sorry, I'm by on the chat. I'm catching up here there. I'm catching up. Randy Talker says, love the optimistic outlook. Go Hawks. I'm feeling it, Randy. You know me, if I'm usually pessimistic, I'll be pessimistic. And I'm certainly being a little optimistic here, but I don't think I'm shooting the moon. I don't think this is beyond the pale of optimism. I think that those teams that would normally have been stacked up, Steelers, Saints, they're just not as tough as maybe the schedule would have been because of the getting of the age of roster and the age of those, Hall of Fame quarterbacks that have stood at sort of the precipice of their winning ways over these last 10 years, 15 years. Ellie Clark says, sweeping 49ers 100%. We're going to get a big broom and sweep them out the back into the bay. That's right, Elliot. We're getting one of those brooms that's like this big, that's got that width to it, right? Not one of the small brooms. No, we're getting the big broom. I'm going to get every one of the last few players. You're out the freaking back door. Come back and see us next year without your first-round picks. That's how we're going to do it. Just clean that floor with them. Just wipe it. With no chance. By the time they come into that Week 13 game, they're going to be beaten down. They'll be looking at their schedule like, man, we're 2-10, and we don't have a first-round pick this year, and we don't know what we got in this Trey Lance guy. It's going to be wonderful. Roxanne, good to see you on in here. You feeling me, Roxanne, on that? 14-3? She says, I don't know. Jeffrey says, didn't account for Russell's yearly 3-week slump. Well, this is the year Russell's on a mission from God. Okay? He's Blues brother in it. Okay? He's coming in this year and he's like, I heard y'all. I heard all the chatter. I heard all the talk. I heard all the leaks. I heard all the whispers in the wind. That ends now. He's shutting it down. He's putting it to rest. He's putting it to bed. Because this year is going to be the year he finally takes off, because he finally has a modernized offense he operates from. He finally has a modern NFL coach who can do the modern NFL things you need to do to be successful as a quarterback, and he is going to fly, fly, fly. So there ain't no 3-week slump this year. It'll be a 1-week slump. It'll be in Green Bay, and then it will return again when they go to LA in week 19 because he was out partying the night before. But outside of that, he's going to be locked and loaded every game of this year. I'm calling it. He heard the whispers, man. He heard them. He's had enough of it. Roxanne says, very optimistic of you, more than usual. I tell you, I do agree with you on the Washington football game. Always a crapshoot. Yeah, that's the one with I'm the least confident on, Roxanne, and I am leaning back on Carroll's history of playing as good as he does in primetime football games. But I do think that the schedule has set up this way. It really has. You know, we went through a couple of those teams at the top, be it the Colts, be it the Titans. They haven't done a significant amount. Jacksonville's not done a significant amount this offseason. And other teams that have sort of kind of been bled a little bit, like the Steelers and like the Saints. And then the way that the schedule doesn't set up with a murderer's row set or with an early round bye. You know, these are the things to me that help you in the schedule when it plays out to more middle of the year bye. Tough games are kind of sprinkled in through there, you know, where you've got, if it's a tough one, a week or two to get yourself right back to getting back to the next tough one on the schedule. So I think it just really broke well for us overall. And really, as we stand right now, here's the thing too, is winning percentage-wise, we sit right in the middle of the pack as far as our strength of schedule against other teams right now, when you want to rate it up against others. I know somebody said the 49ers did have one of the weaker ones, but we're not sitting there hard with the first place schedule. We have basically a 500 schedule we're going up against as it stands right now. As it stands right now, that's saying nothing of, do the Steelers dial back from their first place finish last year? Do the Saints dial back from their placement last year in the playoffs? And I think yes. And that starts to even lower down that strength of schedule even lower, in my opinion. Elliot says, I called our new offensive coordinator an hour ago, and he told me we're going 14-3. So that's that. Hey, let's go. Let's go, Elliot. Waldron's on board, baby. Waldron's on. The cauldron Waldron is in effect right now. And he's stirring. He's stirring right now. He's stirring that pot. He's wearing the witch's hat. That fire is... and he's just getting it ready for the year. He's getting that stew ready for the year. Enrique Lamb, did he have us winning against the Packers? Enrique, I did not. My losses come to the Packers and the Rams on the road and the Cardinals on the road. Those are my 3 losses, with the potential of the Washington game being one I may waffle back and forth all the way up until game time on that one as to whether or not I think that's a win or not. But those 3 games are the ones that I would point to as losses. Everything else to me is a W. I think we start out hot, on fire, hit the NOS button. You're not hitting your first loss till you're into week 10. That's a pretty good spot to be in at that point. That puts you in that pole position to get in the first round bye. And let's not forget, if we got fans in the stadium, if there are people in the house raging, saying we haven't seen football in a year, go team, back with that renewed spirit of the 12th man, and you get that first round bye. What have we done historically with that first round bye? How far have we gotten when we've been able to capture that in the regular season? It is everything. Everything. And I think this is the year we're finally, for the last couple of years, been knocking on it. We've been sort of knocking on it and getting right up near it, edging just up to right up on it, and then we just fall off. Not this year. This year we finally grab it. This is the year. Roxanne says, I live in Colorado and I've secured my tickets to see the Hawks versus LA Rams on October 7th, Thursday night football. Ooh, it's going to be a good game, Roxanne. That's a good game to pick. That's a hella good game to pick. She says, this will be my first time to attend a game in this stadium. Last game I attended was Hawks versus Jags in October of 2001 at Husky Stadium. Oh, you're in for a treat, Roxanne. What so much better experience. I know Husky Stadium has been updated now since that time period, but that was a real rough stadium to kind of watch a game in with the bleachers and how it was set up there. This is going to be way better for you. I hope you got good tickets too. There's not really a bad seat in the house, but you do get in the upper level 300 realm of things, and you're getting a little high up there. You know, you're almost into binocular zone. You're right on that line of binocular zone. But I hope it's an awesome game, Roxanne, and especially hope it's a dub if you're coming out from Colorado. Enrique, we're winning that one. We're winning the one against LA at home, and then we'll lose it on the road. We'll split it we'll split it right down the middle on that one, just like we did last year. Cody Miller says, huge Packers fan here. What are your thoughts on the Aaron Rodgers situation, and how do you think it will turn out? Well, thanks for jumping on in here, Cody. I feel for you guys. We dealt with some of the stuff you've been going through now the last couple of weeks with Rodgers. We, of course, dealt with Russell Wilson to start our offseason off. It's no fun. I wouldn't wish it on any kind of fan base, and it's a wild ride. I tend to arrive in the same situation of Aaron Rodgers that I arrived with Russell Wilson, and that you have one of two methodologies that you can apply in football when it concerns Hall of Fame quarterbacks or star quarterbacks or diva quarterbacks, whatever you want to call them. You can either embrace them or you can go a different route. And I think teams at times get caught in between, where they don't fully embrace, but they don't want to let them go either. And I think that they do a disservice to the player, and they do a disservice to the organization, and they do a disservice to what their potential team could fully be if they just went one direction or the other. So if you're going to have Aaron Rodgers on your roster, Cody, if you're going to have Russell Wilson on your roster, build said roster around them first and foremost. Build around your most important weapon, your most important player. And if it fails at that point, then move on to something else. But it would seem to me, Cody, and especially with your last year's draft sitting there as the shining example of it, taking a quarterback, taking a third-round pick to trade up for that quarterback in the first round. So it really was 2 picks. And then you go with the backup running back in the second round, who's not going to see a place, who has no route to the field as a starter now that you brought Aaron Jones back, and will be as basically a short yardage back / a mix-in guy like Jamal Williams was. I think that that's not taking advantage of his time. They don't go into the free agent market in addition to this. So it makes those mistakes in the draft that much more blown up. It puts a bigger spotlight on it because you guys don't do anything in the free agent period either. And it's the same thing that happened with Favre, Cody, right? You guys had a chance at Randy Moss. Moss wanted to come to Green Bay. Favre wanted Randy Moss, 2 Southern boys. Come on down there. Come on down here, Randy. I'll come down there. You just come on down there, Randy. It's gonna be a good thing down, Randy. All right, I'll come down. But they didn't do it then. They didn't pull the trigger on that. They had their worries about the team chemistry and all that. And I think that they're doing a similar thing. They're making, again, the worst thing you can do is make the same mistake over and over again. And how many times do you get to have Hall of Fame quarterbacks on your roster? Not very often. We've had 1. You guys have had that, luckily 3 in your time. But I don't think that they grow on trees, and I think that the Packers are going to look back on the situation and say, man, we should have gotten more out of the Aaron Rodgers than we did. And it's not necessarily because of Aaron that we didn't get that more out of it that we could have, that we were really conservative in the way that we played it. And Seattle's done a little of that recently, but not as much this offseason. They've done a little bit more go for broke, and I think they've done a little bit better by Russ in how they've surrounded him than necessarily what I think Green Bay's done for Aaron. You guys have needed receivers now for like multiple years. And then Amari Rodgers is the quintessential pick for you out of this last draft, a receiver that was loaded with wide receivers. I'll take Eskridge all day long over Rodgers, all day, twice on Sundays. So it sucks. I think you guys pushed. I think it's going to force them out. Jose says, if you guys could hit the like button and sub to me, yes, do please. I did a show there with Jose yesterday on his channel. Did a couple hours of talking on the same schedule a little bit and going through a couple of things back and forth. We also talked some other Seahawks items over there, so please do hit a like and sub over there. And do hit a like on this channel as you're watching, if you could for me too, please. It does help me out. Micah Clark says, bruh, imagine Tim Tebow pulls off a Nick Foles. Laughing my ass off. Hey, Urban loves him so much, he might put him in that situation. Trevor Lawrence might get him into the playoffs, and he's got him up by 14 points, and then Urban looks down the bench there, and you got Tebow in his big coat. Tebow looks, and they lock eyes like 2 long-lost lovers. And he says to him, he points at him, and Trevor Lawrence is standing there like the scorned lover. What? I got us in the playoffs. What are you doing? And he says, Tim, come on, buddy. Come on, Tim. Get on that field and quarterback my team. You know it's coming, folks. You know it's coming. Habitual Joker says 32 minutes behind. Rams grabbed Deshaun Jackson to help groom their first pick. Poo-poo Atwell. I'm sure they hope Deshaun will survive unscathed, but his true value will to show Poo-poo Atwell how to be a pro. Poo-poo Atwell, Habitual Joker, weighs 148 pounds at his pro day. So Deshaun Watson's like a lead weight in size comparison to Poo-poo Atwell. But, best of luck to the Rams. Best of luck. Food Gamer, if we get through the first 6 tough games, will be all wins or no more than 1 to 2 losses. We are in a good position to finish the season well. Also, how do you feel about Taylor trying the Sam? I like the idea. I like the idea quite a bit. The Sam doesn't have to do as much of getting deep down the field in coverage. It's more of taking away flat routes, setting the edge. He's got the size to do it. This has been what's held up, I think, some linebackers that we put at the Sam recently who haven't done as well, specifically Cody Barton or Kendricks. You put them over at that Sam, and I just don't think they were big enough to do things like setting the edge, which is really the prerequisite necessity beyond almost all else when you're playing that Sam. So it's good. It gives you almost like a de facto 5-man front when you bring Taylor out there like that. I love that and the possibilities of what you could do that with that if you want to be a little creative, schematically speaking. But I think it's a good place for them to go to naturally. There wasn't a great Sam out there on the open market that was a no-brainer fit for you. And you want to get him on the field because right now he's not set to be a starter. So find a way to get him on the field, find a way to get him some reps. So I like it. Habitual says 49ers will probably only pass 8 to 10 times a game, judging by what Trey did in college and how much they allow Jimmy G to pass. Looks like they want to maul their opponents. Well, they better, because right now their pass protection is not looking great, Habitual Joker, and I don't think that their defense is going to be as strong as it was a couple of years ago when they were able to play into that methodology as far as their offense is concerned. L.A. Clark says 49ers will only be mauling their lunch. Why do I says Seattle's 70% in 10 a.m. starts since 2013. Only have 2 this year. 5 primetime games with all-time winning percentage in 5 primetime games with the all-time winning percentage in all of them. It's a great point. Why do I? And that, yes, recently, if you look over the 10 years, the NFL has given us a lot of 10 a.m. games. They have not shied away from it. I think one year we had 6 or something. I think I could be out of pocket on that, but they've not been shy about throwing us the 10 a.m. start times, and to only get 2 this year is lovely. Very, very nice to see. And while we've done well in it, Carroll's been able to overcome it a little bit. I do go back to just the science tells us that, your body just isn't awake at that time. If your body clock is used to 7 o'clock, you being asleep in bed, being out there hitting another grown man on a football field and getting the same performative level you'd get if it was 1 in the afternoon, just hard to achieve that. But I think it's a big part of why I look, the schedule and my optimism for the schedule isn't just any one thing. It's not just the 500 win-loss record of our schedule as it sat last year, which is pretty nice, pretty easy. It's not just where the bye lies. It's not just the teams that we're kind of playing. It's everything in sort of totality, the lack of 10 a.m. games. You sort of throw it all together, and to me, that's what spits out the successful season. Clara, how you doing, Clara? Says Alden Smith may get off. They're saying it was some form of self-defense. NFL suspension, not sure. Believe Deshaun Watson will be on the Texans when we play them. Or you're asking me that, by the way, Clara. And it's good to see you in the chat, Clara. That would be great to hear on Alden Smith, because if you're able to add Alden Smith to this defense, oh my God, you've got the best pass rush in Seattle Seahawks history. You've at least the most talented, potentially the most productive, a team that could easily end up the season as having the most sacks in the entire NFL, and not doing it with one top-end guy, but just doing it with a bunch of guys from the realm of 5 to 9 to 10 sacks. So I love if he can get back into the fold of things. It really takes our defense, I think, to another level, getting Alden Smith into the fray. I don't think Deshaun Watson plays next year. There's so many accusers. This isn't just a one-off. This isn't just a girl who said, I came in the room and he had a hand towel over his crotch. This is multiple women coming. There's going to be some form of settlement, which the NFL will take into account. I would have to think it's probably going to be a year, in my opinion, at that point. That's just too many. But we don't have a lot of baseline, Clara, either, because we've never had an NFL player really quite go to this realm of it, where there's this many accusers. It sort of puts us into unsure territory. Why says, I don't get this Colts BS. Did anyone watch Wentz throw the ball last couple of years? Yeah, I'm the same. I look at the Colts and I go, people think adding Wentz alone is the big thing that's going to send them over the top. And I go, how? Yeah, they were fine as a team. They're solid. They're not weak. They're solid. But to say that you flip out Rivers for him, and there's things Rivers does better than Wentz. And there's things Wentz can do better than Rivers, obviously, but it's not like a whole gain down the line. And when I look at the Colts and I look at the Rams, both, I see two teams that really staked the majority of their improvement this offseason on theoretically upgrading their quarterback position. And that's where they've staked it all to. And we'll see if it plays out okay that way. But I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. Food Gamer says this is a perfect schedule. Get a lot of our way and hard games out of the way. get our bye in the middle of the season and playing the Packers in the middle of the season, the weather won't be too bad. Yeah, hard to point at this and say where it's not good at. I mean, even look at the back half of the schedule. If you can get up on these games and you can get up on your schedule, you only have a couple losses getting into that Chicago Bear, Detroit Lion, Arizona Cardinal game. I mean, that's not a bad way to end the season as well if you're a little beaten up, if you don't have your full allotment, or if you're trying to rest a couple of guys to prepare for the playoffs. It puts you in a nice strategic place to be able to move things just the right way, I feel like. Elliot says the only potential downside is the first half of the season is tougher. If we get some bad losses, it might mess up everyone's self-confidence. It could. You are starting a little bit on the road too. I mean, 3 of your first 4 games are on the road. So if you lose a couple, you could at least say, well, hey, we're coming back home for the majority of our games to the back half of the schedule at that point. And that maybe some of the tougher games on our schedule we've gotten through them at this point. But that will make it tough. If you start out tough, it's going to make it tough a little bit. Luckily, though, again, the back end of the schedule does get easier a little bit. Texans, the Rams is tough, then to the Bears, then to the Lions, then to the Cardinals. If you've got to come finish strong at the end to make up ground for a bad first opening start, there's room for error to do that. The World says, happy Jared Kelnick and Logan Gilbert Day. Happy day to them. Congratulations to Kelnick getting up and Logan getting up, both of them. Go Hawks. I feel like Zaven is just too big to be playing off ball in the NFL. He's got an interesting background, Go Hawks, where he was actually his mom raised him as a gymnast. So he's got some interesting bounce in the way he moves around the field. This is a little bit of an unusual part to his game, a little unusual element, which might help him a little bit more in playing that off ball. But you're right, he is big, and both with him and Simmons, you get him in positions where they've got to flip their hips at the size they are. If you can turn them around on, routes where you're initially showing them one thing and then splitting off to something else, sluggo type routes, that you do on the outside, but on the inside, maybe you can kind of get them biting on that and then take advantage of a little bit of that. They're so big out there in space. Usually you like your linebackers in that 6'1", 6'2"-ish territory, but both Simmons, I think those guys, 6'3", 6'4", both of them are legitimately kind of big dudes out there running around. But he's rangy, he's fast, he's an athlete. He moves much better than he should for a man his size at like 265. He's a good prospect, he is. But again, is that the guy to put them over the top or to be that difference maker with Simmons? I'm not so sure on that. Mason Dale says Arizona's off season felt desperate. If it felt a little odd to me, Mason, it did. Going as deep as they did on the age side of things. You've got a young roster that you feel like you're starting to develop through, and you'll build into the young pieces around that. And instead you go really old with A.J. Green in there, J.J. Watt, and Rodney Hudson, and Malcolm Butler. I mean, it doesn't tend to be a good look in free agency, or not a good look, but it doesn't tend to bear out great results in free agency when you tend to attack free agency from a age standpoint, and you're only going after older guys. That's where you can fail very often in free agency. Look at Seattle and what they win in free agency with the guys that they grabbed. Ahkello Witherspoon will be 25 years old. Gerald Everett will be 26 years old. Certainly Carlos Dunlap's a little bit older, but edge rushers can last a little longer in this league, especially when they don't have a huge rich injury history that they're coming off of either. So, yeah, I don't think Arizona has done enough this offseason. I like the Hudson move. I even like the Watt move, though I think they overspent a little bit for him. But that's just kind of all you've really done. And the Rondale with Kyler, I don't know on that one. I don't know. I feel like Rondale would have worked best with a guy like Russell. I know Kyler and Russell are the same size, but Russell does a lot of that off-script stuff where he's moving out of the pocket and he can allow the receiver to break off his secondary route and he can get clear of the line and find his guy. Feels like when Kyler breaks the pocket, he's really looking to run. That's what he wants to do, is he gets upfield and he does the Lamar Jackson thing. And I don't know if he's got as much in his game to keep his head up the field and find those guys breaking off on those second routes. Ellie Clark says Eskridge is going to go off. I hope so. Gohawk says Colts have said Fisher's out for at least September. So there, I'm right. It's you can't. The Achilles is a tough one. That's a year. That's a year recovery usually. So even if you're going to be aggressive in your schedule, well, the aggressive would be 9 months. Well, yeah, the playoff play. That's still going to take you out that first month, as you see there. And I wouldn't be surprised, Gohawks, if it's even further beyond that. Elliot says Arizona's desperate because they're stuck out in the desert with no water. Well, the dehydration gets to you. You stop being able to think clearly, Can't go outside for half the year because it's too hot. GoHawks05 says, one of my Mormon friends thinks Taysom is going to be the GOAT. He thinks a BYU player is going to be the GOAT? No. The hell you say? Yeah, I'm selling on Taysom. I buy the fact that the Saints are going to make him the starting quarterback and that they're going to hitch their wagons to that cart, but I don't buy the fact that horse is going to hunt. So I think that's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a failure, but I just don't think he's going to take them anywhere special either. All right, I'm going to get some coffee. I will be right back. Bear with me, folks. Be right back. All right, we've returned. The great return has happened. Seahawks Gaming says NFL made money off schedule to release hype. Yeah, the NFL is masterminds of the marketing principle of things and the way they release the schedule and the way that they sort of piecemealed it out through the day, and you got confidential leaks, and it creates this intrigue from people. Very smart on their part. Very smart. Lord Google says, how are we feeling about our new offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron? Well, I already have a nickname for his offense. I call it the Waldron Cauldron. So I've already got a nickname. I don't have to tell you where I'm at on that, Lord. But I think the key for what he's going to do is modernize a lot of this offense. I think that they're going to still keep elements of what we've seen prior and recently. They're not going to ditch the read option stuff. They're not going to read the crosser routes that they love to run, which are also part of the Rams offense. But he's going to bring things, specifically what he'll bring, Lord, is going to bring formations that look the very same play after play. 11 personnel, 12 personnel. He'll bring out these same looks again and again and again, but he'll run everything differently off of it. You can never guess pre-snap where the ball is going or what the play is going to be. He will bring in an element of disguise that has been missing from our offense going back years, I would argue. That in itself is what helps to modernize the offense. But he'll also provide, I think, some easy completions on boots, getting Russell out in space, getting him back under center on the play action. I think all of these things will help Russell's game out a bit and widen things out a little bit more and make our offense a little bit harder to prepare for. So I love where we're going with this new offensive coordinator. The only question is, Lord Google, he's never called a play in the NFL before. This will be the first time this year, game one. So we'll have to see how it goes with that. He never can quite tell if that might go with a given guy, but so much of that is also preparation and the play calling and what you've agreed to going into a game versus trying to just be hot coming out the gate and get into some rhythm. YDY says Seattle will still have the clearly better quarterback in 16 out of 17 games. Having the better quarterback is the biggest advantage in football. Very true. Very true. YDY says if Seattle goes 4-2 in the division, we win the number 1 spot in the playoffs. That's where I got us, man. I got us going 4-2. 4 wins, 2 losses. Sweep the Niners. Go Hawks says week 2 predictions. We give 130 yards to Henry, but only 3 yards per carry. In a dogfight, comes down to the final. Ball's in Tannehill's hand, and he throws a pick to Jamal on 4th down. We win 27-3. Oh, I love it. And Tannehill's taking the team down the field, and we're in a key 3rd and 3, folks, right on the goal line. This is what you draw them up for. 4th down and goal. What are you going to do? Seattle shows a stack front. Jamal Adams is lurking up into the line of scrimmage, dancing in the A gap. No, wait, he's bouncing over to the B gap, folks. You don't know where he's coming from. Tannehill's trying to signal and adjust his protection. He doesn't know what in God's name is going on. Here, Jamal looks like he's coming up the middle. Wait, no, he breaks off the line of scrimmage, spins back around, comes up off the edge. He's got a free catch to the quarterback. Quarterback knocks, tips the ball up in the air, catches it. Oh, my God. He's running down the field. 50, 40, 30. Jamal Adams is going to score the final play of the game. Seahawks win. Seahawks win 2-0. Woo! Love it, go Hawks. Love it. Seahawks fan says if we didn't lose that Giants game, we could have had the number 1 seed probably. Last 2 years, we've had it in our hands. It has been in our midst. For 2 years, we have held it strong and let it go. But not this year, Seahawks fan. Not this season. This year, it's ours. And this league better look the hell out. D-Nugget says, I really hope we can change this year. Nonetheless, I'm still going to games. Me too. Well, I hope I can get to a game here. Lord Google, I still stand by 3 firsts and Sam Darnold is a trade pre-draft. Well, maybe next year's draft, Lord Google. Maybe next year's draft, but not this one. Whitey White says, it's too funny. People saying Russ had a bad year 2020. It was a better year than some Hall of Fame quarterbacks have ever had. Yeah, I think it's a place you don't always usually have to do this necessarily with a player and say, let's chop up a given season into 2 different parts. But I think when it comes to Russell and when you evaluate him last year, that's what you do have to do. I think you've got to chop up those first 8 games, the back end of the last 8 games, and kind of put them in 2 different camps. And that if you look in the back 8 games, it wasn't good, and the stats aren't great. But he was so unbelievably beyond anything else in those first 8 games. He was setting record-breaking paces that it makes the stats balance out to the end of the year to look like it's all good throughout the whole year, when in actuality, it was the first half of those games that he was good in, and the back half of the games not good in. But I think it's more of, I think people try to wrap the whole season, and they shouldn't do that. He played the first 8 games, he played as good as he's played in his whole career. No doubt about it. But then the back 8 games, that's the thing. That was the odd thing about it, is he went 180 degrees in the complete opposite direction in his play. Micah, the offense could start off slow with the new offensive coordinator and new players and rookies, but I do think we could end up beating Indy. They very well could. It's a solid point. Offensive coordinators sometimes do take a little bit of time to implement stuff. I think they will still be keeping some of the stuff that they've had here for a while and then add in those wrinkles as they go along with the offense to a degree. But it's a solid point. YDY says Russ's 2002 was better than Aikman, Dan Faust, etc. Well, that's the little bit of the troublesome thing, though, too, YDY. When you start to compare eras like that, and you're talking about Aikman in 1990, which was 30 years ago in a run-centric league, versus now you're in a pass-happy league with more plays. More plays are being played today in an NFL football game than back then, because running and wore down the clock, just different eras, you know. So it makes it hard when you're going to statistically kind of compare those 2 different sets and say, well, you got better here. It's, yeah, a bit. But, I mean, if we apply this type of thing, it's like people telling me, well, Terrell Owens is a better receiver than Steve Largent. No. Yeah. Well, statistically, if you look at it, he's better than, not better, in my opinion. The Food Gamer, you are hyping me up for this season. I'm a big Russ fan. I'm tired of the slander Russ gets. Russ gets 45 to 50 touchdowns, gets over 4,300 to 4,500 yards with only 6 to 7 interceptions. It's Russ cooking all season long. I love it, Food Gamer. Get hyped. You should get hyped about this kind of schedule. And you know me, I'm not running this channel to blow smoke up your guys' behinds. I'm going to try to always tell you guys the truth and stay on point of the truth, whether it's good or whether it's bad. And when it's good like this, when I get to celebrate some good, you better damn well believe it, I'm going to celebrate. And when I look at this schedule, and when I cobble together my reasoning, as we've talked about, it makes me excited, and it should make you excited as well. You don't always get these kind of schedules. I referenced 2019. When you looked at 2019 schedule, you went, dear God. There was about a 5-6 game stretch right in the middle of the season when it was horrific. You don't have that this year, and you could have seen that coming the day the schedule released right up until the start of the year. Not going to be the way this year. Could something magical happen and Trevor Lawrence turns into the prodigal son, and Kirk Cousins has his MVP season, and Carson Wentz comes in and reignites his whole career from the toilet bowl that it was heading into, and that the Lions come in and chew our kneecaps off, and that Justin Fields is, Chicago Bears, who's going to be the first true franchise quarterback since Sid Luckman with the Chicago Bears? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. But this is about playing odds. This is about gut instinct. This is about what I'm seeing as an analyst on this. And it's telling me good things are coming. A brighter day is ahead. JDM boy, how you doing? I got no chill when I do my stream, man. I'm all gas. All gas. Ethan says, on another channel, we were discussing the idea that we can't hit the panic button for the offense. Got to be patient with Waldron. But on the other hand, the defense has no excuses this year. I would say, yeah, we do need to be patient to a degree, Ethan Tech World. We do. There's a little bit of this lens that's going to be hard for fans, including myself in this realm, because this season, so much is built on the season's back. It's not just about getting the most out of this potential schedule. It's also keeping your quarterback in the fray, not just for this year, but moving on throughout the majority of the rest of his career. And to do that, I think you're going to have to get some different results from this season in totality. If we get those different results and they come about by a slow start, so be it. Great. Just let's get to the different result points so we can keep our quarterback here, so we can keep this potential Super Bowl window cracked open for a few more years. And I think we can with a successful year, but that's where that patience is going to meet that spot of things. Because if we get into week 7 or 8 or 9, the offense isn't getting anything done, it's panic mode starts to really do set in, because you're going, man, we're watching the last 8 games of Russell Wilson's career here in Seattle. So they've got to start off that's where I come back to it, Ethan, of yes, it's a new offense, but you're going to keep some of the old stuff. Carroll talked about this in his press conference. We're still going to keep some of the stuff that we do good. So you're not throwing everything out and going with a whole new playbook from scratch. They have to learn that whole new playbook, but they still got all that old stuff that they've been doing for, going on damn near, 10 years. It's the same stuff that they had Schottenheimer and Harrod from Bevel. The Hawk Jennings. How you doing, Hawk Jennings? He says, do you think Deshaun Watson's leaving Houston? Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I think he's going to be suspended for a year, but whether the trade happens prior to the suspension or post the suspension, I do expect him to probably have moved on after this season. For some reason, Miami is the team that jumps to my mind as being where he'll land when it's all said and done. Ethan's Tech World, those graphics you had for the opponents this season, can you still pull that up for the Hawks so we can compare? I have to clip them, so I'll do it near the end, maybe here, Ethan Tech World, but I had to clip them out off the webpage. So, and then you got to bring them in. So it's a little bit of a process trying to do it live. But I can kind of just tell you, I can speak off the top of my head with what we've seen with our losses and gains. You've lost Jaron Reed, you added Al Woods to flip him out. You don't know with KJ Wright what's going to happen. You lost Shaquille Griffin, but you added Akilio Witherspoon on the other side of it. As well as, of course, you've drafted, Trey Brown there at the cornerback position. You're getting Marquise Blair back, Darrell Taylor back, 2 guys that basically didn't play for you last year, which are almost like getting de facto picks back to a degree. Of course, you traded at that point for Gabe Jackson to play right guard for you. You're moving Damian Lewis over to left guard. And then in the draft, you took Stone Forsythe will be your swing tackle at left and right tackle. You got Trey Brown as your corner, and then Dwayne Eskridge will be your slot / hopefully he can work into some of the outside role as well. Gerald Everett was the tight end you signed. But to me, that's more additions there. You brought back Carlos Dunlap, Kerry Hyder, Mayoa's back in the fold here, Alden Smith. You brought a lot more back in at that point. But I'll see if I can try to clip it here before we finish up. YDY says Barton could cover, but for a guy his size, he would just get eaten up in the run. That's the issue. It's a great way to put it, YDY. He just gets eaten up in the run. The guards get down the second level, and he's got no way to get around him. He does not have the quickness to juke him or do anything. He just sort of gets hammered every time, takes the block, gets driven upfield, and is thrown out of the play. Just not enough for a guy that was a 3rd-round pick, in my opinion. And I haven't seen enough for him showing up in coverage for it to be worth it either, because when he's been in coverage, it's not been all that special from that aspect. Jose says, you just made it sound like Brokeback Mountain when talking about Tebow and Meyer. I do. I think Tebow came in and they didn't say anything. It's like men with such a special bond that they don't have to say anything. And Tebow just came into his office and he looked at him. And Urban looked at him and he said, I wish I could quit you. And Tebow said, I know. It is getting a little bit of that point, man. It's getting a little incestuous. I don't know. Yeah, the guy hasn't played football in 8 years, and he wasn't a good tight end back in the day. What's changed? Did he go to tight end camp? Tommy, Eden, you think they stopped throwing us at the 10 a.m. starts because we were so good at it? They are trying to figure out some other way to foil Russ's MVP season. Looks like they're trying Midwest now. Maybe. I think when you look at the schedule this year, I think they got in putting the schedule together, it's so many moving parts to get it to fit right. And the thing that jumped out to me of this schedule is look at the back schedule of the games, where of your last 3 games, only one of them is played within the division. And I think that was caused by the way they're trying to get the right matchups and the right day for primetime matchups on this given week to this spot. Sometimes it throws the schedule into that kind of flux. And I think that's what probably happened here with us. The surprising one especially is the Green Bay one, and having that as a 1 o'clock game Midwestern time when that would have always been to me a 10 o'clock game, if not a primetime game. But I think they just run into it sometimes with the schedule and how they're putting it together. And it is to get it all right. It's like a huge puzzle you're putting together to make sure, okay, we got everybody with their 17 games now, an extra game this year, and then trying to put it all together. But normally every year, if I remember correctly, it seems like out of the last 4 games, for instance, we're always usually playing at least 3 of those last 4 games against the division. Ethan, not only can it be the most talented and most depth, on top of that, it's extremely balanced, which is perhaps the most important, especially in a Carroll defense. They better be good off the bat. And Ethan's speaking towards, of course, the defensive line and the pass rush. Yeah, there's no place of really a weakness with them. They're strong from top to bottom. You got the depth. You can keep those guys fresh. You can attack mismatches. You can attack certain weaknesses. Maybe there's a tackle that struggles with power. Well, you can throw Carlos Dunlap over there on him. And maybe there's a guy that struggles with a little more of a twitchy guy. Well, you throw Darrell Taylor out there on him. So you can kind of mix and match up against an offensive line how you want to do it and move these guys around like those kind of chess pieces, which then just makes it that much more effective, right? That much more efficient in the way they're able to get to the pass rusher. Ark Jennings says I'd massage him. Oh. Mark, if Rodgers leaves Green Bay, then I think we might have a chance finally. We might have a chance finally up here. So maybe 16-1. I don't like the Saints as their running back is scary. Kamala. Yes, the Saints they still do have a fairly deep roster at least. They weren't completely gutted this offseason, and they didn't completely take it down to the studs like I thought they would, being they were somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, like $95 million over the cap to start the offseason off. But they're still trying to go for it. They gave Taysom the new $100 million deal. We'll see where they're at on it, but they don't scare me where we stand right now. That's for sure. And yeah, Kamara's tough, and he rip roared through us a couple of years ago in 2019 in Seattle. So he was good there, but he has been paid now. You know what happens when those running backs get paid. So we'll see if he can keep up with that production. Go Hawks says, I think Arizona should have gone after Yannick Ngakoue rather than Watt. Would have cost him a lot less money, Go Hawks. Yeah, I mean, I would have think that would have made maybe a little more sense with it. The one thing is they do that outside, I don't know, aren't they more of a 3-4-ish thing? And Watt's done more of a 3-4 look. I don't know if Yannick's been more of a 4-3 guy throughout his career. But if it would have been cheaper, younger player, they're going for the boom factor with Watt and that he's going to be able to hold himself together from an injury standpoint. We'll see how that plays out. But I think Arizona really did $16 million, I think is what Watt cost. You really did kind of cost yourself on a couple extra other guys by really going that hard on that guy in particular. I liked Watt for Seattle standpoint looking at him, but not at that price. That was really overpay, and that especially as we look at now some of the pass rushers that are out there. A guy like Justin Houston who remains out on the open market who will end up getting probably like a 1-year, $4 million deal. He might be a better player next year than what Watt is. Food Gamer says, I saw a Cynthia prediction for the playoff predictions. She has the Cardinals, Cowboys, and Bears over the Hawks. She thinks we are the same team from last year. We have improved our team, though. Thoughts? I don't know how you can say we're the same team from last year unless you look at it from the standpoint of that you just valued Shaquille Griffin that much as a loss and look at that as some death knell hit to the team. When you look at this team, you kept back all of your pass rushers from last year, minus maybe a Bruce Irvin, I guess. You kept Dunlap in there, who changed that pass rush around the second that he arrived. You had a mostly beaten up Jamal Adams last year, who you'd hope isn't going to sustain 5 injuries all in 1 year. So I don't know why you would think the team would have taken a step back, adding all the pass rushers they did. Kerry Hyder, Mayo is back, Alden Smith. I don't see it. And again, same thing with Jaron Reed, who's a guy that I think some fans loved, but he wasn't really that good of a pass rusher and wasn't good against the run. He had some deficiencies to his game, part of the reason why he wasn't able to get paid out there on the open market. Shaquille Griffin, Jaron Reed, these are not going to be losses that cause me to believe that you're going to be treading water as a team, especially on the other side with all the other things you added. You're Gerald Everett. And even as much as I've been down a bit on Eskridge, he's going to give you production next year on the football field. And there's a very good chance he at the very least matches what you got out of David Moore last year as far as just yardage and catches. He might not be the same big play type receiver that David Moore was, and more of a, slot guy, more of a, catch the short pass and try to bust it. But I can't get on board with that. Whitey Weiss says the lawyer leading the suit against Watson said he will not settle. This could go on all year hanging over Watson's head. The exempt list might be coming for him. Very well could if it does hang over his head. I think that the fact that the situation's gotten so quiet with Deshaun Watson and that other lawyer, I mean, when this whole thing started out the gate, the plaintiff's lawyer was going on Instagram and he was going to every media outlet he could and just talking as much as he could talk, and now it's gone dead quiet, which usually, historically, when this kind of situation pops up, tends to be the lead-in towards a settlement. I'll probably believe at the end of the day that the settlement is going to be the best option as opposed to going to trial and having something drawn out, and they will probably eventually come down to something on that. RIP Travis says, I feel like he's going to be good. Which guy do you feel like is going to be good, Travis? Go Hawks says, play actions are my least favorite plays as a defensive end. It completely messes up your rush. Hope we can dominate with that. It is, Go Hawks. It's been a little bit missing out of our game. Most of our read it's been out of the read option is how we've done our play action look, is read option. It's been him in shotgun doing it to a Chris Carson, then doing his pass off of that. I think Russ, with his game style, with his ability to use his legs like he can, is at his best if you put him under center at times and let him come back with his back turned. I think quarterbacks, my theory on it, Go Hawks, is quarterbacks don't like to turn their back to the line of scrimmage, which is why Russ has gone a little bit away from it, is that he's probably given a little bit of, I don't want to do that as much. Let's keep me up so I can keep my eyes on the front of the line of scrimmage and see what's coming. But I think it's going to bend and weld him. It's also going to help out the run game quite a bit, Go Hawks. And again, for the reasons that you said, as a defensive end, you've got to stay in your lane. You can't overcommit one way or another, and it puts a moment of hesitation on the defender. And in that moment of hesitation, that could be the difference between getting a few extra yardage or busting a big play, or getting eaten up because the defender's just able to come completely downhill and not have to hesitate in the least. Solid point. Jeffrey L. Thistle says, I miss John Madden. The commentary the last few years has been so bad. It's definitely a little bit of a dark age right now, Jeffrey, for commentators on the sport. We don't have a lot of real good ones. Hopefully this means that we're just at the beginning of a new resurgence and we can get a few, new guys in there. I'd love it because there are some telecasts that get a little bit brutal with some of these guys. Go Hawks says, I got Russ as a second team All-Pro. Herbert wins MVP. Ooh. But I got Jamal having a dominant season and wins Defensive Player of the Year. That'd be a pretty good team. Russ second All-Pro. Jamal Adams is a Defensive Player of the Year. We start from that. That's the team that's on. It's got a lot working for it at that point. Herbert winning, huh? Well, he opened up some eyes last year, man. I mean, that was as impressive quarterback rookie year as I've seen. The ball just, absolutely explodes out of his hand. Lord Google says, not our kneecaps. That's where they're biting. They're biting kneecaps, them Lions. Micah, the Hawks Nest, the guy who mentions we need to be patient about our offense and don't need to panic is Seahawks Brendan Nelson. I watch him too. He's a really good Seahawks YouTuber. That's my guy. Yeah, he occasionally pops in here. I pop in his chat too, Micah. I like Brendan. He's good, and I think it's solid. It is solid advice. Historically, it fits to what you see normally with offensive coordinators, where it takes them, for instance, a year to really get set in with a new quarterback and get to running. That tends to be a pretty hard and fast rule in the NFL as opposed to on new offensive coordinators. I would think this year we might have a little, there's two reasons why I think, Micah, this year there's reasons for optimism to believe that there's not necessarily going to need to be that same period of sort of maturation. Number one, you're going to keep stuff that you know works within your offense to build into addition to what Waldron's bringing in, as opposed to it being a wholesale new playbook that you're bringing on board. That's going to be one thing that helps it out the gate. The other thing that helps it out the gate is it's going to be such a monumental step forward in offensively what you're doing. Imagine utilizing a computer from 1988, one of those old Apple computers with the monitors that are about 3 feet long, right? DOS-looking interface, something out of the Matrix, right? The blinking dot, the blinking icon. Now imagine a computer in 2021. Now imagine that those things instead of computers are offenses. And imagine the leap that you take as an offense just surely by shucking away some of that crap of that 1987-ish offense that you were holding on to for whatever reason. Some of it you'll utilize, but I would argue some of what you're utilizing is less the 80s offense and just the stuff that's worked, like the read option look stuff, you know, the play action off of read option, or just the read option in general in the running game. But they can kind of piecemeal along too at that point. You can keep what you have as old and you know works, and then just kind of implement slowly at a time while still having it be real deadly, because it's all new. It'll be completely new for every opposition that's playing us, whatever plays you're implementing, even if it's only on a 40-50% basis out the gate as the team starts to kind of digest the full playbook. Micah says, was mentioning during the draft live stream saying the other Seahawks YouTuber likes Eskridge a lot. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that liked Dwayne Eskridge with it, Micah, you know, and it's I don't hate the guy necessarily, but I do stand by my Seahawks scouting breakdown of him. I stand by what I said on draft day of him. I watched a lot of film on the guy, and, you know, I think that it's going to be a struggle for him on the outside, and I think at the end of the day, he's going to be a slot specialist only. He can have some value in that realm. I don't like picking a slot specialist in the second round, especially in a draft that's, you know, buried 10 deep with slot receivers. But with that said, he will provide some production on the field. There's no doubt about it, and I don't see a bust factor to him necessarily. Lord Google says we did lose my boy Hollister. We did. Poor little liquor out for Mr. Holly. Big Mac, Brokeback Mountain. You know, it feels like that. Tebow's Jake Gyllenhaal, and Urban Meyer can be Heath Ledger. Just picture him with a couple of cowboy hats standing on a hill looking longingly into each other's eyes. Why do I says Tebow is all about trying to sell some season tickets. He won't make the team. Maybe not. That love runs deep. Why do I? That run loves deep in Urban's little heart. You know, it runs deep. It's at the core of his being, his love for Tebow. Joshua William Marrero says, I feel like our offense will start off slow because of our new scheme. Yep. And that's kind of like what I'm talking about a little bit, Joshua, is just that I think there's some reason to believe that, yes, it might show off a little bit slow, but there's also reason to believe that there'll be stuff that will work and you can still be reasonably effective, where it doesn't have to be like they're learning how to walk again, you know, type of thing, which you might get from time to time implementing in a wholesale new offensive approach, where you're bringing in the whole new playbook. You're throwing out all of the old completely, which I would probably say is what mostly normal teams do when they're bringing in a new offensive coordinator. I think that Carroll is a little different in how he does it. I don't expect him to force 70% of the playbook on Waldron like he did with Schottenheimer, but you are going to get at least a chunk of that old playbook that really worked in the new scheme. And we know that playbook can still work in our system, I think. YUI says, cornerback is my only real worry for the D. Has many unproven young players. Big range and variability. Seattle gets one solid cornerback to go with DJ. We really have something cooking on D. Very true, YUI. And you're right. There's no certainty right now in the cornerback room outside of DJ, really. You have Trey Flowers in a contract year, Kealia Witherspoon in a contract year. I'd argue that that's usually two good things that help you out to make sure that they're going to do everything they can this offseason to get themselves right and ready for this year to go earn the big money into next year when the cap goes up. But they've done a good job to me in drafting then as a hedge between those guys and even signing a couple guys in Demarius Randall and Pierre Desir that can at least play in your scheme, have some history in the NFL, have played some games, have started at cornerback. It's not as maybe talented as we'd love to have, and certainly you do still have Richard Sherman sitting out there lurking as far as his presence go. So we've got a little bit of cap money left to spend here. There's still some moves they could make. I would feel better if you had Sherman in that room. Why do I? But I think my only concern right now is I'm not even really concerned about the corners. I think they're going to hold up fine. My concerns remains the offensive line depth. That's the thing that to me really could end up upending the season if there is something that could upend the season. Go Hawks 05 says, man, that Paul Gallant guy is a tool. I tried to engage with him, and you know he came back at me a couple times on stuff, but I'm in an agree to disagree mode with the guy on stuff. And again, he's one of these people that wants to. I love people that tell me that I can't have an opinion because I have to appeal to authority. I have to just listen to what an authority tells me. So if it's a guy that's played in the sport of football in 1988 and he hasn't played in 30 years, I got to shut my mouth and only listen to what he says. And any opinion I may have is irrelevant because I didn't play in the NFL, so therefore I can't speak. I think that's kind of it's a dumb, small-minded approach to take. That somehow football is this thing that's beyond the realm of understanding of any mere mortals. That you somehow have to have this secret insider handshake or whatever to have any understanding of the sport or what's going on. I think it's laughable. I think it's also part of what he does so he doesn't have to do as much research and look at stuff as deeply. I'm not going to look at film because I'm not a scout. What do I know? Oh, it makes it convenient then. You got to do that much less for your job to prepare beforehand to actually be ready to do your job when you go live. I think a lot of it's built into that. He takes his stances like he says Gallant will be a guy who completely, he doesn't just minimize analytics, he throws it all out and says it has no value whatsoever. It's completely of no value whatsoever. Well, that also allows him to not ever consider those numbers, and then he can sit on his little gut instinct or listen to his one or two guys that he listens to for any of his opinions on what his take should be on a given football subject. Again, just laughable to me. Laughable. I agree. I think Troy Aikman is awesome, AI. I thought Aikman was great. Not his fault he wasn't allowed to play in a high-volume passing attack, and if he had been, he probably would have been pretty good in that type of attack. Put him with a Niners team, put him with a Holmgren type or Bill Walsh type, he would have put up those prolific numbers. All right, so 312, I've been not responding a lot of your stuff because I can't tell 312 when you're trolling and when you're being serious. It's hard with you, so it does make it tough to respond on stuff. I will respond to this, though. Secondary would be Seattle if Jamal Adams was good in coverage. He helps the pass rush a ton unit. So 312, let's respond to this. This is one of those, I'm going to do a show, I think, before we do the season of narratives which I would like to smash that are so wrong and dumb and based upon short set amount of data that I don't get why people continue to glom onto it. He had a bad year in coverage last year, 3-1-2, being asked at times to cover actually wide receivers. But you look throughout the whole rest of his career, going back to college, and he was really, really good in college. Really, really good early on in the pros when he was asked to cover running backs and tight ends, which is normally what you ask a strong safety to cover. You don't usually ask a safety to cover Stephon Diggs on a key third down, or Julian Edelman, or Cooper Kupp. You put a strong safety in any strong safety in this league, most of them in that type of position, most will fail. That doesn't make them bad at coverage. That makes your defensive coordinators bad at putting him in the proper position to succeed. And they did that, I think, because they're still learning how to best utilize the guy. Give him a year to utilize him, give him a training camp, give him preseason games, and I think they're going to know just what to do with Jamal Adams, and you're going to watch him do much better in coverage next year. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, do you smell what the Seahawks are cooking? AI says if we get better production out of Everett at tight end and Eskridge is at wide receiver 3 and Carson stays healthy, our offense will be a juggernaut. Agreed, AI. Agreed. Say nothing of if you can get some production from Penny as sort of that, thunder and lightning type running back room that you could now be pairing into there. And Eskridge, especially if he could be more consistent than David Moore was. Moore was this sort of boom or bust guy week in and week out where you never really knew what you're getting out of the guy. If we can get with this guy, just have his role, instant separation off the line, a couple slants of games, run some end arounds, do a little bubble screens, maybe a couple crosser routes from time to time. He could be good in just that role, and he doesn't have to be a league best slot guy or putting up epic numbers in order to be really, really effective for us at that rate. Go Hawks 05. I checked out some of Lestage's film. He's wrecking those little poo-poo Atwell-sized dudes. He does. It's funny to watch because you see him go up against legitimate, like, sub 200-pound guys, and they're trying, man. And he's legit 300 pounds, and he's just snapping him over in half. So it's fun to watch. But definitely some poo-poo Atwells on that film with him. Ethan, so what do you think about the future Kansas City Chiefs, a.k.a. next year's Super Bowl hangover for them? I called it for the 49ers last year. It's going to happen. I put a solid 10 of whatever you like on it. Well, I'm not so sure I disagree with you, man. I mean, it's hard. They've gotten back-to-back years. We know historically speaking, get back to 3 in a row, especially coming on the heels of losing, is damn near impossible from a historical standpoint. I do think that they're going to get into the playoffs. I think what they've done with their offensive line is going to be a big reason why they're able to get a little bit more out of next season where that hangover might have existed a little bit more. So it will still make them, I think, a contender into next year. I'd put them at still about 11 wins or so. The tough part is I think that division gets tougher for them, especially if Denver gets Aaron Rodgers. I mean, then you're definitely looking hangoversville at that point. But I don't think that Denver gets Aaron Rodgers at this point. Something tells me maybe Rodgers ends up going back. And so at that point, you still can beat up on the Raiders. You can still beat up on the Broncos. Yeah, the Chargers are up on the rise, and that's going to be a tough one. But I still think that they probably take that division at that point. Micah Clark, I remember watching every Seahawks game through 24/7. Jamal would have had 3 INTs last year. One was his mistake where he dropped a pick 6 from Sam Darnold, and the other ones was because he was so injured. Yeah, I even think the pick 6 one that happened on the Sam Darnold one, Micah Clark, he had one of his shoulder injuries at that time. I don't know if the broken fingers were up by that point, but that he had some kind of injuries he was fighting through at that moment. But you're absolutely right. He had interceptions in his hands last year. Is he going to drop those all the time? I don't think so. Does he have great hands? No. But is he going to drop them like that? No. I think that you look historically over his career, if it gets in his hands, he'll catch it. And I would expect him next year to have at least 3 to 4 interceptions. And you're going to watch this whole narrative come about where everybody says, oh, he's so bad in coverage. He's bad in coverage. Can't cover. And then he covers well. He's rated out by Pro Football Focus, again, is covering well, as he did in his first couple of years of his career. And then everybody suddenly says, oh, he's fine in coverage. He's just fine. You see all these people who have suddenly grow very silent, who are so certain that he is so bad in coverage. TJ Wilburn says, could we trade someone like Rasheem Green or Penny? Both of them are options and legitimate options, TJ. Absolutely, because both of them do carry a bit of a money hit to where you can save a little bit of money by moving off of them. I think somewhere in the $1 million territory with both of those two guys. So you could theoretically, if you get somebody to sign off, but what's the value for them? who is looking at those guys and targeting him. What can you get? Nothing really past probably a sixth or seventh rounder. And at that point, it probably leads Seattle to believe, let's bring him into camp. Let's let them in on the competition. Let's let the best man win. Let's see how the depth and help goes at the running back position. And then at that point, we get to camp. If we're good and solid there and we feel like we can move on from him, we will. I think Penny's got a lot better chance to make the team than Rasheem does. I think Rasheem's got a real uphill battle right now to make this team. He's going to have to come in, and it's got to be, we're not waiting on your development anymore. You need to hit the ground running this year, right now. The Food Gamer says, Brian Mills, the one we picked up after the draft. Love his mentality. He reminds me of Sherman. Hopefully he makes the team and becomes a gem and the next Richard Sherman. I watched his tape. I didn't love his tape, Food Gamer. He's really, really slow. The instincts weren't there for me watching him. It's just kind of labored him moving around on the football field to me. I don't think that he makes the team, but maybe a practice squad guy. Go Hawks 05 says Troy Aikman looks like YJZ. Well, little known fact. Troy was in New York and he, the math doesn't work out on those ages. He does kind of look a little bit like Jay-Z though. Yeah, I can see that. A little bit. Brendan says you ever look at Sports Center Instagram sections, talk about Jamal Adams, it makes me lose faith in humanity a bit. No, I avoid it for the reasons you just spoke about, Brendan. There's comment sections that I just stay out of because for the reasons you mentioned, it just makes me just sad for humanity. Just like, oh God, really? And Sports Centers has always been bad on some of their stuff, so I'm not surprised. Shilpa Bajam, do you know if Rodgers will be leaving Green Bay? I think the threat's real. I do. I don't mean to sit on the fence with it. I usually like to stand on one side or the other and make a pick on what's going to happen given any situation. But with this Rodgers situation, it does feel like a 50-50. It did seem like it was getting a lot of momentum and we were heading downhill to his eventual departure. But then you hear more about this Schefter report where Schefter said, okay, on draft day, I actually broke the story that he wants out of town and he wants to be traded because I just happened to decide that that's the day I wanted to break that story. Not because there was some new bit of information that was coming into play that caused me to break the story. I think what this has kind of done is it's taken a little bit of that momentum, and it seems like you hear now Packers are offering him the biggest contract in NFL history, and maybe there's a little bit more momentum to the potential of him coming back, which is what leads me to the 50-50 aspect of it. But I think the fact that they have so done not necessarily great by him recently with some of their moves, as far as getting him the skill positions on the outside, be it upper level tight end or upper level receivers to pair with Devontae Adams. It's again a little bit of that Brady effect, man. And he's now got that Jeopardy token that he can bring in at any time. Say nothing if they won't trade him. He can say, fine, I'll just take the Jeopardy gig. And we could easily see him do that. And that's part of what makes this Shilpa just completely unpredictable as the situation goes right now. Whitey Weiss says Adams was injured almost all year in 2020. I guarantee you NFL defensive coordinators are not sleeping on Jamal Adams in 2021. Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah, it's a guy historically who's played at that level. There's a reason why when he came to Seattle, he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory. Even last year, despite the fact that he was fighting through all of those different injuries, and injuries haven't been a problem throughout his career up until this point, he still did pretty good. Set a sack record for defensive backs. Was really good as a run stuffer. Came through at times and was clutch when we needed him to make a big play at a key moment. So even despite some of the things that you could knock him for last year, it wasn't like he completely crapped the bed. It wasn't like he wasn't useful out there as a football player. And you had games like that Atlanta game where he was sub-dominant at times. John Robinson says, learning from philosophy and argument from authority is a logical fallacy and is thrown out in any real debate. As well it should be, John. As well it should be. Because to your point on it, it's fallacy. It's you basically going, I don't want to use my brain. I don't want to think. So I'll have somebody else tell me what I should think. I hate that. Everything is you can learn everything. I come from an engineering background. And in an engineering background, basically what engineers do is they pull stuff apart and figure out and learn how it works. I apply the same methodology when I look at football. I'm pulling back out the layers to see how it works. Why? Because you have to be so brilliant to do it? Because I have to play in the NFL for 10 years to understand what I'm seeing? No, no. That's not the case. You just got to be committed to looking at it deeply, to trying to understand it at a deep level, to not just passing it off and saying, well, there's some authority who can tell me better on this, so I don't ever have to think about it. It's part of what I point to again and again, John, about our chat here and the folks that hop in my chat and how smart you guys are and the discussions that we have and where things go, because people are trying to use their thinking cap. People are trying to think steps ahead on this and look things a little bit deeper. But I think that it's not just a thing with a guy like Gallant. I think it's a thing with a lot of these radio hosts where they get a little lazy on their job. I'll just come in, I'll hit the microphone button on, and I'll just start blathering away. It's why you hear a lot of them not talk about sports when they first get on. They'll talk about their personal life and their puppy and what they did with their wife and what the cute little thing their kid did. And you're sitting there listening to them on the radio going, get to the sports. Get to the sports. Because they're not watching it. They're not looking at it deeply. They're not trying to dive into stuff. They don't want to try to educate people or try to be analytical, which is what they should do. That's their job to me. Your job is to know this stuff. Your job is to look at this stuff deep. I don't like that the authority, the appeal to authority is a part of, I can make an argument, gets us more in trouble than anything else, but I'm glad to hear that it is tossed out in any real debate, as it should be. Micah says, also Sherman was helped by a pass rush. Like I said, Sherman didn't have any good speed that year and played zone and made good plays when the WB was under pressure. Yeah, I think our corners are going to be helped out by our pass rush next year as well. I think that's what you're saying. I might have been off on that. When the quarterback was under pressure. Yeah. Pressure creates interceptions. Pressure creates the quarterback's inner clock to speed up and get the ball out of his hands quicker than he wants to get out of it. 312 says, I can't wait for the Pitt versus Seattle game. Adams won't be able to stay with Juju and Claypool. He won't be able to bring down Ben either. Not going to have to stay with Juju or Claypool because he's going to smash the life out of him. Bringing down Ben will bring himself down because he'll trip over his own feet. So Adams won't even have to tackle him. Adams will run up to tackle him, and then Ben will move in two different directions at once and then trip over his gut. And then, just watch that happen a couple times. AI says, I meant Aikman as a commentary. I think he's the best ex-player commentary. I hate listening to Romo the Chomo. I like Aikman better, I think, than Romo. I don't like Buck. Buck drives me a little bit insane. Aikman's hit or miss, too. Recently, Aikman seems like he's not as good as he was a couple years ago, either. He kind of sometimes seems like he's treading water a little bit right now. Ethan says, I don't like Aikman and Joe Buck's football commentators. Joe Buck is amazing at baseball broadcasting, but none of them are as bad as Tommy Romo. That guy drives me crazy with him sucking up to Mahomes. Why do I? I can't find any stats on player height compared to production. I think I'm going to do some data mining and make a spreadsheet. That'd be awesome. Why do I? That'd be awesome, man. I'd love to see it. Jay says, I'm here now. I'm here in a boot now, so I'm walking about to eat dinner. Good to hear. You're on the mend, Jace. Get better bit by bit, man. It's a slow process, but you're on the road to recovery. And as Jay said, do please smash on that like button if you happen to be liking what you're hearing or watching this either live or being post-record. It does help us out quite a bit. It helps me show up on all those search algorithms for fellow Seahawks fans looking for great YouTube content. Go Hawks. Who is better, Hawk? Who is the better Hawk? Steve Largent or Walter Jones? I go Jones because he's the best left tackle ever. When Steve Largent retired, I mean, some of this is a little bit of retiring because when you add new players into the mix, it gets hard judging new players to the old. It's like you judge old player. I don't know. It gets rough with the Walter thing. The tough thing with him is I don't think that he's quintessentially, as he retired, considered the best left tackle by everybody. I think there's people that would have been Walter Pace people, and there were a lot of people out on the East Coast that would tell you Orlando Brown was better. There's been some other left tackles out there that I think some other people might tell you. I'm not saying I agree with this necessarily, but I think when Largent retired, the thing you have to consider with him, Go Hawks, is that he had every major receiving record locked down. Receiving touchdowns and the catches and a catch per game. I mean, I go down the list, but it's like you could do multiple pages of records that he retired with. Every major receiving record was basically Steve Largent's when he retired. What happened, though, then is the league turned into this pass-happy attack thing where everybody wanted to throw the ball over the field, so his records got decimated very quickly. But there was a lot of different guys who had those receiving records, and he put them all under one banner. He put them all under one banner. And that's part of why I think Largent was as great as I think he was, playing in a run-first offense throughout his career without an upper-level quarterback throwing him in the football. That to me puts it in, that to me gives Steve the nod. AI says, I hope we still sign KJ and Sherm. I do too, AI. I think you got the money to do it. These would just kind of solidly kind of just wrap things up on that end of things as far as the defense goes. So I can see why you'd want it, and I'm in agreement with you on it. Ethan Deckworld says, to be clear, I like Mahomes, but people talk to him as if Mahomes is their child. They talk like Mahomes can do things no one else can, when in reality, a quarterback like Russ has done that his whole career. Yeah, there's been a lot for Mahomes that he's been allowed to be set up to be successful in that situation. He's got a Hall of Fame quarterback who's an offensive-minded coach, who is a quarterback guru. That does help. That does help. He's had an offense that not only has the offensive guru, but understands how to build in front of that offense, in front of that star quarterback. He's going to give you skill position players, but he's not going to stop there, like kind of Seattle has, right? And he's going to give you an offensive line, but he's not going to stop there, kind of like the Packers have, right? He's going to give you the full meal deal around you. He's going to give you everything your little heart could want or desire to be successful. And that's what Mahomes has gotten, and that's what's allowed him to be as dominant as he's been. Is Mahomes a good quarterback? Certainly. But just to your point, Ethan Tech World, there's not something he's doing that's clearly separating him from everybody else. He's got a whole lot of ammunition in that gun. It's like those belt-fed guns that go cross over your chest, and then you got a stack of them up in a box of stuff. It's like that, where he can just sit there and he can hold down his trigger all day long. And not every quarterback has that they get to work with. Michael Clark happened in San Francisco last year. They got injured. It's still part. The Super Bowl hangover happened in San Francisco last year. They got injured. It's still part of the hangover. Atlanta, look at what happened to them. Even I'll admit Seattle as well. Super Bowl hangover is a real thing, Micah Clark, and you've got enough data, especially if you look at the last 30 years, as to what happens to those teams. And San Francisco, I think, was a real good example of that. Being it's not just that you have some hangover of, man, that was a tough game to lose, and you have to build so much of your soul up to getting to that Super Bowl, and you're going through these grinder games where you're fighting, and it's that you also are playing an extra 2 to 3 games, and these are almost like worth 2 games apiece in themselves to play these playoff games, because everybody's laying it on the line. There is no tomorrow. Nobody's worried about injury. You're just going for it. And that leads you into the next year where your bodies are a little worn out, where there's more injuries that mount. And that just always does happen. For sure it does. YDY says, I have Green on the chopping block for now on the defensive line. I just can't see him beating out Mayoa on the edge or LJ on the inside. Yeah, and I think the thing that jumps out to me mainly with this YDY is you've got the depth, which you're right. He's got that uphill battle to get through that. But here's the other aspect of that. He's going to save you $1 million by releasing him versus having an Alton Robinson who's going to be much cheaper. Who's going to be about half that salary. You know, which do you go with? A Rasheem Green who's giving you nothing, or Alton Robinson who's giving you a pop of force action his first year, basically eclipsing anything Green's done throughout his time. So I think he's going to be on that chopping block. I would expect him at this point, if not traded, probably to be released. Derek Gilbert, please provide opinion on Dogecoin. Don't have a lot I can say on Dogecoin, Derek. I mean, you got to be careful with all these altcoins, but you know, if you're willing to wade in those waters and you can take your losses and do all that other stuff, it's well worth it, man. But I don't know, man. It's hard to predict with all these things. A lot of volatility right now, especially with what we see in the market. A lot of volatility. D-Boy, what's good, D-Boy? How you doing? And just again, folks, D-Boy did just recently lose his father here. I'm sorry for that again, D-Boy, but I just wanted to mention that, D-Boy, because we got that posted right now in the description section with a link to the GoFundMe for the memorial service for D-Boy's dad. So if you get a chance, please do go over there and donate over in D-Boy's, the link there that's provided. I would appreciate it. How you doing, D-Boy? Hope everything's going good with you, bud. Go Hawks, what I'm about to say is going to be very vain, but I think I could be an NFL general manager. I think, honestly, at the end of the day, Go Hawks, anybody can be a general manager. That's the thing about this is I think there's nothing in this world that is so beyond the pale that you can't, in my opinion, really learn unless we're talking about some kind of, next level of science that requires 14 PhDs to get to. And I don't think football is that. It's a complicated sport. It's a lot of moving parts. It's not always easy to assess what's always going on because you have 22 players at once running around a football field. But with that said, to believe that it's some specialized thing that can never be understood by anyone outside of those that are on the inside, I think that that's really silly. I think it's silly. It's just about what effort you make to understand and learn the sport and really dive into the details of it, which a lot of casual fans don't want to dive into, and it doesn't interest them. Ethan's Tech World says the Seahawks had 10 wins after they lost. They did, but I still think that was a little bit of a hangover on that loss, Ethan Tech World, especially with all the injuries you had guys coming off of from the previous year, specifically in that secondary. You definitely had, Jeremy Lane wasn't good through that whole next year at all. I don't think he came into halfway into the year or something like that to where he finally got on. He was never the same. And say nothing of a couple of the other guys, but 10 wins tends to be 9 wins tends to be the floor for the Seahawks regime and Coach Carroll. It's been a specialized 10-year run, and we have to acknowledge a little bit of that. It's not their bottom end isn't 6 wins. Their bottom end is 9 wins. So to get 10 is kind of nearer to the bottom end, as maybe fair or unfair as that may be. Brandon Eichrick, a reason I like Jake Heaps, he actually watches the film on guys. I agree. I think that is a thing that Jake does do. And that's the part where I think that you should do that. If I was a radio host on KJR, I'm going to get here at some point, the all 22 tape for football and be watching that stuff for you guys. It should be part of what you do. And if you don't like to do it, maybe you need to question how much you like watching sports at that point, and you should be a sports host, because it's not about talking about life and everything that doesn't have to do with sports, it's about talking about the nitty gritty. Get into it. I don't want to talk about that because I don't think I'm an expert at it. So I just know what I don't know. And so I don't talk about it. So let's talk about some fluffy stuff. Let's talk about puppies. Even 2K says all Bitcoin is arbitrary and untrustworthy. It is very much so. Goax is watching the Blazers for his son. These refs are on crack. Micah says, I can see the Chiefs having a good season, but if they don't get the number 1 seed, if they lose in the wild card, that's a Super Bowl hangover. If they barely win, then losing the divisional Super Bowl hangover with that team. I don't think they're going to get as far. I don't think they get to the conference championship. Part of that, though, has to do with the fact that the AFC's gotten a lot stronger. The Bills are another year further along, in my opinion. That young team's getting a little bit more further ingrained over there. Baltimore's always still dangerous. Cleveland and what they've done this offseason makes them tough. And hell, even the Chargers in that division have done some really nice things this offseason. And there's a lot of reason for optimism there as well. So, yeah. Randall says, when and what platform did you soar with Game Day Gallant? I'm sure you've spoken to it already, but I keep missing it. So it's on Gallant's. Paul Gallant's got a video that he did. It came up on my feed, Randall, and it was "The Seahawks aren't as bad at drafting as you think they are," is the title of the video. And that hit me on a day when I was not having a day where I wanted sunshine and roses from a Seahawks fan at that moment. And I hate the stupid narratives like that get said. And again, just when my issue with Gallant comes down to it, says I think he's really a little bit unquestioning of the front office and management, but he's very much willing to question the fans, which as the new guy on the block, when you're going to take that stance, you're going to take that role, then get ready for the bolts to be fired in your direction a little bit. You're going to condescend the fans when something like a let Russ cook comes up. Okay. I'll remember that. I'll remember that when I watch you not ever critiquing the front office, ever holding the front office's feet to the fire. Why? Is it because you want access? Because you want your interviews, your precious interviews? Randall McDaniels is probably the minority here, but I think Romo is the best of the national broadcasters. He's got some people that like him. There's not any one guy that I'm definitely like over the moon and I like. I mean, I'm the same way, Randall. Like that guy, there are people that hate like Mark Schlereth, that I'm actually like, I kind of like Mark Schlereth. So I think it's like the announcer thing is definitely, everyone's got their own sort of taste, I think. 3-2, hey, what happened in 2006? Ben beat you guys. I think the refs beat us in 2006, and your Steelers just happened to collect a trophy. That's how I remember it playing out. Go Hawks '05, Joe Buck, and he and Aikman used to take shots at tequila before calling games. I don't doubt it, man. There's some shots you get of Aikman with the red eyes, and they are bloodshot. They are like, I just did like half a bottle of Patron. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, it's got that look to it. I don't know if maybe he's just got veiny eyes. He's got real veiny, throbby eyes, but I don't know. I don't doubt it. Enrique says, can't wait for the season to start. Me neither, Enrique. Me neither. We're on the downhill stretch, though, of this offseason now, right? Through May, we're a little bit in the quiet time, get the schedule release. But, man, we're a mere 2 months away here from training camp starting, and we're going. We're going. UE2K says the Chiefs are fine. They're still playing in a weak division. They'll probably have the number 1 seed by default. Yeah, and certainly if the Chargers don't take a step forward, they could have 3 weak knees that they're beating up on a bit. Because I don't think that the Raiders, with the offensive line hits that they've taken this offseason, are doing anything. And then when you look at the Broncos, they still are without a quarterback, despite the good additions that they've added. So you still wonder with them, okay, well, how far can you get with Block at quarterback at that point? Or what? Didn't they trade for Bridgewater or something? All right, that's not going to take them a step ahead. And even with the Chargers, they needed to add some things, and they needed guys to take a step forward this year to get up there and compete with the Chiefs. It doesn't go without saying that they just will because Herbert's great. No. So there's a lot of question there. David Molina, how you doing, David? Good to see you in the chat. Go Hawks. Why do I? Says Largent's a tough one to judge. For example, if you use the measurement of if he played today, I'm not sure he holds up. How well he played for his time, then he shines as an all-time great. Yeah, I think that I recently heard a pros talk about this. I wish I could reference to you guys what video I was listening to him speak to, but they talked about the fact that it's almost a little unfair to say, well, if he plays in today, you got to judge a guy into I think how great they were at the time they played. And what that allows you to do, number one, is not always get caught up in being a victim of the moment of the now, and that everybody that's great is always in playing today or just got done playing. This allows you to open up a wider spectrum evaluation of former players to really let's look at them all. Let's look at Jim Brown up against Barry Sanders, up against Henry. Let's see how all these guys kind of stack up in that way. I like doing it better that way because I think the conversation's funner from that realm of things. Would Largent hold up today? I don't know. Well, maybe not. But in his time, he dominated bigger guys. He dominated physical guys. I mean, that was also a time when you could beat the hell out of a wide receiver going up the football field. You can't touch wide receivers right now. Largent would have used that to his advantage big time. There were size limitations and that stuff if he played today. But when you look at what he did in his time and how dominant he was in his time, how statistically better he was than anybody else as far as the record book concerned and other receivers that came before him, that's to me is what separates him. But again, too, I'm completely biased with Largent. He was my, kind of one of my idols growing up as a kid. It was Largent. It was Griffey on the baseball side of things. So, I'll own that one. Tommy Eden says, you telling me Dave Craig was not elite? It is elite to fumble 3 times on one play. Not many can do that. Baby hands Craig definitely had a hard time holding on to that rock sometimes. That's very true. Maybe I'm underselling him. I forgot about the three fumbles in one play, but maybe that's true. I got to give him a little bit of credit for that. And, hey, Craig had a great 80s career. I mean, you look at him historically, and he put up a lot of yards in this league. He played for a very long time, like 16 years or something in the league. And he's a guy that, was a better quarterback than what you had in Zorn. But was he Warren Moon, which the Seahawks could have had in, 1980 when Moon was coming out of Washington, and no teams took a chance on him in the NFL because the stigma at that time associated with quarterbacks like that would have been way different, huh? Would have been way different. Or if we actually made the trade for John Elway and gave up that extra first-round pick we weren't willing to make the deal on to go get him. What if John Elway played with Largent and the stats that he would have put up on the board? Hard to say, but it would have been fun. Would have been fun. YDY says if Walt played today, he would still be an all-time great. He would. But he also retired White a lot more recently than Largent, right? Largent retired around 90. Walt retired around what? 09, 08 or something like that. So it's only really at the end of the day 12 years ago that Walter was playing in this league, whereas it's nearly 30 years ago for a guy like Craig. I think that factors in a little bit. I don't know that there's like a left tackle. I don't think you'd say like Jackie Slater, if he's playing today, would have played as good as he did with the Rams back in Craig's time in the 80s, right? To draw kind of a comparison on it. And a lot of people have Jackie Slater wide as the all-time best left tackle in sport. Some old heads certainly will. Tommy says, I think I remember some freak stat where Walt had one holding penalty his whole career. I think it was more than that. But he had whole seasons where he didn't have one holding penalty called on him. So there's legitimately some crazy stats with him in regards to that. .312 the Hawks Nest. Last time you posted the link in the comment section, YT for some reason hit it. Make sure you pin the link in the comment section as well so YT doesn't, for some reason, mark it as spam. Thank you for 312 for letting me know on that. I will get that in there and pin it in. That's weird that they hid that because it's my channel. I should be able to post in my comment section when I want to post. But yeah, I will double check and make sure that it stays consistent on that because I want to keep that link in there. Yeah, I agree with people saying that basketball era right now, and basketball, baseball, both are struggle for me right now. Both of those two sports, as if they've evolved, have gotten a little bit tough to watch. Basketball, that 90s era, early 2000s era, before they started taking out completely the hand checking and the physicality out of the game. I liked the game when it was that way. It's fun watching the wide open, we're going to fling it from half court and drain nothing but net. That's great. But just the flow of the game to me was a little bit better earlier on. GoHawks05 says, I'll tell you, if I were a GM, I'd never sign somebody like Shaquille Griffin. Me neither. Certainly nowhere near $14 million a year. But that's also, too, GoHawks, why I also knock the people that tell me about appealing to authority. There's a lot of teams that do stupid things that don't need you to be an expert to see that they're stupid. I don't know if there's a single Seahawks fan that I've run into the chat or that I've discussed that would say that they wanted to spend $14 million on Shaquille Griffin a season. I don't think there's a single one that said that. And I think rightfully so, because they all recognize that's horrible value on that. Yet there was a general manager out there willing to spend that money on them. You couldn't have put that $14 million in a better place. There isn't a better player than Shaquille Griffin for $14 million a year. But I'm not appealing to authority when I watch dumb moves like that. I'm going to do quite the opposite. U2K, I love Romo and enjoy him the most out of the national broadcasters. I'm okay with him. I don't hate him. He's all right. Oh yeah, I was saying 10 wins was a hangover. Okay, Ethan, I'm sorry, misunderstood on that. Why do I laugh out loud? I think people are really overlooking the level of leadership and administration it takes to be an NFL general manager. I'm not saying there's a fan who couldn't do it, but 99.9% would be overwhelmed. Agreed. And I don't take this as me saying that I think I could be a general manager. So I don't think that. I think I can look at the NFL and ascertain what's going on. I think I can look at game film and make deliberations and come up with stuff that's not like I'm having to see between the lines of reality in order to figure it out. But I agree with that. Why do I? The level of pressure at play, how much you got to be on all the time. I agree. D-Boy, hey everyone. Just want to say thank you for your love and donation. If you do, or if not, my dad was a big fan of the Brandon show. And thank you, Brandon, for what you did. It means so much to me. Thanks. Oh, D-Boy, it's the least I could do, buddy. So I appreciate you being here. You've been here since day one on this channel, rocking with me on this live stream. I just felt sick about what you've kind of been going through. I can only imagine how rough a road it's been for you lately. And it's good to hear you sound like you're doing all good. If I can read anything through the chat, it sounds like you're doing pretty good. And I hope you're doing well. Get through this, man. Get through this. Daniel says, in today's volatile market, a great way to make some extra money would be put options and make money as the stocks plummet. I think just be creative in today's market. There's so many different ways to go out there and make money. And right now, because of that volatility, as you said, there's a lot of different ways to attack it. Just be safe. Don't be a crazy gambler. Don't be Kenny Rodgers. You got to know when to hold them. Know when to put your crypto away. No when to order online and no when to run. Russell Goen, who is your top 10 Seahawks player? Who are your top 10 Seahawks players in your opinion? I always take a second to get through all these, Rowan, but let me see if I can pull them through. So we got Largent, Walter Jones as our number 2. We got Cortez Kennedy. We got to get the Hall of Famers on there. Kenny Easley, got to get him in there as well, no doubt about it. Russell Wilson, I'm going to put him in there. Absolutely got to include Bobby Wagner. I think we got to include him. Again, Hall of Famers, how are you going to keep them off the top 10? So that's 6. I got 4 left to go. 4 left to go. These are always the toughest. These are always the toughest ones, Russell, is the back end 4s. Because these are the ones that I'm always going to piss somebody off with who I pick. Who would I go with the back 4? Gosh sakes. Man alive. I think I'm going to have to think about it. The chat's going to give me some good options, I know, but I might have to think on these 4, Russell. Because I waver. Part of me wants to put Marshawn on, but can I put Marshawn over Sean with the production Sean has and the MVP that Sean has? Probably not. So that makes it hard. I think Freddie Young would be on there. Just the amount of picks that he got in the 80s. I know those guys got more picks in the 80s, but he had a pretty crazy level of production at that point. Probably get Richard Sherman in there as well. So I've got to be about like 9. I think I got room for one more guy. And let me think on that. I'll think on that and come up with something good for a 10th. Micah says, bro, the NFL makes sense that it's changing because the pads, the equipment advanced and new schemes came into play. There's a lot more things for the NBA. Defense stopped, and now it's just threes, laughing out loud. Yeah, I think the NFL has done a good job of changing with the landscape, but keeping the product relatively good on the field. You're up against it with the CTE stuff that they had to deal with, and all of the suing and all that stuff, and the blowback from a PR standpoint. There's a lot to kind of rifle through for the NBA to kind of make this work, and they found a way through it. The NBA, like you just said, Mike, it just basically stops playing defense. You watch guys just giving no effort on the defensive side of the basketball court, say nothing of even trying. It gets to be tough to watch. It's wide open, it's fun. Yeah, it's high scoring, all that, but it's just, basketball is not just one end and scoring points. It's getting in front of your man. It's getting low. It's staying in front of him. It's sometimes getting physical. It's sometimes banging down underneath. But all that stuff's kind of felt like it's just been removed. Go Hawks 05, bro. The Texans media didn't even want Galan. Well, he said to me on the chat, he's like, because I said, everything you do is positive for the team, Paul. He's like, everyone tells me that here. I hear that here. I've heard that at the last 3 stops I've been at, the last 3 cities I've been at. I'm like, well, what does that tell you, Paul? When 4 different cities are telling you it, what does it maybe say? Maybe be willing to be a little bit more, I don't want to be negative. It's part of your job, dude. It's part of your job. I mean, there's a way I can grow this channel where I could just wave pom-poms and just be like, everything's, and this is pretty pro Seattle for this stream, obviously with me and look at the schedule, but I've earned the right to be positive on this scheme and to look at this schedule and to say we're going to be at 13, 14 wins because I have a whole lot of streams where I'm negative, because I have a whole lot of streams where I'm operating from like, I don't like this. And I'm going to tell you guys why I don't like this. But when you're positive at every single turn, yeah, you can get your maximum growth that way, but you're a crap analyst at that point. You're crap at giving anybody any sort of unique perspective. It's a lot of milquetoast, right? It's a lot of just boring, bland, nothing. And that's where our local Seattle media, frankly, kind of is, especially the radio stuff. It's just a lot of just empty white noise sometimes. And they could be so much more. We got such a dedicated, passionate fans here in this region. You guys can be more. They could aspire to grab more. Cade McGee, sup y'all? What's up, Cade? Also, do you think that the extra week in the season will be a disadvantage or an advantage? I think, Cade, that a lot of that is built upon how you build your team and if you build with enough depth, because depth is going to be more important this year than it's ever been recently. That extra game is legit. So you've got to build up in that roster and have those guys stacked. We've seen with our defensive line, stacked. Our safety position, stacked. Corner, maybe the talent isn't there, but it's pretty well stacked with enough bodies. Linebacker, a little light. Offensive line, though, pretty good. As far as you go there, you're a little light at center, let's say. Running backs, fine. Receivers, fine, stacked. Tight ends, pretty stacked. So they've done a good job, at least on where we stand going into the year to me, to build the depth to take advantage of, to take advantage, because you're asking if it's a disadvantage or advantage, but to take advantage of that. It's the teams that have the depth and not just frontline guys that are superstars, but the depth to be able to take those bangs and those hits and the attrition game that is going to play out next year as far as the injury situation is concerned. Y2Y says, many of the issues with the 7-10 guys is how close they are to the team. They interview Pete every week during the season and never press him with questions. I think that those things are related as well, Y2Y. I think access is a big part of it. And that's the part where if I was to be in an ear of a radio host, I'd say, if you've got to burn your access in order to do a better show, then do it. Because what do we get from those interviews? People love to present to me the interviews a guy gives, and he said he had his best off season, and he really loves football, and he's just so dedicated. And the interviews don't tell you usually jack anything. They're human stories. They're good for off the field fodder, but they don't have anything to do with what happens between those white lines when you get on that field. So if what you're doing is holding for access, so Coach Carroll can give you a whole bunch of non-answers all week to the questions you're going to ask, throw that away. Toss it aside. It's unimportant. Do your job. Feet to the fire. Be willing to go sideways on stuff. Be willing to be passionately angry at the way the team is doing something. Don't lean back and say, well, I don't want to criticize because that might lose me people listening to me on the radio. People might turn off on me. To me, the end game goal for what you do with this type of job or talking or whatever it should be to be honest and to be real and true with you guys. And I think you're snowing people if you're not. Robert, my brother, how you doing, Rob? Welcome on in. He says, I hate Paul Gallant. So many reasons. So many reasons. Mike Thon, when do you think we sign Jamal to an extension? Mike, I think it happens within the next 2 months before training camp. I do. I think that Seattle maintains leverage in this situation where people don't think, because the narrative out there, Mike, is that like you saw with a trade for Laramie Tunsil, where the Texans were then held over a barrel, where they made all this trade capital for Tunsil, and now you have to sign him because you gave up all that draft capital. I think that there's a little bit of a different situation here where Seattle still has him on a 5th-year option. Then you still have 2 franchise tags that you can apply to him. And the franchise tag cost for, let's say, for a safety versus, let's say, a Laramie Tunsil is a lot more reduced. It's a lot more reduced for what a left tackle gets as a franchise versus what a safety gets. About $7-8 million less, actually. So you have 3 years of leverage to throw at him here, which at that point gets him to have his little come to Jesus point of things of going, okay, I'm not going to get my 18 to 20 million a year. I'm going to have to settle for $16 million. I'm going to have to settle for being the next guy paid at $500,000 ahead of where the last guy was paid, being Justin Simmons of the Denver Broncos. That's where he's going to have to come to on it. There's going to be some negotiation because I think he wants to top that market out. He wants to push it to the highest of the high, but he's going to have to settle because of leverage into that 16 area of things. You think the NFL rumor mill was out of control in March and April? With nothing happening for the next 2 months, it will go into overdrive. I agree, It's the end. There is no such thing as the NFL offseason. It's like my board says back there. In this Seahawks fan cave, there is no NFL offseason in that because there is always news going on. There is always something popping. That is the nature of this beast now. That's where we've gone. That's where we've come to. Oh, Paul, third, thank you for the $5 donation. Hope you're doing good down there in Australia, my dude. This is your second dono of the day. I appreciate it. He says, I can see 5 games on the schedule. I see the Hawks at a disadvantage. Looking past the Colts and Steelers, defenses is a big mistake. 11-win season, IMO. It could be. We could be in that realm, and thank you for your donation on that. Kind of like what I was doing, Paul, and that's a little bit of why I wanted to show a bit of what those teams did this offseason, because with both the Steelers and the Colts, and frankly, the Titans, I'd throw into the same kind of, I put them in the same barrel. And these are 3 teams that needed to get more out of this offseason than they've gotten. They've lost more, or it's basically evened out to an equivalent of what they were last season and what you've brought aboard here. And I think that in general is what makes me a little hesitant to feel like I've got to be worried about them completely. Can they beat us? We're going on the road. You're going, back east. Those games are never going to be easy necessarily. But I just don't see enough with both of those two teams and what they've got and what they've lost, specifically with the look at the Colts. You don't really bring along much. You're expecting your pass rush to be generated off of two rookies, one of who is coming off of a torn Achilles just the previous year and whose college tape isn't that great. Yes, they've got a good offensive line, but what are they at skill positions? T.Y. Hilton, Michael Pittman? That's what I got to worry about. I like Jonathan Taylor. He's going to be good, and he'll be tough against us, but we're going to stop the run, and we're going to force him to pass. Defensively speaking, on the defensive side of the ball, the Colts, okay linebackers, so secondary, but who's their pass rush? Are you worried about Kwity Paye-Paul? Are you worried about Odabehu from, I think it's Purdue or something? Because that's what they have. They don't have Justin Houston like they did last year. And DeForest Buckner's good. That's for true. But I think we're good there, Paul. I think we got him, man. I think we got him. Randall says, in your opinion, if we'd beaten the Pats in the Super Bowl, how would have the last 8 years been different? You think we would have gone to a third or fourth? I bet we don't make the Jimmy trade had we won. Oh, it's great. A lot of good questions in there, Randall. Let me start from the back to the front. If we win the Super Bowl against the Patriots, no, we don't make the Jimmy Graham trade because a lot of the Jimmy Graham trade was literally based upon that final play of the game. You did not have a red zone threat that you could just go to as sort of the jump ball specialist guy. You didn't have that at the receiver core. You didn't have that at the tight end core. That's part of why you're running a pick play to throw the ball like you did. So that drove a lot of that trade, and I agree that trade does not probably happen at that point. You probably do hold on to Unger at that point. You probably feel okay about doing that. Do we go to a third or a fourth? It's a great question. I think we probably get to a third. I don't know if we win it or not, but I think that it probably tops out at that. I think some of the neck injury situations that hit Cam and Cliff still would have come up. I think some of the personalities burning out Bridges, Sherman, Lynch's, kind of a little bit of just things get worn out as far as the welcome goes a bit, would have come back into play still at that point. It might have been hard to keep the band in there for a really, really long period of time. But one more Super Bowl in addition, if you win that, yeah, I think you get one more. I do. I don't think you get to the fourth, though. I think that was like the Seahawks that was a shooting star, those early Seahawks teams. They were meant to come up and burn bright and then quickly fade away. Yeah. YDY says, I would like to see Largent in a modern system in the slot. Dude is an all-time right runner. Don't get me wrong. I grew up watching Largent. Freaking love the guy. I like to see him on the, I'm not so, I still don't think that he's necessarily negated on the outside in the modern era. I mean, the same things that were a problem today were even more so a problem in the former era. I mean, he was always at a size disadvantage. He was always they were always trying to press him to death. But guys got scared of pressing him. He was such a master route runner. There's a reason that they used to call him, one guy called him like trying to cover smoke. And I've watched a ton of his tape. I've got a Largent video I'm doing. Eventually I'll post it on my channel here. But in the video, just watching him, you could just get a feel for how he was just able to set up these defenders and just a purified receiver. Purified in the respect of how he gets open is utilizing body control, route running, and catching ability. It's not explosion, it ain't twitchiness, it ain't I'm just going to run past you, but it's I'm going to use my skill set to beat you. And that's what Steve did. And if you got a skill set, if you got the fundamentals, if you can do those clean type of things, in my estimation, in a lot of respects, you can kind of play at any point in time. Go Hawks. Who do you think is the second best tackle in Hawks history? Is it Okung or is it even Dwayne Brown? I would probably, in my opinion, point to Dwayne Brown. I think he's played better than what Okung played when he was here. I think there's a reason that Okung's going to be on to his fourth team next year in his career. And there's a reason why he has bounced around despite being a top 10 level talented tackle in this sport. Dwayne Brown has been awesome from us from the jump. He took an offensive line that was putrid, league worst, and almost on his own just arrival brought him and elevated him up into the almost middle of the road type area of things. But he would be my number two at that point. But then probably Okung at number three, because we don't have a lot of we got a lot of Ray Roberts and Andy Hex in our left tackle history, which has not always been phenomenal. Literally, what difference is there between a third and a deep pass? Between a three and a deep pass, they're equivalent to each other. Just say you like NFL more. It's not that hard. You don't have to very good reasoning. Well, no, it's because it's only been about the deep three now, 3-1-2. So it's like if the NFL was only deep passes, if we were just seeing 50 yards throws on every single throw and there was no runs and no short passes and no real like strategy being implemented past, let's throw a screen to get them open for a three, that'd get boring really quick, wouldn't it? If the Hawks had, Randall says, if the Hawks had traded Russ, would you rather we sign Teddy B, Jameis, or Fitz? I'd take Teddy B. I think he can win 9 to 10 games on a strong team. I think Denver wins 7 to 8 games with him. I'm not as much on the Teddy Bridgewater trend of things, Randall, and the Carolina Panthers fans absolutely hated him last year and what he did on the football field, check down city at every turn. I actually land on Fitz if I've got to go with one of those three guys. If you're going to press me and I got to pick one because I don't like all three of those options, I'm not a fan of. But if I got to pick one, I'll just take Fitz magic and see what fairy dust I can sparkle out of him for one more year. But Jameis is always going to throw the interceptions, and Teddy B just doesn't challenge defenses enough to me consistently. Go Hawks. Did William Jackson even make as much as Shaq? No, but he's a better player, isn't he, Go Hawks? Better player. The Shaq deal didn't make any sense to me. I always thought he was going to make around 10 at least, that some team would stretch for 10 million a year, but 14 million on average per year? Oh, that's just gross. Gross. Are the M's getting no hit tonight, Randall? Haven't they been no hit like 10 times in 3 years? Ethan Tech World, I definitely why folks don't like or don't attract to baseball. For me, baseball was my first love. I have an attachment to it. Ethan, it's my original first love. I played more baseball than I did football. I probably played 16 years of baseball, something like that. We at one time back in the day got really close to going to onto the League of World Series thing on one of the teams I played. We weren't super close, but we got very right up on it, inch to it. The problem with baseball is that the baseball has moved away. It's a little bit like with the NFL, NBA a bit to a degree, where you go, it's all based on now the long ball or strikeout, long ball or strikeout, long ball or strikeout. And the small ball aspect of things, the ability to have control as a batter, to move guys around, to play to generate runs, it's kind of been bred out of the game a little bit at times. And it's not as fun watching strikeout, home run, strikeout, home run. Randall's just pointing to the fact that M's are about to be maybe no hit again for about the 5th time in 3 years. And again, it's not necessarily fun watching it. That's been the tough part for me with baseball is it's lost any of that. It's already a sport that's somewhat slow, and now you have slowed it down kind of even further. But I still like baseball, so I don't hate on it. I like baseball better right now than I do basketball, where it's just basketball's moving to soccer city for me almost. Plagueis, what's up, bro? What's up, Plagueis? How you doing? D-Mac! What's up, D-Mac? What's up, my guy? How you doing? Good to see you on here. I saw you text me the other day. Sorry I missed you yesterday. I was bouncing around all over the place. Bean says 12-5. Bean, I like it. I like it. Do you have us winning the division on that, Bean, with that record, or do you have us in second? Micah Clark says Sherman, I'd say, is in my opinion, he's a top 10 to me. I don't know. It's hard, though. I laughed my ass off. Well, I think, and we base it off the metric of Hall of Fame. I think this area we're going to see Russell, Bobby Wagner, Richard Sherman will be the 3 guys for sure who will get to the Hall of Fame. And if they get to the Hall of Fame, I think you got to put them into that top 10 at that point. We've got a pretty deep history here, but we don't have that deep a history where you're knocking Hall of Famers off your top 10 all-time list. Go Hawks says Oregon just said we can go maskless once we're fully vaccinated, so no mask for me in a little bit over a month. Let's go. I get to enjoy my summer. Yes, thank God for that, dude, because I think we have to do any more time for masks. I think people were going to start losing their mind. So maybe we'll get a little bit of a normal summer this year. We had the same kind of thing here in Washington where our governor just kind of released that. Jay says, sell your used cars. My dad sold one of his cars, and 2 years ago, the dealership offered $17K, and he just sold it for $27K in 2 hours. Wow. Jeez. Roxanne Roll says, back for Kurt Warner. That's right. He's almost there. He might almost get there in my top 10. He's just on the outside, Roxanne. He's nudging on that outside. You know what I mean? He's dancing out there. Micah Clark says, I'd say Marshawn's a top 10 and Sherman. That's my opinion, though. I can't argue with you putting Marshawn on there with the effect he had on that team, being sort of the heartbeat of that team. of those great Seahawks teams. I mean, just because he doesn't have 10,000 yards or the 9,000 yards of Sean Alexander, should you let that hold you back at that point? And I don't know on that in that realm of it. Tommy Eden says Warren Moon. Well, Warren was only here for like a year or two, so I don't know if we can put him in the all-time list as a Hawk. Hutch, you could have an argument there, though he was only here for about 6 years or so and then moved on. Same thing kind of true with Mawai, as he ended up moving on to Tennessee, and maybe more known as a Tennessee Titan than even as a Seattle Seahawk, historically speaking. I think he went into the Hall of Fame as a Titan. Ethan Tech World says Cam or Earl for top 10. I don't know, man. I don't think they can get in there. I think they're on the outside with Kurt Warner looking in on that one. Just on the outside looking in. Rob says Cam Chancellor belongs in the top 10. Who are you knocking off then? You got to take out, I guess you got to take out, do you put Cam in over Marshawn, Rob? Do you put him in over Sean Alexander? Do you put him in over Young? Didn't Freddie Young have like 50 interceptions or something? It's hard to do that. Tommy Eden, Jerry Rice was also a Hawk. He had a good year for us too, but again, just played 1 year. And we're judging this on the best Seahawks who played as Seahawks. Roxanne's backing you. She says Cam goes in too. I get it. Elliot Clark says, I see the Cowboys going 8-9. I can see it too. I'm not buying the Cowboys at all next year right now. I don't like their offseason. I certainly don't like them drafting 5 linebackers. As well, it looks like they're maybe going to a 3-4 defense. It's just all around the way weird right now with the Cowboys. I don't kind of get what's going on. Why do I? Love your stream, man. Thank you so much, Why do I? Love your takes, and when we don't agree, I love the back and forth. As someone with an engineering education, it did not surprise me when you said you had an engineering education. That's my background, man. I likewise with you. It's how we think, you know. We like to see how things work and then pull them apart to understand the process and how this gear goes into that gear and this comes into that, and then your mind just gets used to working that way and breaking things down in that kind of manner. So I love seeing you here too. Why do I? No, I love disagreement in here. I'm not one of those YouTubers that wants to see everybody in the chat agreeing on everything. I like it when we're getting a little bit of friction going back and forth. As I always mention, it's part of what strengthens your argument. It is iron sharpening iron. You know, it is doing that, in my opinion, as opposed to just everybody agreeing with everybody else, and that gets you nowhere. Tommy Eden says Cam should be in the Ring of Honor. Very well could be. He's going to be a candidate to be in there, that's for sure. I mean, that's where it gets tough, is the Ring of Honor gets really hard because there's a lot of era players in this era that you could have in the Ring of Honor, and you end up with like 5 or 6 more jerseys retired that you can't use all of a sudden. It's going to be hard with Cam, I think, a little bit with the Ring of Honor, just because of, again, it comes down to how long you played, and if you played just enough time to get in there. Certainly the effect was there. The impact was there. But was the longevity there that you might want to consider for the guy that you're going to put into that Ring of Honor? On that, I don't know. Yeah, 3-1-2. The NBA defenses have gotten better. You're kind of on an island, I think, with that take. Pretty much everyone would agree, from even former players, 3-1-2. This isn't just me saying this. This would be, if you took a pulse of former players from the 90s and the early 2000s and said, do they play defense anymore in the NBA? You're probably looking at about an 80% response rate saying, hell no, they do not. It's David says, saw this NFL playoff prediction, and they said Bears and Chargers are going to win more than the Hawks, like they didn't go 7-9 last year. I've heard a little of this too, it's David. I don't know what to make of it other than this is just the lazy takes that you get from national perspectives. And I think what they've done, David, is they go, oh yeah, they're going to have a first place schedule because they won the division last year, and they didn't finish strong, so now they're going to be sucky. And I think that's about as far as their little brains can take them, and as far as thinking through the process goes. So I'm good with it. I think we're best when we're in an underdog state, when it's everybody's counting you out. You know, we're all we got. We're all we need. You know, that type of mentality of things. I like it. So let them keep short selling us. It's David. Let them say we're going to be this year we fall off. This is the year where, you know, Carroll loses it fully and Wilson has topped out as a player. Keep saying that. We'll see. We'll see. I like our chances. Tommy says Walter Jones gave up a total of only 23 quarterback sacks and was penalized for holding just 9 times. Phenomenal stats. Phenomenal stats, Tommy. I would like to see, too, with those stats, Tommy, I'd like to see those measured up against his guys that played at his time, being the Walter Pace and the guy that played, whose name suddenly escaping me all of a sudden, Jonathan Ogden with the Ravens. I'd love to see what those two guys match up in comparison to him at that time in those stats. That'd be interesting. But still, phenomenal numbers. And 3-1-2, I like Curry. I don't want to take away from Curry. He's a great player. And three-pointers are great. But again, just to what I was telling as far as the equivalent, you draw on the equivalency to three-pointers being like 50-yard bombs, and everybody loves 50-yard bombs. So why wouldn't you love every play being a 50-yard bomb? I think it would get old after a while. Just kind of like I was relating to baseball where everything's a strikeout or a home run. It gets old after a while. There's a fuller spectrum of the sport to enjoy, and we're almost concentrating on this one little area that we're locked into. And to me, it lowers down a little bit of the viewing pleasure of the sport. Seahawks Rain says, we looking good next year. Let's go. Let's go, Seahawks Rain. I agree. The schedule's looking pretty tasty, isn't it? Looking pretty tasty, man. Not hard at any one point, overly hard. You got your tough matchups kind of paired away from each other so you can kind of get right for them and get ready for them. The schedule eases up as the year goes along. 2 10 a.m. games, a mid-year bye. What's not to like? What's not to like? Randall says, random thought. 2 football movies from the late 90s, early 2000s. Necessary Roughness, a great movie. And The Replacements had the exact same plot and characters. They did. I'm more of a Necessary Roughness guy, but, you're one or the other, But those were the same. I like The Program too, Randall. That's another one of the 90s movies. That's an underrated one with James Caan as the head coach. And they got the guy on roids in that. Very, very nice depiction of roids in that movie. A guy on roids and what he'd act like. Seahawks Rain says, Russ is acting like Aaron Rodgers, though, laughing out loud. I don't know. Is it Russ acting like Aaron Rodgers or Aaron Rodgers acting like Russ? Where does one start? Where does one begin? We don't even know anymore. Very similar players in what they're going through with their football clubs right now. Odd to see, because you don't normally see these type of things with quarterbacks in their prime like this, kind of going through this sort of upheaval. GoHawks05 says, only real interview I've heard was Allen Iverson's famous, we talking about practice. We're talking about practice. 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 We're talking about practice. We're talking about practice. I remember that one as well. John Robinson says, it's funny. Pete and John hate the journalists that actually hold their feet to the fire and question their mismoves. But Pete rehired Carl Smith because he's the one and only non-yes man he has on the staff. Yeah, it's funny to me too, where they do seem to have a little bit of allergies towards wanting to have any sort of criticism, and you see a lot of times Coach Carroll will bristle at that type of thing. I don't quite always get it myself. It sort of is annoying, but yeah, they don't like they jump on journalists when they do ask them tough questions. Carroll can get real dodgy real quick with that type of stuff. And, too bad, so sad. That's their job to do for you guys. And if you guys were in a major market like New York, if you think that's them holding feet to the fire, go to New York and see what those coaches have to go through. Because they got real journalists over there. They don't have little, Sally come latelys. They got guys that are trying to do their job and take pride in what they're doing. Ethan Techworld, how many times in the NBA, crucial situations not do players just not give any defensive effort and let a score happen? Way too much. If I was coaching them, I'd be penalizing them for that. It's hard when it's culturally set in, Ethan. When it's through the whole NBA culture now that the defense is just not as important. I think it gets tough to then hold your team to task and say, no, you guys got to be better here. Why? Nobody else is. Elliot Clark says, I think the NFL should have 20 games minimum per regular season. Well, you're going to need 75-man rosters at that point, Elliot, and a whole lot of ice and a whole lot of Toradol. Both of those two things you're going to need about truckloads at that point at 20 games. As long as, and med tents. We're going to need med tents on the field as well. Seahawks reign. Today's defense is summed up by James Harden. That is absolutely spot on. That is the epitome right there of what is wrong with the NBA today. Is that guy right there? It ain't Steph Curry. It's that dude that's the problem. As far as this is our issue here. Seahawks reign says Russ better step up or he's out of here. I don't know what more the team can do for him. This is a make or break year, Seahawks reign. That's for sure with Russell. And they've got to get another step forward on this team for this thing to last beyond this year. They've done as much as I think that was within reason for them to be able to accomplish this offseason. They still have some more room if they want to make a couple more moves. They're still sitting on Russell's base salary this year, which they can convert to bonus money at any point in time and create another $10 million in cap space right now. So they can still get more done if they want, but this is absolutely a make it or break year for Russell. We're not going to be able to just do what we've done recently, which is one and done, 11-5, or whatever it is with the new schedule, and then call it a day. He's going to want to see, and I think Carroll's going to want to see, I think both sides are going to want to see some forward push here, that we're actually doing better than what's been our topped out point that we've been stuck at. Randall says Gallant was a sulky big hire. Yeah, he was. What's weird with me is I feel like Sky Salk should be up in his ear telling him, like, do more what I did when I came here. I didn't come here from Boston and then just get all sunshine and roses about it. I was willing to be critical of the teams. I was willing to be critical of coaches. I mean, he walked in the door and he was all over Mora from the jump. I mean, that's part of why Salk and Brock got as far as they did, is because they were willing to be honest and they were willing to say some tough things at times. You're not always going to be right when you do it that way, but at least you're attempting to arrive there rather than hiding up the truth, glossing over it. Whitey Weiss says Everett Disley, Eskridge, and 2 Pro Bowl wide receivers this year could be the year Seattle has a consistent matchup advantage on the inside over the nickel. Seattle has never really had that I can remember. No, you've never really been past the 2 receivers deep for a while now, going back almost 10 years. Randall says Gallant's the Jared Goff of morning radio. Randall, spin big truth here 4 hours in. YD Weiss says, according to the rumors, Seattle was going to pay Shaq $10 million per year. Thank you, Jacksonville. Oh, thank you so much if that's the case. I would have been very angry at $10 million per year because now you're not just locked to him to 1 year. We're signing up for the Shaquille Griffin train for 3-4 more seasons. No. Take him back. Take him back. I don't want him. I don't want that one. I don't want that one. That's icky. James Black, rest in peace. Colt Brennan, yes, rest in peace, Colt. Tough, kind of a dull life that guy went through. He went his ups and downs, but he's a fun college quarterback. Seahawks Rain says Penny's going to go off this year. Well, when we signed Waldron as our offensive coordinator, Seahawks Rain, I said he was going to be the guy who benefited maybe more than anybody else in this roster beyond Russell Wilson, and the fact that this offense will absolutely take advantage of his skill set, specifically his ability to attack on the outside edges. No doubt about it, in my opinion. Seahawks Rain says, we definitely got cheated in that Super Bowl versus the Steelers. Laughing out loud, every touchdown got called back on us. Yep. And you're going to trigger 3-1-2 in a second on that one, Seahawks Rain. I know he doesn't agree, but I do. See, Randall McDaniel says, Jim Moore was a local media guy who questioned the team of players, did it throughout career covering Sonics, Hawks, and M's. Just a coincidence that they let him go. I don't think so, because there's nobody there anymore that holds any feet to the fire. Everybody is basically waving pom-poms, even when they're trying to hide it. It's still what they're doing, and it's pretty obvious that's what they're doing, which, again, just doesn't make the radio better, doesn't make for better listening. And, again, I don't know why it doesn't. In the long run, it doesn't gain you viewership. You might keep your little safe viewers who want to hear nothing but everything's going to be beautiful and great, but you're closing down the true potential. Robert says Cam was the heart of an all-time great defense. He's a top 10 Seahawk. Fair enough. We'll knock off Freddie Young, Robert, so Cam will take over Freddie's spot on my list for you from your lips to my ears. Oh, the Mariners got a hit? No hitter? Okay, good. They're not going to get no hit again. Tony LG says Kenny Easley. He's got to be on there. Even above Cam. You can't not have Kenny Easley on that list. He's got to be above Cam. Absolutely. Seahawks Rain Kurt Warner was a boss from bagging groceries to bagging Super Bowls. True. No, there's never been a story like Kurt Warner. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing guy. YG Wise's most underrated Hawks ever, Jacob Green. His stats are as good, if not better, than other Hall of Fame defensive ends in his era. Beast, just an outside top 10 Seahawk. Yep, I'd agree. I think Jacob's a great guy to point out with that. I'm thinking right now in my brain here. Yeah, Jacob's a good one to point to. I'd agree with you there. Eugene Robinson's another one. He's not quite to where Jacob is, but he's in the teens probably. Micah Clark, TheSeahawksNest. I've been arguing for a fat minute now, laughing my ass off with 312 and Paul Third now, laughing my ass off, bro. I see you guys going back and forth. I can see it, man. You guys are going at it. That's what I love about our chat, man. There's always some sparks flying somewhere. John Robinson says, you don't think Chancellor and Lynch can make Hall of Fame based on their impact on the game? Earl Campbell was similar to Lynch and didn't have a long career. They each were so memorable. You're absolutely right to point to Lynch as an Earl Campbell equivalent. They had a very similar career in the respect of their production on the field. So that does make it likely, that makes it a fair comparison, in my opinion. I think Lynch is going to get hit by the media, that who votes on his Hall of Fame status, and a guy that didn't talk to the media enough by their measure. That's where they're going to get back on him. The media is very petty in that realm of things. I think they will be with Lynch in this realm. Doesn't mean that he isn't deserving, but just that I think that will be holding him back. With Cam, he just isn't going to have the statistics to back it up. It's very hard for safeties to make it anyway, and it's going to have to be based on his leadership and being, as my brother said, the hallmark of an all-time great defense. Is that enough to project him into the Hall of Fame on its own? Because when you look at the interceptions, he maybe had 18, 19 interceptions, a couple forced fumbles. That's not going to usually be enough to get you quite in at that point. Elliot Clark says Lynch is a Hall of Fame, obviously. He is from a standpoint of impact and production, in my opinion. The problem, though, comes in again. The Hall of Fame writers, and there's a stack of running backs who are 10,000 yards plus ahead of Lynch who aren't going to get in. So it's a little bit of, now you got to quantify his not having the statistics to back that up over the top of those other guys who aren't going to get into in there. There's a lot of running backs who put up a lot of production. It's going to make it hard on him. Seahawks Rain says Hawks Nest is Max Kellerman's pops. Laughing out loud, just kidding. Oh my God, I'm almost the same age of him. He might be older than me, Seahawks Rain. He might be older than me, my guy. Is that true, Mark? Oh, you're probably Mark. CDC said, no masks if you got your shot. Yeah! Says Mark. So it sounds like we're finally getting this thing open back up, fellas and women. Ethan Deckworld says, I'll put Sherm, Earl, Cam, Marshawn, Russ, DK, Walter, Angry, Doug Baldwin, Largent, and Sean Alexander in my top 10. I didn't grow up with too many of the older guys. It's hard, though, even if you didn't grow up with them. I mean, you're knocking Hall of Fame football players off that list for guys that aren't going to get anywhere near sniffing the Hall of Fame. And I love Doug. I like DK, but he's only played 2 years. It's hard to put him into that mode. But I understand if you didn't see him. It's your list. I'm not going to knock it. It's your list. Because most of the players from the 90s and 2000s are constantly hating on the NBA game now because they are jealous. Simple as that. Look at Shaq and Barkley constantly hating on young players now. There is probably a little bit of that to the degree of that 312. To say that that it's all that it's all just bitterness of former players is hating on the game. Okay, well, if that's true, then did that happen for the previous generations? At the time of the 80s, was Julius Erving and Wilt Chamberlain and those guys just absolutely hating on the game at that time? No, they weren't. So I think that there's also a bit of this, that there's maybe a little bit of meat on this bone as far as these players having a perspective that's valid, and they're pointing out something that they love the sport, and they're seeing the sport harmed by the level of play and where it's at, and they're seeing where this is going, and they're not liking that look. I think that there is some jealousy to a degree. I'll give you some on that, but to say that it's all that, to say that you know that it's all of that, well, can you tell me what the lotto numbers are going to be here next week then too, if you know all that? GoHawks05 says people think our pass rush is bad because they don't understand how this works. And they don't pay attention to us, Go-Hawks. I'd say they don't do the research. If they did, they'd know. If they did, they'd see what we've brought in here. They'd see what we were last year with Dunlap added. But that takes more work and more time to dive into the team and understand it better, and they don't want to do that. Everything needs to be simple and bite-sized and easy to consume. Randall says, I hope Shaq G covers DK in our game. Shaq doesn't want any part of that exchange. No, he doesn't have any of that dog. He doesn't have any of that dog. He would shrink. He would shrink like a violet from DK. Please put DK. Please put Henderson out on the other guy and put Shaq on DK. Please do that. Please. Seahawks Rain says, so glad we signed the Rams tight end Everett. I do too. You've never had Seahawks Rain a yak tight end in the history of the Seattle Seahawks like Gerald Everett. A guy that's a tight end that can move like he can with the ball in his hands after the catch. It's going to be a unique skill set that we have never seen here in Seattle. 312 says a top 30 player in the NBA now would have been a top 5 player in the 90s. No, because they would have had to play defense in the 90s and they would have been taken off the court because they couldn't play defense. As well as they couldn't take the physicality. They couldn't take it, and you go into the lane and you get drilled. The easy bucket's not going to be there no more. That would throw a lot of these guys off. A lot of these light, weak-kneed, no heart, all talk, no play type guys. Seahawks Rain says, feel bad for Disley. He was balling for us before the injuries. He was. He might still bounce back. You never know with him. So it's not said. The story is not totally spoken on one Mr. Disley. But he certainly wasn't quite at that same kind of speed last year as he had been prior. Randall McDaniel says, remember Big Walt skipped all those training camps? Yeah, he was pushing trucks, Randall. He was pushing SUVs. He didn't need training camp. There was one post that Hutchinson did on his Twitter of a shot of them at the first game of the season. And it was in a year where Walter had held out. And you can see in the thing, like, Steve looks calm and he's just chilling. And Walter's like hands on his hips, breathing heavy. And Hutchinson had written in below it, like, see, Walt, this is what happened when you didn't come to training camp. You got winded after 5 plays. I thought that was hilarious. Those linemen, those offensive linemen from the 05s, the Tobecks and Walter and Hutch, man, they throw some shade at each other. They go at each other. It's fun to watch on Twitter. Randall McDaniel says program was a badass movie. It was. Remember they laid in the middle of a street in the movie and a dummy did the copycat and got run over? I do remember that. Yeah. Well, I love the scene too in the program. They got the middle linebacker and he's in college and like he's in the classroom and he just can't, they're asking him to process some simple thing and he's just like, I don't know. I can't understand that. And then they get him in the film room and they're asking him on a play. He's like, what do you do on this play? He's like, if the read crashes down the left, I go mic right to the hard left. But if the pull comes out to the side and I got to come to the flat on a shiver, I'm going to buzz the flat, but then come back to a round route. But if the quarterback goes off of his double look to the left side, it's a great scene. And I thought it accomplished how, it's like the intelligence is a little different on the football field and the way just a little cool little scenes like that you wouldn't see normally in a football movie. Elliot Clark says, I'm still really impressed with the Waldron hire. It's a great get. It is, Elliot. It's just what you needed. Just what you needed. We all wanted a Lincoln Riley, but it wasn't. It was a Rolling Stones song. You ain't going to get what you want, but you get just what you need. And that's what Waldron is. And I'm starting what we're going to call this offense of Waldron's, by the way. It's already, this is the nickname. It's going to be the Waldron Cauldron. Okay? That's the nickname for this offense. Randall says, Any Given Sunday was decent. Movie 2. It was. Felt like that was at the height of Oliver Stone at his most coked up with his cuts. If you got to cut past 2.5 seconds, then Oliver was going to have to cut to another shot. 312 says it's going to be the Bucs and the Chiefs again. No, it's not. It's going to be my Seahawks and whoever else out of the AFC. It doesn't matter. The Food Gamer, what's the schedule for your streams? Been watching you ever since the Giants lost. Your page popped up on my recommendation page. Love the channel. Thank you for hanging in with me for so long on that, Food Gamer. I'm glad I able to hook you in and keep you aboard here. We're going to go throughout this off season. We're going to do Thursdays and Sundays. I'm going to be doing my streaming schedule at 5 p.m. I'm going to mix in here and there at some point an early morning stream because I get some of my European folks who they get up just as we're ending the stream off at the time frame it is for me. So I want to get a couple of those folks because I do get them on the chat going, man, I just missed it. Shout out to you, Yami. We'll get you in on one of these things. But that's where I'm going to sit right now. Of course, during the year, we're going to keep the 2 streams up during the year as well. So we'll do during the week kind of an assessment on the team. And then, of course, post-game as we go out of the 5 o'clock. So it'll be just after the game kind of ends. I might stream during the games during the year, but that's still something that I need to decide. I don't know if that's something you guys want. So we'll kind of think on that one. But that's the general stream. 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursdays, Sundays. Oh, and Tom Brady has ruined the NFL as a league. I don't think he has. I think he's helped to make it better. Mark, here's an idea. 32 team, 1 year, 9 against AFC, 8 against NFC, years switch. 1 game against each team, to me, it seems more fair and interesting. It could. I do like a little bit of like you've got to get your stuff solved within your division. It sort of creates this own outlet of something that you've got to take care of business on, and then you get to the grander scheme. There's a part of that I sort of like, Mark, in the way that the league goes with that. But I would be okay with them to do it as a one-off and see how it played off as just an alternative. I'm not married to having to keep it this way forever, especially with you already adding an extra game. Elliot Clark says everything changes if Rodgers does leave Green Bay, especially if he goes to the AFC, right, Elliot? Which he probably would because Green Bay's not going to trade him into the conference. So he's going to the AFC at that point. And you're right. You're right. This NFC looks a lot different. A whole lot different. A whole lot more tastier if we got Rodgers out of this conference. Elliot Clark says the Waldron Cauldron. Love it. All right. It's stamping it down now. I can't wait. If we're the least bit effective, I will be Waldron Cauldroning all day long. All day long. This is all stream. Oh, you stepped into the Waldron Cauldron. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. Them embers are firing. Ethan says, oh man, knocking those Hall of Famers in my top 10 stings. Ethan says, I might have to swap DK out for Wagner in my top 10. Then if DK has a career, we can swap him out for Walter or Steve later. Oh, don't you dare swap him out for Steve. You can swap him out for Walter. You can swap him out for Baltley, but you leave Steve in. You leave him in, Ethan. You don't take Steve out. He's a permanent resident of the all-time top 10 team of the Seahawks. That is a Hawks Nest mandate. Nas says, I think the 11-5 wild card is the worst case scenario. Yeah, that's pretty much where my bottom was. We started out the stream. There were some folks saying people had 6 or 7 losses. I can't see with this schedule, Nas. I don't see it with this schedule. I see a schedule that puts you up into that realm of 5 losses is to me the bottom end, and you're likely up into that 13, maybe even 14 win territory. Micah Clark says LBJ is 4-5 all time. Oh, LeBron James. Sorry. 312 says Julius Ervin said the other day that LeBron, second greatest player of all time, wasn't on his all-time all NBA first team list because he started super teams. Jealousy at its finest. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's jealousy. I mean, is his point wrong? Did LeBron not create super teams in order to start getting his championships? And I'm not knocking LeBron's a good player. I'm not a hater of LeBron necessarily, but it is what it is. I mean, he did it. And if you're going to do that, you may go get your championships and there are going to be people that call you on it. Cordell Carter, I've been back a minute. I think we got 13-4 or 14-3 if we beat the Packers. I think we lose the Rams once, Cards once, Cards and maybe the Cardinals once. Cordell, that was exactly, I think, what I had on my prognostication. Was the 13-3, 14-3. It's kind of right in that realm. And then I had it as the Rams and the Cards being the 2 that we split. 1 win, 1 loss against each of those, and then we sweep the 49ers. LBJ has played against and dominated real competition while playing with the bums. He has, but he has won championships by creating super teams. I mean, that was his methodology to creating super teams, was being able to essentially, I'll get to mix and match. And I'm not hating. I'm not taking away from his championships. But when we talk about a measurement then of greatness all time, when you take that quick route, when you take the shortcut through the path over the bend, there are going to be people that hold you to task on it. Randall McDaniel says Jeff Bryant was a really strong defensive end too. It was. You had a really cool front back in the 80s. You had Jeff Bryant, Joe Nash as your nose, and then Jacob Green on the other side. And then you were real blitz heavy at times where you'd run a lot of stack fronts back in the 80s. Man, I've watched some tape on that stuff. Still fun tape to go back and watch where you just overwhelm those offensive lines. But Jeff Bryant, another underrated dude, really good. Oh, Wide got some stats here for me. So Orlando Pace gave up 9.5 sacks. Gave up his first season. Walter had 23 in his career. Okay. Both had 9 holding penalties in a 12-year career, but Pace had 61 false starts to Walt's 20. Seems stats indicate Walt's better. It does indeed. What about Ogden? Wide? Give me Ogden. You still got to give me Ogden. If you give me Ogden, I'll throw everybody else away, but I need Ogden and Pace as my measurements. Elliot Clark says Hawks Nest primetime games in Australia are 11 a.m. Monday. Oh, my Lord. Do you just take a day off at that point? Or do you got to do the DVR thing? I guess you DVR or just go to work and then just curse about the stupid different time zones. Why doesn't Australia have a stinking football team? We love rugby enough. Let's get a football team here, mates. Governors? But no, that sucks. 11 a.m. sucks. I'll stop complaining about 10 a.m. start times on Sunday, Elliot. Randall McDaniel says, I've always thought that Ricky Waters deserved to be in the Hall of Fame. Hard to argue with his amount of production, both in running and in catching. You know, he had a lot of production as far as that for his career goes. You can make an argument with him because it's not just about the yards on the ground. It's what he does as a pass catcher. A lot of catches. He may eventually get there on the Veterans Committee, Randall. I may be a Veteran Committee guy who could maybe sneak in there on that. Micah Clark, the Hawks Nest, can you please say Kobe is better than LeBron? For me, it's true. He played tough teams and has the hardest collection of rings. This is proven in a YouTube video I've watched. Well, I'll probably trigger half of the chat with this. But again, I love LeBron as a player. I don't know if I can put him above Kobe. There's elements of Kobe's game, though, that were much better than LeBron to me. And I don't know. That's a hard one on me, Micah. I'll tell you, it's not as clear cut to me that just, it's for sure LeBron's way better than Kobe. I know LeBron's got the better stats. I know LeBron's got the longer career now, and he'll be dominant for longer. And I get he'll have, but I mean, Kobe has more championships at the end of the day, right? And he got after he got those championships after, on at least one or two of those after Shaq moved on. Randall McDaniel says the Mariners game's 4-2. Bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Try bringing in a new pitcher. Oh, they're bringing in the closer. Food Gamer, TPS latest video saying perfect trade scenarios. They said Russ and Aaron Rodgers trade switching teams would be perfect trade. And I'm like, is TPS on some drugs? That literally makes no sense at all. No. No. I don't see how that makes any sense to me either. Why would Russ want to go to Green Bay? And would Rodgers really fit well with Coach Carroll's rah-rah college-like atmosphere? I feel like Aaron Rodgers would walk into the door rolling his eyes on a consistent basis. Oh, yeah, it's all about the ball, Pete. A turnover Tuesday, Pete? Is that what it is? Oh, my God. No, I can't. No way. No. No way that happens. Hawks says I got to go to work and watch it on my phone. God, that sucks, Elliot. I'm sorry. That's brutal. Wish there were a way we could all be able to watch it and we don't do it like that. But we're not going to get around the fact that the 24-hour days. Let's see here what we got. Most people don't know how to dominate wide receiver DK is and will be. Oh, why do I says most people don't know how dominant a wide receiver DK is and will be. He's already putting up numbers that all-timers like Julio and CJ did and still has so much room to grow. 100 catches, 1,500 yards, and 12 touchdowns in 2021. Oh, I love your prediction, why do I? And I'm with you on it. I've been on the board this DK train from the jump. I've said this guy's got all the talent in the world to tap into it. He's a perfect pairing with Russell Wilson. He's improved from year 1 to year 2, and not just an improvement that's, he went from 700 yards to 1,000 yards. No, he went to 1,000 yards to 1,300 yards. I expect him to take another step forward on that as well. I'm probably right near your mark. I probably go more of into the 85 catches, but into the 1,400 yard range, and then 13 to 14 touchdowns. Micah Clark says, LeBron James backs his numbers up by playing no defense. He's played since like 2014-15, which is like the first legit crazy three-point shooting season. He's played like 7 seasons in a soft league. Yep. 312 says, okay, by that logic, Kobe and Tim Duncan are the GOATs because they face the toughest competition. Facing tougher competition doesn't make you better. If that was the case, Magic and Bird wouldn't be top 10. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, and there's no simple thing that derives things. Go Hawk says, Pace gave up 9 sacks in his first season. Damn. That was a struggle, huh? I think wasn't he in the number 1 overall pick, too? He was a number 1 overall pick center. Is my old brain failing me on that one? I think he is. Seahawks Rain says, Tim Duncan is the second best player after MJ. You can make an argument for it. And the importance of what he was as a player, and then they stacked some titles, man. The titles don't lie. The titles do not lie. That is for sure. Cordell Carter says, what's sad is last year your prediction would have been right had we taken care of the Cards and Giants. Pain. Deep pain. Yeah, you had it, right, Cordell? I mean, those games you should have had. There's no reason to lose those games. Giants game, Colt McCoy at quarterback, at home. Come on. Come on. They just, worst time of year to just kind of just totally just crap the bed. Just crap it. GoHawks05 says, absolutely no way Kobe's over LeBron. I probably would be hard-pressed to do it at the end of the day. I've got to give LeBron his credit where credit is due, and he is a very good player. It always gets tough when we start trying to parse this all-time list with who's the greatest players, because we're just talking about the best of the best and then trying to pull between them. We're talking about such close proximity of where these players all kind of are to each other. Randall McDaniel says, when Pete retires, would you rather have McVay, Lincoln Riley, or someone else? I'm going to go with someone else, Randall. I think the Lincoln Riley thing is starting to get a little aged as a take, and looking at him. I like him, but I think I need to come up with a more creative answer. And I don't have that answer for you off the top of my head. But I think it's someone else. My feeling is it would be someone else. I'll think about it and see if I can come up with somebody who would be something that jumps to mind. I think an offensive-minded coach, if Rielson's here, so you could narrow it down to that for sure. I think they would lean in that direction just in general, to lean off of the defensive-minded approach of things. But I don't have a name right off the top of my head. Randall says Jordan is the best. Well, this part I do agree on. Jordan is the best in my opinion. Like I put Jordan at the top for me. At the top. Random Big Dan says Rodgers to Denver makes too much sense. It does. It does to me too. And look, Green Bay, you made your bed with us already by making the selection of Jordan Love. You ran down this road already with Brett Favre doing this before. You knew you were going to run into this at some point or another, and sooner rather than later. Own it, offload it, and move on. That's what you determined you wanted to do. And I think they're having buyer's remorse on Jordan Love. They didn't expect Aaron Rodgers to put together 2 MVP-like seasons back-to-back because he was heading into 40 years of age. And now they're caught a little bit. They're caught in a bit of a pickle. But to me, that doesn't change the fact of what you've made your decision. You strategically chose to do this long ago. Own it. James Black, Lincoln Riley is overrated. It's kind of why I wanted to change to something new on that, James. I've been for last year or two saying I've been enthralled by the thought process of Lincoln Riley for Seattle if Coach Carroll moved on, because of specifically the fact he's an offensive mastermind. But then the other thing is he's worked and had great success with undersized quarterbacks recently. Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, got a lot out of those guys who have some size limitations to them. So that's part of what's driven me to him previously, but I can understand where you're coming from, James. I definitely need to come up with something else more creative than that at this point. Food Gamer, I wish Seattle changes their jersey to their vintage, but more of a modern look, and then an alternate would be a green jersey and green socks with the gray pants and gray helmets. We would look fire. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that updated vintage look that was released out as kind of an alt uniform this week. Look cool. Just get the old uniforms that silver in somehow or another. I don't care if you got to update the look a little on it, but just get us our vintage unis back. I just want to see it on one game or two here or there. L.A. Clark says Browns will be carrying Baker, but at some point it'll fall down. Could be, but it may not have to be, because they're going to build into the game model of turning him into a game manager. They have 2 running backs there, so they have a deep enough set there to just hammer you with the ball all day long. The defense is going to be really good. They may not need Baker to do much, man. He may just be able to just sit there and lean back in his bed and just be like, you guys got this. I'm just going to slurp on my drink over here and chill. Hand the ball off all day. Seahawks Rain says we need Andy Reid. Well, I wouldn't turn him down. Glock says I would rank players in tiers like MJ Braun, tier 1, Kareem, Kobe, Shaq, Wilt, and tier 2. See, that's where it'd just be hard as much, though, to take him down to tier 2, because Kareem for his time, Kareem from 74 to 83, 84 was absolutely crazy dominant, Roxanne likes herself some Eric Bieniemy for our next head coach, the offensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs. That wouldn't be bad either, Roxanne. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I like this suggestion. Good section. Micah Clark says, you're responding to 312. Sorry. Yami says, here we go. I caught it. Told you I'll be back. I was just referencing you, Yami. I was saying I'm going to get some early morning streams here eventually, so I don't have to have folk like yourself getting up and always catching me at the end. If we can do a morning stream and get some of you folks over on different time zones back. Well, how you doing, Yami? Hope everything's going good. Randall McDaniel, 80s Celts and Lakers all had their own big threes. Those teams were all stacked, albeit homegrown, and that's a big part of it for me. Randall, is they had to develop inside. They had to learn to win together. I think that there's an added component there versus just assembling your super team. But it doesn't bother a lot of other people too, the super team thing. For me, Randall, it's not a bothersome thing to me. It's just a matter of where I'll rank you all the time. I am going to hold it against you if other players didn't do that as much, if they didn't have to lean on that in order to get to the prize, to get those championships. L.A. Clark says, if they ever bring in those vintage jerseys, we will end up 2-15. Elliot's not a big fan of the old school look. Yami says, have we been over Waldron probably being our next head coach when he does good with the offense over the next few seasons? I think it's kind of a leap at the moment, Yami, because we've got a guy who's not even yet called a single offensive play as a head coach in this league. And to say that in a guy like that who's yet to even be that then will be the next head coach to take over, I don't know if we can say that. We know that the Rams felt like it was a big loss losing him from their coaching staff. He's a guy with a lot of heat around the league as being a good coach, an up-and-comer, a guy on the rise. Certainly, you wouldn't be having a guy like Norton taking over if Corey Carroll moved on. So this would be more of a ideal type hire that you would look at. But I think we've got to have a little bit more we can go off of in his recent history is how does he do as far as calling plays? How he's a motivator? Is he getting more out of the offense than our prior 2 offensive coordinators did, or is he getting about the same, or is he getting even less? I think we've got to take a look at those to really take stock of it. Food Gamer, out of all the jerseys in the NFC West, can you rank them from best to trash? Yeah, I think we have the best. I'm going to go with the Niners. I'm not a big fan of the powdery look of the Rams, though I don't like the Cardinals either. I hate those 2 jerseys. Can I put both of those as the equal I hate them? as I hate them jerseys? Yami says Bieniemy is probably going to have a head coaching job next year. No way the Chiefs offense dominates 3 years in a row, and he's a minority coordinator doesn't get a head coaching job. Yeah, he already should have had a job before this, Yami, and it's kind of interesting in this league where other coaches who also hadn't played called and who had operated under Andy Reid had gotten jobs much quicker in this league as far as head coaches, whereas Bieniemy, there's been this slow process of it. You never know those two, Yami, is what if head coach Carroll goes out this year, wins himself a Super Bowl, and wants to move on after this year? Wants to retire. He is going to be 71 years old. There's no guarantee he wants to go for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. I know he signed a 5-year extension, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to live to go through or that he's going to see to go through all 5 of those years. Cordell Carter says, what do you think we need to complete this roster? And what are your thoughts on Chad Johnson or Cade Johnson and Tamarian Terry? To complete this roster, I think we need another center to compete with Posick. I'd feel a lot better about that. Slash a guy that could play both guard and center and compete in that realm of things. That would make me feel a lot more warm and fuzzy. You also need to figure out what you're doing at the linebacker position. You need to find a Sam linebacker, and you need to find a cover Will. So those would be the 3 positions I think you most need to kind of concentrate on right now as we stand. Chad Johnson, you mean like Ocho Cinco Chad Johnson, or you were meaning Cade Johnson? I think you're meaning like the same guy, and you just were saying which one? Cade Johnson, to me, I mentioned earlier on the stream, Cordell, I feel like he's a guy that if Doug Baldwin and Tyler Lockett had a baby, it would be Cade Johnson. That's what you have. So he's slower than Lockett was coming out, not quite as fast, but he's got all of the smarts that Baldwin had on the inside and the ability with that quick first step release to create really quick separation. Him and Eskridge kind of have that in common in that respect, is that they create separation very fast into the routes a lot of times. He will only be a slot specialist guy at the NFL level. He's not going to be able to play on the outside, but I think he can do a good job in that slot role. Tamarian's got the star potential. You've never had an undrafted rookie free agent who's got this kind of star potential. I don't think in any of the time that the Seahawks have been picking up undrafted free agents in 10 years. He's that good. When you had a guy like DK coming out of college at Ole Miss, he had a lot of limited production with the injury concerns, with running the limited route tree, with the 3-cone drill that everyone was nailing him for. This guy's got the 1,000-yard season at Florida State in 2019. He's got that upper level year of production where you've seen it before. You don't have to imagine it. You don't have to make it happen in your own mind. You have seen him be this way. It's a matter of he was fighting through a meniscus injury in the last year, held him back, wasn't the same player in 2020. I think he can bounce back. I think he does have star potential, but in that same realm, there's a lot of bust potential here too with this type of guy because of that. So like him, love him actually, Cordell Carter. This is as excited as I've been about our undrafted rookie free agent class in a couple of years. Food Gamer says, I wish the NFL laid back on the helmet, custom face mask, and visor. So much players would look so cool with custom helmets and a visor. DK with a Seahawks type of color scheme visor would look clean. Yeah, it would. I'd be okay with that, I think. I think I'd be all right with that. Elliot Clark says, the blackout jersey look way better. Super mean. I'd be okay with those two. It's the nostalgia itch I got, Elliot. I got that little nostalgia itch that I want to scratch from time to time. Yami says, I'm saying Waldron as the next head coach because, like, every team is searching for the next McVay. It very well could. I mean, he would be a top candidate if he has success of being that next guy that comes in, Yami. But part of this, too, comes into that there's so much that's going to go on for the next head coach who comes in. The next head coach who comes in is probably going to be under new ownership. Does new ownership want to find their guy? Does Schneider, if he's in charge at that point and Carroll's retired and now he has the full reins and he's holding them, doesn't he want to maybe have the opportunity to have that full say on the next head coaching hire? I would tend to think yes at that point, which would lead me away from thinking it would be Waldron because of that a little bit, because they're going to want to just make their own guy that they select. Micah says, that's my first sport, and that's also a fact, especially Kobe. I study so much about him. That's why he meant so much to me. I understand there's a lot of people that I've talked to that Kobe had that impact on him as watching the sport and basketball and how much they do think of him, and I can get it. 312, I feel like Staley's overrated, and 312 says, I feel like Staley's overrated. Jalen Ramsey and Aaron Donald can make any defensive coordinator look good. They put you on a pathway to get there, but 2 players on an 11-man squad on themselves in football are not going to be enough. There have been football squads that have 2 dominant defensive players on it that weren't good defenses. They themselves do not equivalent out to a good defense. You need a rest of a squad built around them. I don't think Staley's overrated. I think he was a bright mind. I think his loss is going to hurt the Rams. I think the coaching losses they've had across the board this offseason are going to be part of what hurts them in addition to what they've taken as far as losses with the personnel groupings. Ethan says, you know what would totally happen, which would suck? Kingsbury gets fired and then Bieniemy goes to AZ. Yikes. That would add to the sweatiness of the NFC West. Yeah, it would. Yeah, that would be maybe tougher. We don't know what Bieniemy, though, too. I mean, he might be a good coach. He might not. Maybe he's been a horrible interviewer. Maybe he's a better coordinator than he is a coach. We don't know at this point if he will be a good coach. We do know that not every Andy Reid disciple works out. So it's no certainty that just goes without saying that it'd be an awesome move if they brought him on versus Kingsbury. Y.D. White says Ogden also had a 12-year career, 12 holding, 13 false starts. DeWalt's 9 and 12, 9 and 20. Okay. The only sack stat I found on Ogden is he gave up 4 his last 2 years. More data needed. So him and Walt are probably very close to each other, Y.D. Wide. Now, I'll give Walt the edge. I will. But it's close. Probably close. Go Hawks 05 says Kobe had Shaq to carry him for his first 3 rings. A little bit. It was a combo deal, I feel like, with those two guys. They both were very kind of reliant on each other a little bit. Food Gamer says Bieniemy is a nice dude. I heard during the COVID season he stayed in a hotel for the whole season because his son had a really bad breathing problems. To him, protecting his son is so wholesome. That's a cool story. Sucks that he wasn't able to see his son as much because of that. That sucks. But yeah, he sounds like a good guy. He will get a job sooner than later. Ethan Techworld says, oh man, I hate the Cardinals uniforms. The Rams new unis look like they're sponsored by LA Fitness. Yeah, it's got that thing to it. It's like LA Fitness. It's part old Chargers powder blue uniforms, part just And the 49ers are a tad better than AZ. Yep. We have by far the best uniforms. By far. It's not even a competition in our division. It's just facts, man. It's just facts. Cordell says, I honestly like some of the undrafted linemen we signed, how at least one of them can make it. Yeah, I did too. I like the linemen too. Jared Hooker is a real interesting guy. He is 6'6". He's got no real natural athletic gifts, but he's really smart technically. He knows how to get himself in the right position. He certainly has the size that you would look for there, a little bit of short arms for being 6'6", only 32-inch arms. The other kid, there was the guard we got, who's also an interesting player to take a look at. So Jack Curran and that guard that we got, I think it was maybe Minnesota that we got, or Mississippi that we got, left guard. Both of those two guys are kind of interesting. I'm kind of intrigued by both those guys and what they could maybe offer. No guarantees with them, but just interesting. I'd be good with us kicking out the color rush for either the black jerseys or the old school. I'm done. I'm kind of good on the color rush, on the green color rush. It's got a little like it's very loud on the screen. Food Gamer says it's crazy how people say we were going to finish last when our whole division lost so much and they barely replaced what they lost while we have bought on so much more players and depth to our team. People just not paying attention, Food Gamer, you know? They're just lazy takes. Lazy takes. Cordell says the Rams defense will look good, but their lost on defense is great, and I love it. Brockers, Johnson, Troy Hill. Yeah, Cordell, they lost legitimately a lot of guys. And in addition to that, of course, Gerald Everett and Austin Blythe and their backup running back and Samson Ekubon, their linebacker. You know, it's a lot to lose, man. That's a lot of guys to walk out the door and just expect your guys are going to, your replacements, your backup guys are going to just do just as well as those dude. I don't know about that. I don't know. Whitey Wise says some in the chat need to pump the brakes on Waldron. He could be great, still in question, and not have had success in his first year. I think there are many indicators he can succeed, but not guaranteed. I would go with that. I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that, man. Yami's with me. Retire the color rush while it's still undefeated. Do it. And then you can bring it up for just special purposes. For that special game you need at just the right time of year, unveil them for that. Pull them out just for that point. But yeah, because you can only have so many jersey alternatives. If we got to ditch one of all the alternatives, keep the wolf grays, and then just either bring in the all black stuff that we've seen or bring in the all vintage stuff. One of those two. I want to see one of those two. Micah says, I saw the blue-black Seahawks jersey that looks sick, and I think one of our popular players said they were sick as F. I love them, would easily be one of the best in the NFL, better than our current ones. Well, it's hard to go wrong with black, right, Micah? I mean, black is hard to mess up. You're always going to look more badass in black. Food gamer Pierre Olivier Lestange. If he makes the team, I'm going to keep my eye on him, and maybe he beats out Posick. Going to be a good mini camp with the positional battles. We are. I don't know what to think of him, honestly, Food gamer. I think he probably ends up as more maybe practice squad fodder type guy, in my opinion. But that's as much as I just don't have any tape to go off of him, and he's never played against high-level competition. But we'll see with him. We'll see. YDY says, please let the NFL allow 2 helmets. We can bring back the silver unis. I'd love it, man. Food gamer, how would you feel about the green color jerseys with our blue pants we wore last year? I like the home alternate. That green is just, to me, that level of green, that neon green is best as an accentuating color. And rather than as a mainstay color, I want to accentuate around it, and man, it's just, I feel like I need to wear sunglasses watching our games in those color rush jerseys. They're just so bright. Our white and blue jerseys. Yami's a white and blue jersey guy. Okay. Those are pretty nice too. All right, so Yami, I know you just got in here, my dude, but we are now 5 hours in. I'm getting hungry here. We're about 10 o'clock my time here on Pacific Standard Time. So Yami, I am going to be doing an early morning stream here soon. So I'm going to try to shoot for maybe a Sunday. Let me know, Yami, what you think as far as with your schedule and some of the folks on your time zone thing, if it'd be better to do a early Sunday or an early like a Thursday. But I will do an early stream here throughout this offseason at one point so I can kind of get you into more vlog time where you're able to get on right off the jump. Even Deck World says, I only wear my Russell Prime Time jersey like twice a year. I have a regular home jersey of DK, and I have a away shirt jersey of Adams. I need an away jersey. Well, you got to have those jerseys you wear for just the right time of year. So I have like my Largen jersey. That's just for special games. That's for games that we need it. I tap into that karmic pass to that jersey, tap into that juice. It's always usually good for a win. Sometimes it lets me down, but more often than not, it's good for a win. Russell would look dangerous with the dark visor. Russell would look badass with the dark visor, man. That would look cool. That would look super cool. Black jersey, black visor, Russ. Can you imagine that? That's too much awesomeness to even contemplate. Way too much. Too much. Go Waxo Vibe says, I love our all whites. They're so crispy. they are crispy, man. They're just about as vibrant as those color rush jerseys. That's for sure. All right, well, let's get the last of our comments, questions, anything else we want as far as our last little bits here. We'll wrap this up. Be back at it again on Sunday. We'll do our another live stream on that day. So unless you guys got any final other thoughts, we just had another great stream. Again, I look at this schedule and I see a schedule where there's 13 wins here. I'm not going to say easy, but very relatively easy speaking. I don't normally look at a schedule like this and say, oh, you can put 13 wins down. It's right there to be had, if not 14 wins. But I think it's that way. Is it going to be a walkthrough schedule? No. Are they going to put us on the edge of our seat like always? Yes. Is there a chance I might have a heart attack this year? Possibly. But that doesn't mean that we still can't go out there and get this first round bye this year, that the stage isn't set, that the schedule hasn't been put in front of us to take advantage of it, not to have the schedule take advantage of us, as you've had in recent years, like 2019, with that number one strength of schedule in the entire NFL, while you were also sustaining the most injuries in the entire NFL. I don't think that thing's going to happen this year. The schedule's a lot easier. I looked up before the stream, and it's about 500 or so. So, it's already at 500 with the way it is from previous year. There was a 500 record, meaning they had just as many wins as they had losses last year, our schedule. It's basically how it all boils down and breaks out. And that's with the NFC West factored into that, with the stacked NFC West factored into that. So feel optimistic. This ain't me being a positive Paul. This ain't me with my head up in the clouds. This is me, as always, with you guys being honest and looking at the off seasons of these teams, looking what they've done with their rosters and saying, you know what? You teams around the league, you leave me wanting. You leave me thinking you should have done more if you expect to deal with us, if you expect to compete with us. You ain't going to be able to hang with us. We're part of the big dog crew. You're with the small puppies. So keep that optimism. Keep that, hey, be hyped. Be stoked. This schedule could have been way, way worse. It could have been hellacious, and it's not. So thank you as always for you guys. I appreciate you hopping on the stream on here, keeping the chat lively. The discussion was popping. I love the back and forth with you guys. Everybody staying respectful, even when you guys all disagree. I tell you guys once, I'll tell you again. I got the best chat on YouTube, in my opinion. The best. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the donations, Paul the Third. A couple other guys we had in there that I missed on the donation, and maybe I think I caught you at the time. But thank you for everybody for donating to the stream and all of your guys' support. If you're watching this on record, please smash that like button, hit the notification bell, subscribe if you're not subscribed. Come on, come aboard. We're on the road to 5,000. Let's get it. Let's get it. And please don't you guys ever forget. Randall, before here, Jonathan Ogden was 6'8", Randall. Not quite 6'9", but he was legit 6'8". I know the black and green jerseys you're talking about, Micah, and those are awesome jerseys. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Those are, again, you can't go bad with black, though. You can't mess up black, really. You got to really twist and turn to mess up the black. But as I said again here, have the faith, have the positivity. This ain't a positive channel. I'll call it negative when it's negative, but this is one place where there's not room for negativity. The Seahawks have killed this offseason. The rest of the NFC West has not. The rest of the NFC outside of Tampa Bay has not. The schedule lined up nice. Be optimistic, be ready to roll, and be ready to watch your Seattle Seahawks once again. Dare I say it? Dare I say it? They're heading back to the Super Bowl. That's right. So don't you forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.